My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. It is, by the way, where I'm documenting the people of the state. These are demons who are obsessively stalking in furtherance what is an exposed plot to murder, which is executed by the government acting in concert with a population. And they're all demons. It's Thursday, November 6th, where I'm documenting that. Under the fake sun that's rising over me, 9HVK696. The drug addicts that are gang stalking, and so is the establishment that provides them drugs. And this is not surprisingly, some government-approved program where the drug administrators themselves are demons that are gang stalking, and they are all together of the same mental illness, and yet you have them administering drugs to drug addicts that are gang stalking as well. 6YGK380, going to the bus stop to gang stalk me and walk back to the facility, Aegis, that I've already documented, gang stalking with the city of Ontario, with these demons that are sitting around this establishment, gang stalking. RSIESJS, a demon, a psychopath stalking under the fake sun, stalking with light, severe mental illness by all of that behavior. CROWBOY. All right, I want to be clear. Aegis, the facility itself, is a gang stalker, and the drug addicts that are associated with it are engaging in gang stalking with the establishment.
Okay, so just want to be clear, criminal activity should be a disqualifier, let alone demon possession with regard to what is corruption and the inability to even trust. And but the fact that I'm documenting this with regard to people that I believe they give them drugs to get them off of their drug addiction, which is not a solution. This is a government that's corrupt, full of demons, that makes money off of drug addiction. License 8XDS692 6J43121. And these demons are engaging in what is gang stalking, going to the bus stop. As they're sitting there, they want to be next to me while they engage in what is chit-chatting. They're stalking in the path while the demons are gang stalking at the bus stop. And as they walk away, approximately maybe 2 minutes later, the fake sun is rising, okay? That's the demons that are engaging in hosting the pattern of conduct, the satanic environment where I'm at. The entities engaging in this, and this is AEGIS at 125 F Street. Yeah, 125 F Street. I documented them before. The entity stalking by the Ontario International Airport and engineer light. Impossible light activity just lights up the entrance of this area where these demons are walking in and out. That was occurring in the dark. That's entirely demonic, just like the fake sun rising over here is entirely demonic. This is where the government is stalking with airplanes, maintaining surveillance with corrupt places like AEGIS that are passing out drugs to drug addicts while gang stalking. 9CGZ488. And I captured these demons, these drug addicts images at the bus stop yesterday morning. Caucasian male that wants to hide his face with the other male that is gang stalking with him. And I got his face anyway, and they're gang stalking together again. 59929K3. License 6NID641 8ZKB037. AEGIS is spelled AEGIS. And they're located at the intersection of F Street and Laurel, where the entity has the fake sun. And remember, we're outside of daylight savings time. Not that it makes a difference. It doesn't, as I've shown you that. But we're outside of daylight savings time. So the entity 6SIV338 would be maintaining the sunrise at Woodside Senior Apartments where Tracy Banks is remaining. Remember, I was there from the latter part of November of 2024 until May into daylight savings time of 2025. The entity's been maintaining outside, which is what they're always doing. That's how I'm able to show you what is the proof of not only a government that's targeting, but a government that's mentally ill because they're demons in an unintelligent and scientifically impossible environment, which is also additional and highly probative evidence regarding their targeting that you can even see on the surface with regard to stalking in planes, and the operations of the airport are going to serve to prosecute them. 7XDL399, pacing in the specific environment in the middle of the street in the engineer light. They're monitoring. They're the entity that's stalking by helicopter. As you can see, I uploaded it to X and I uploaded it onto Facebook and Threads, and the entity is stalking by helicopter, pacing back and forth. I published a video crossing paths, stalking by helicopter, and doing so where I'm located at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Everybody's inside of Starbucks last night, gang stalking, okay? And I went and I got those license plates as well. Starbucks is the one that's kidnapping with that same agency in July of 2024. They're engaging in that pattern of conduct still to date. They are going to prison, and they were gang stalking when they committed kidnapping upon harassing me with this gang stalking agency, and then engaging in a kidnapping in addition to that while they're monitoring. They're going to prison for that, and these are psychopaths that are gang stalking with the state. 8YNN867. CROWBOY, these are demons that I documented when I would walk from the Tabor Professional Building to the Starbucks to the library area. And they're gang stalking while drug addicts come over toward me and want to be next to me. The demons that are in them are what are causing them to be drawn to me and obsessed. That's what the issue is with all of them. They're all dead. 67973E3. And it's currently 6:45 a.m. And what I'm referring to with Woodside Senior Apartments is the entity would have the fake sun on the east side of Woodside Senior Apartments, 9PPV 956, where that was the quote-unquote fake sunrise, because it's not the actual sunrise, meaning it's not the real sun because it doesn't go anywhere. This is a crime scene where the population is keeping me under surveillance, and that fake sun would rise on the east side of Tracy Banks' apartment, number 51, which is not over 536 North Euclid Avenue. Avenue Bethel congregation in perfect alignment with me at the bus stop, where you can see my shadow and demons are driving by, and the engineer light that's ricocheting and fleeing off of their cars apparently when they're driving by me has nothing to do with sunlight either. But this is the light activity where demons are stalking and they're maintaining that engineered environment. And the demon-possessed never anticipated that their conduct would be analyzed, that it would be documented in order to prosecute them. They engage in their conduct, and it's supposed to be psychologically breaking you down so that they can spiritually eat off of you and then ultimately murder you, okay, and steal whatever it is you have. They plan to steal money and property, and what they already stole is evidence of admitting that they're targeting me as well, because they shouldn't have even known about it. Who are the people of the state? They are the co-defendants of Tracy Banks, the co-defendants of the government that has concealed property that belongs to me. All right, while they were gang stalking. But the entity is engaging in this nonetheless, and the specific environment is serving to prosecute, serving to identify its probative evidence regarding targeting, because the greater issue is also that this is the Nephilim. And so this is why you have this level of corruption, and this corruption is showing you that it starts amongst the population, it's on the roads and the highways, it's in the neighborhood, it's the entire state, and it is starting with a corrupt police into the courtroom. Where you're going to prosecute that entire system. And this is the foolishness when the Ontario police are stalking me all night long, and there are serving additional evidence, because I already have evidence to prosecute the demons gang stalking in the courts. And this is the same exact criminal conduct that they're engaging in, and that's why they're going to prison. While they're stalking me and engaging in criminal summoning and engaging in what is stalking back and forth while they call themselves retaliating every time I publish something, don't forget that the sheriff's department and the courthouse, they don't have any jurisdiction either, and they're targeting with that agency with whom they're engaging what is abusing the laws and making up information as well. License 9FSY462, and they're gang stalking. Okay, you're gang stalking with that police department that's committing a kidnapping. You're gang stalking with that sheriff's department that's kidnapping with that police department. You're gang stalking with the people of the state and doing so the entire time. And you're also gang stalking when you have made up information yourself, when you have violated the rules of the court and you violated constitutional rights of that target individual, which the police, the sheriff, and the courts have all committed while gang stalking the whole time. And the targeting of the Ontario Police Department is the direct evidence of that. Okay, so the entity is engaging in what is criminal summoning right now, and AGIS is targeting. This is the venue where I'm in front of right now, where they're maintaining that specific environment at 6:48 a.m. So I just want you to listen. This is the means of surrounding with activity. And the fake sun, like I stated, outside of daylight savings time, which is the current status that we're in with regard to the time, and with regard to the movement of still a fake sun. Okay, so daylight savings time is the illusion where the entity is maintaining the same exact environment. The fake sun set and the fake sunrise is still occurring over me in Ontario on one street, okay, within no more than 4 blocks. The entity is maintaining, and not even that, I'm just from F Street to C Street if I go to the Ovid Family Community Library. But the entity is maintaining the fake sunrise at Woodside Senior Apartments, which is not what the entity is doing. That's not at Ontario Airport Inn. And the city of Ontario is engaging in that while the people of the state are gang stalking with them. It's 6:49 a.m. This is P.O.C. Laurelwood Apartments. They're monitoring. The demons are monitoring on G Street, at the gym where the Pizza Hut is. This is the entity that's engaging in surveillance. All of these, I'm going to document them, don't worry. But I've read their license plates before. I've documented this neighborhood before. That's the significance of the sirens while the fake sun is in perfect alignment with me. And the government is engaging in criminal activity with drug addicts. License 6UKP121. Criminal activity with the drug addicts. The ones that are going to Aegis to go get their fix with regard to their so-called assistance in getting off of illegal drugs, and the government through corrupt establishments like Aegis, who are gang stalking, they're demons, and they're engaging what is administering drugs, which is supposed to be serving their inability to get off of other drugs. The entities engaging what is the same problem, by the way. That's not a solution. You're giving them more drugs to get off of other drugs, and they're still maintaining an addiction with drugs, and that's just putting it in very simple terms. But these are demons that are gang stalking with criminals, though. with drug addicts. This is the entity that's not interested in aiding them because they are gang stalking. They're in that clinic. They're monitoring with communication devices. They're outside smoking their cigarettes. They're walking, pacing in and out into Aegis, going to get their drugs and gang stalking with that clinic at the same time. Aegis, A-E-G-I-S. P.O.C. And you will see the fake sun. This is where the entity is gang stalking me at nightfall by helicopter as well. I documented it at Robbins and Holiday Law Office. Those are gang stalkers. But the entity is maintaining helicopter activity, stalking, meaning following me as I would walk through the neighborhood, following me with the helicopter, as I street for street, turn for turn. And the entity is gang stalking. That's already on video. Already documented that. Okay, so this is the entity that's engaging in that, stalking by commercial plane. That's the entity that's engaging in that. This is the P.O.C. That's the entity that's engaging in stalking by commercial plane at 6:51 a.m., making a large U-turn in alignment with me, going beyond Arco parking lot, going beyond the Saris Regis downtown Ontario luxury apartments building, going beyond even Euclid Avenue to go where I am, which is west of Euclid Avenue. I'm on the next street, which is Laurel, where the demon is using a commercial plane and making a U-turn back here. That is, like I stated, getting in alignment with my person and making a U-turn, which is relevant to the pacing, coming toward and then going back and forth and back and forth. In a helicopter, it appears as flying in circles over and over and over and over and over. Psychopathic. It's already psychopathic to be stalking in a plane, to be stalking as an airport, as an airline company, also to be engaging in the pacing conduct and doing so in that manner. That's psychopathic. That's a demon, though. That's captured at 6:51 a.m. This is the significance. Ontario police gang stalking, driving east on G Street at 6:51 as well. Excuse me, at 6:50 a.m. The entity is sounding sirens, ending the sirens. Ontario police cross path. This demon crosses path with commercial plane. And this is where I'm standing in front of what is Aegis, which I documented already. At nightfall gang stalking, doing so while I would walk to and from and through this neighborhood where the Ontario police routinely documented following me, stalking. Because, which I documented again, showing you the failed and outdated tactic. It's only relevant and it's only effective when the government is given legitimacy, meaning trusted to state whatever it is that they're stating that they are or what they're doing is has merit and is not questioned, and they're not already looked at as suspicious, then there's no question there. The entity is assuming they don't have that. So first of all, the entity is engaging in 7MPK548 is gang stalking with the people of the state that engage in literally stalking you, and then as they stalk you, they are then assessing your behavior or your reaction to them stalking you, and that's how they are engaging in what is manufacturing that is criminally defaming your character, and that is not mental illness. And moreover, it is legally irrelevant with regard to your character or your behavior when you're being stalked by the government. That's a whole distraction. It's literally a non sequitur. Okay, so let's look at their behavior. No. Let's look at your stalking. Let's look at that. 5RRT372. That's what the entity, that's their tactic. And they were literally following by helicopter day and night. I would go to the Tabor Professional Building. If you recall, after Hazelwood was gang stalking me at the Ontario Museum, let's not forget where it's at. Everybody looked at that embarrassing iteration of the P.O.C., embarrassing that agency on the internet that tried to make that podcast private so many times after I published it, where Hazelwood can't answer questions, and Hazelwood engaging in gang stalking me after that because he was embarrassed. He's going to prison though. I hope you, if that makes you feel better, you're going to federal prison. You're going to be real embarrassed then. But he's engaged in gang stalking at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And then I start sleeping at the Tabor Professional Building, gang stalking me every night by helicopter, following me to and from there. Nobody forgot that. While they're engaged in criminal summoning at Arco the other night, and you're stalking in the same way you always are, and you have been since I've been documenting the May 29, 2025, since 2018. 2019, as a matter of images and documentation. But writing out evidence, documenting it before 2019. The entity's been stalking by helicopter, so you engaged in a traffic stop to engage in the same pattern of conduct with the people of the state that are stalking right now under a fake sun that's setting at that same Arco with the helicopter activity, again, engaging in stalking together, and that's going to be the evidence to assess their mental illness. That's how that's going to work. That's what they didn't understand. And that's what they didn't bank on. But it's going to be used to mentally assess psychopaths who are making up a corrupt government, the Nephilim, demonic behaviors such as a program of psychological torture. This is going to be used to mentally assess mental illness, actually, that is borne by the gang stalker, as opposed to this corrupt system serving to criminally defame an American citizen whose character is not even legally relevant when they're being targeted, and that is proven through documentation. But this is what the entity is doing, though. It's 6:55 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is where the entity is engaging in that targeting, and I want to go ahead and capture what you're going to hear. This is the entity that is engaged in gang stalking. I'm right here at this establishment, this clinic. There are a bunch of drug-pushing demons that are gang stalking with the drug addicts themselves. I've documented them stalking in the past. They would wait to pull into the parking lot until I would walk in, and then like cockroaches, they all, like a cookie in the middle of the floor, they would all drive into the parking lot at the same time. Like, for example, when I would walk toward Starbucks, which is this building right here. Let me show you. Okay, the reason why this is significant is because you've seen this before over the same building shared by Starbucks, where the entity has this fake sun, where Ontario police are engaged in criminal summoning at 11 o'clock in the morning, where daylight savings time or not. There is no making up for the environment where the sun is in the same place hours later. This is where the government is stalking by commercial plane under the same circumstances. The fake sun, just like this is an illusion, it's over me standing on the sidewalk in front of this building of Starbucks on Euclid Avenue, because that's on the opposite side, where the government is stalking by commercial planes, and doing so regardless of the fact that it's being shut down, that immigrants are being deported, that demons of Ontario police are going to prison, that Mike LORENZ and Derek Williams are going to be prosecuted, and that's federal prison. That people of state are gang stalking. They're doing so because their demented behavior, their criminal activity, their obsession with me is more important than the damning evidence of stalking under a fake sun, which puts everybody in the appropriate places where they belong. To serve to prosecute everyone. The entity's engaging with a stalking under the fake sun. Pay attention. This is the day. That impossible light, 9HYX590 is a demon driving an impossible light that's appearing in the shade. They're stalking, just like the demons are with planes. Not only is this engineer light, this is impossible light, that's not the sun. Oh, let me show you, there's the pattern. This is what you see inside of Ovid Family Community Library. Inside of the depth of that library at 5 p.m., where the sun, by the way, would not be on the same street aiming and alignment to me just like it is in the morning. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 hours from now. 9 hours from now, outside of daylight savings time, this is the same environment when I'm sitting inside of Old Family Library, which is, again, on, this is F Street. This is F Street. So, D-E-C Street at Euclid, where the Old Family Library is, and the fake sun has not gone anywhere. Moreover, the entity has the fake sun over Starbucks. It's aimed through the drive-through window of Starbucks after 7 p.m. during daylight savings time. It's over the top of my head. That's the same illusion. Right here. This is an illusion. It's not the real sun. And it's hovering down. And it's over me in this same manner when I'm standing on the sidewalk, standing in front of the logo of Starbucks at 11 o'clock in the morning, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's driving that light that remains under EG31Y5A. They're engaging what is driving an engine light. It's what people are doing inside of the library, where they are walking an engine light line. This is light that's manifested in the shade for the gang stalking purposes of a population. Okay? The entity that's engaging in that, we show you what is the engineer light. This is the illusion. That's not sunlight, and neither is this sunlight that's manifested in the shade. Excuse me, 303 North Euclid Avenue. Yesterday morning at the Wells Fargo, where, by the way, the fake sun is still over the out now on the same street. Okay, this is a P.O.C. It's currently 6:59 a.m. This is the same time where I'm at the Ontario Airport Inn. Not only is that not sunlight, that's impossible sunlight. Not only is it occurring in the shade, not only is it serving what is already documented, the fake sun is remaining over this in the same manner. I will remind you about what I'm documenting at approximately 6:13 p.m. At around 6:13 during daylight savings time, so we could say 5:13. But anyway, give or take an hour, it's the prosecution of the state, the exposed Nephilim that are stalking in furtherance of the exposed plot to commit murder. And they do so with drug addicts. Okay? The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and the fake sun is hovering over the building in the same manner while I'm on the Euclid Avenue side, and Ontario police are stalking. License HWCB 830, and so are the people of the state that are inside of Starbucks buying coffee, gang stalking. Wearing green aprons, gang stalking. Stalking with the Ontario International Airport, targeting while this fake sun is in the same position over the same building after 6 p.m. While I'm capturing this, the Ontario Airport Inn has the fake sun over me at 1801 East Street. Okay, The entity is maintaining this fake sun and is doing so while I'm in that courtyard area of that hotel. And that fake sun, first of all, I'm showing you the same thing, my hand, the shadow of my hand, just like this impulsive light that manifests in the shade. All right, the shadow of my hand, if you recall, is appearing on a tree, and then you look behind, it's all shade, but then you look out, oh, there's the fake sun, and it's still there in the afternoon when I'm leaving at 12 o'clock on the 2nd. Okay? These are the data that are being it's not going to be in the same place where I'm capturing it 10 hours from now, where I'm documenting trauma. All you're doing is paying attention to the environment, all right? That's all you're doing. Because it is actually exposing the whole population that's engaged in this system. This unintelligent and outdated system. Stalking by the airport, stalking by the government, stalking by the police, you're going to prison. Nobody's being defamed. You're going to be assessed and you're going to prison. P.O.C. Alrighty, I'm capturing video, as you can hear, of the fake sun, and you're mindful of the entity keeping that fake sun rising over the Ontario Airport Inn. The Ontario Airport Inn, which I also stated in that video that I captured, is adjacent to the Ramada by Wyndham, which I'm present at that Ramada by Wyndham at 10 in the morning, capturing video 12:30, where the Ontario police are stalking while I'm standing on that same sidewalk where I was, capturing that video. And this is all under all circumstances speaking to what is that environment where drug addicts are gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's the population of demons that are gang stalking together. The entity is engaged in criminal summoning. That's understanding the purpose in that specific environment, the actual purpose of sirens, which is light activity and audible activity of demons exposed, engaged in surveillance and public corruption in doing so. All right, the entity is engaging in what is the absolute opposite of what the use of sirens and emergency vehicles is, to engage in criminal conduct and facilitate criminal conduct and harm and commit violence, not provide any emergency services. 9SJJ 541, and that's what the entity is doing under this fake sun. That's not at the same time over the Ontario Airport Inn, where the demons are stalking a commercial plane. That's the airport that knows where I'm at, targeting me, as a population is also doing so under a fake sun, and they're doing it with drug addicts. 8ZKBO37. Stalking is license plate CH45436. That's an out-of-state plate. This demon, stalking, 5SLB368. She is absurdly psychotic as well. She's driving a black Jetta. She's a gang stalking demon. License plate CH45436. That's an Illinois plate. She's over here stalking at Robbins and Holiday, the parking lot area. License, and that's at 7:05 a.m. 8YKZ384. 5WNV830. 6AIJ942. Everybody in this neighborhood is monitoring while the entity is stalking by commercial planes. While Aegis are the demons of this clinic are engaging what are pacing, using the vehicle, walking to the dumpster that's pacing, doing so with the City of Ontario, the demons of the municipality, gang stalking in a dumpster truck, and the demons of the City of Ontario, gang stalking in commercial planes. They're all monitoring in this neighborhood. 8D42813. 9RXF495. 7YXH920. And while you see the entity gang stalking, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and this is under no circumstances what's going to be any environment at Tracy Banks' apartment, contrary to what I already documented, though. Okay, she's going to prison, and so is her sex partner, and so is everybody else that conspired my murder as well by gang stalking me and lying on my character while doing so with the demons that I caught surrounded. 9 PSY 831. I've already surrounded them with evidence, and so they're engaging in gang stalking with this corrupt government that's fully proven to be targeting me, and the ongoing additional evidence regarding property and money that belongs to me that's already been stolen, including by these demons that are gang stalking me on a daily basis. License 9 NIV 724 7SDZ 790 7XDL 399. That's relevant context regarding the entity gang stalking, but I want to be clear, this is not to be mistaken. These are demons. So you're talking about monitoring and surveillance that is underway, period. And the entity engaging in 7WGW114, the entity that's engaging in targeting me since I was a child as well. Okay, so this is speaking to demons like Jason Isaac Fields, who's a little boy to Tracy Banks, who she's having sex with him. He's nothing but a litlittle kid to him. 8DQC906, like a prepubescent teenager that can't control his genitalia, all right, and is even excited by an elderly woman. Okay, and who's, again, they're both using their genitalia like toilet seats, and he is engaging in and is cooperating with criminal activity because of that. All right, so they're both perverts engaging in conduct that is pursuant to what is a system, a long existing system, what Jason Isaac Fields is engaging in and facilitating as a pretty much an ignorant child, an adult ignorant child. And I want to be clear, that's not an excuse, because American citizens will die behind incompetent demons like himself being a part of the government. And an American citizen dying because of your sexual indiscretion, or because of your, it's not, or because it's all that mixed together. It's basically because he's been sleeping with demons, and so he's, I guess, losing his ability to make right and wrong decisions, which is not even an excuse. 96172A4. This is actually just a demon. He's wicked. That's why he did it. And it's easy to get him to do what is wicked, what is already in him to do, because he's a whore, okay? So anybody can engage in sexual activity with him to get him to do what is illegal, what is threatening the life of another person, and that's why he has committed the crimes that he's committed, which is an unlawful threat to an American citizen. And he committed no ordinary crime for which he just has unclean hands. He committed what is terrorism, and he's subject to federal prison for it. Relevant note that he slept with somebody the age of his grandma in doing so. And that's what excited him into engaging what is targeting me for money and property, and lying the entire time. Okay, license plate 8HUK820, 8GQT809, 7BQG318. This entire neighborhood is gang stalking while the entity sounded sirens. They're all monitoring in this neighborhood. That's the criminal purpose of that. They're doing so while the fake sun's over me, and everybody at Laurelwood Apartments, everyone in the neighborhood is engaging and are aware of where I am. These are demons. Okay, this is making you aware of, in the same way that the natural environment, as I show you a sun that is not possibly the natural environment, that's not the sun, that's speaking to knowledge. That's speaking to knowledge. And it's helping to expel this illusion that you have, and I had too as well, but this is the reality. And as I give tangible evidence proving that, this is removing that illusion, because you need to be aware. You don't have privacy. And not only are we under surveillance with regard to technology, you're under surveillance with regard to demons that are monitoring you. Monitoring you while they're not even in your home, okay? Monitoring you through inanimate objects, including through the use of technology, which we are all using in one way or another. 54CG513, the entity 8CKH768. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and this is what is relevant to the demise of American citizens, where you don't know that there's a whole system in operation, where you are known, where you don't know that you're known, where you're being watched and you don't know that you're being watched. Okay, and so then you have that ability to have some sense of anonymity. Oh, well, nobody knows. We have to investigate what happened with, you know, the inexplicable, the unfortunate demise of the neighbor who, this neighbor that was a somebody that, for example, they are some sort of wealthy person. They have money. They might not have a lot of family, and they might not even have a large circle of friends. And I'm just giving an example. And this is somebody that is on the surface. It doesn't associate with a lot of people. Monitoring with the airport 08024S1, the entity sounding plane activity, and this demon is crossing path. They're monitoring together. So this entity doesn't maintain a large circle, doesn't go around splurging and bragging about his wealth. All right. License plate 28342D2. And let me take a picture of this intersection where the entity has the fake sun over me, and it is not over the Ontario airport end, where they are crossing paths, stalking as a population with the government. And it's currently, by the way, 7:12 a.m. So the entity is engaging in what is, well, you wouldn't know it as an entity. You are learning about a middle-aged man, or let's just say an elderly man. It doesn't matter the age, but it's an adult male. Let's just say 52 years old, and he's wealthy, but people don't even know that he's wealthy, and he does not live a life of exposing the fact that he has a lot of money, and his close circle knows it though. And it's on the news that he was found dead in his house. He lives in a nice house, a large house. That's an indication of being well off, but it's something where he's engaged in what is, he suffered a demise, and that there's nothing on the surface that's speaking to what happened to him or who would be motivated to hurt him. Okay, 7VBL547 with the Ontario airport. The entities engage, and those demons that you hear the music in the background, they're monitoring. All right, they're monitoring together. So the entities engaging in what is putting it on the news. Oh, you know what happened? 6EHK324, gang stalking. And let me show you UPS. Yeah, UPS that engaged in what is murder in Kentucky. That wasn't an accidental crash. UPS is gang stalking, a wealth of documentation of demons with the logo UPS on them, engaging in terrorism. The demons that are gang stalking are the demons that at the orders of Satan, which is a spirit invisible, you don't know that they're mentally ill, and you don't know that they're monitoring. You know now. SXCLEXC, you also know that that's a demon that's monitoring as well. And UPS is nothing other than a logo speaking to the criminal activity that company has been engaged in targeting and psychological torture, stalking. And that's a murder that they committed, crashing in Kentucky. That fiery crash in the news that's on the internet, just like the crash into the helicopter, not an accident. A crash into a home, not an accident. This is the entity of demons that are engaging in what are acts of terrorism, while their mental illness is what I've been telling you about, and while they're engaging in stalking me, and it's a failed sacrifice. This is what I'm letting you know is coming. It's going to occur more and more and more. And this is another malicious act with regard to murdering people, and it's reported on the news as something that's going to be investigated when it's committed by the entity itself, including the demons that claim that they're going to investigate it. Okay, so this old 52-year-old man dies, and inexplicably, and it's reported on the news. He was nice, he was generous, and he was quietly wealthy. And he dies in his sleep from, like, let's just say, they find, or they claim that he was poisoned or something, or even something, another popular one, asphyxiation, like being choked in your sleep. And they can actually, when you're talking about not even being given the truthful results of a so-called autopsy. I just want to be clear on that. So there is that controlling the information that goes out regarding an autopsy. But nonetheless, you could be told they were poisoned. You could be told that they were that they died in their sleep. They died, they stopped breathing in their sleep, asphyxiation in their sleep. The entity, because of 52-year, I don't want to say heart failure because you go, oh, well, they're 52 years old and then that's it. No, the entity is engaged in this even when you're like 19 years old, perfectly healthy, you go to the gym every day and you die of a bad heart. These are demons that are engaging in witchcraft, okay? The entity is engaged in targeting and taking the lives of American citizens, all of whom are under surveillance, and who you are and how much money you have while you are in an environment that is revealing that. The entity gang stalking, that is United Airlines, that's now crossing path, and you're looking at the fake sun. And this is at F Street and Palm, where, again, they're flying even farther off from Ontario Town Square. I'm at F Street, not at Euclid Avenue and D Street, not at the Sarah's Regis Group. They act like they're taking off there, which is east of this location, and they're not. They're stalking. So are the people. Just want to analyze that ongoing stalking by plane activity. Anyway, the entities engaged in that P.O.C., while they are flying west, there is no rise in elevation based on what the Ontario Airport is doing, what the airlines are doing. And that's not a takeoff. That's also the evidence of targeting. It's all happening under a fake sun and things like a fake moon in the engineered environment. It's also miles away from a takeoff in the sky space where Terminals 2 and Terminal 4 are located. And it's also relevant to ongoing surrounding evidence of that airport engaging and targeting me, specifically where I'm at. And that's going to be presented in court because the population is going to be prosecuted and that airport. And it's going to be shut down. But nonetheless, this is where an entity is engaging in this sort of conduct. So this man dies in his sleep. He is quietly wealthy, having not told anyone, but he doesn't have to tell anyone because what you have and who you are is known. 6YBF 409, and the entity engaging in things such as maybe he has an ex-wife that has a policy out on him that he doesn't even know about, or that he didn't agree to, but there is a policy and there's a business that he owns, and actually nobody knows that him and his ex-wife don't get along at all. He actually left her because she's such a money-grubbing let's just say money-grubbing woman that was not faithful to him. I'm just coming up with a scenario. And so this is somebody who dies in his sleep, and immediately his ex-wife, she is given through insurance policy a large amount of money. This is something that's not going to be discussed, though, because the death is not questioned, and the death is not ruled suspicious by the gang stalkers themselves of law enforcement that maintain an autopsy. It's reported at the outset as something that is just going to be looked into, unfortunate, and not addressed in the proper terms. In other words, surveillance is underway. And so you're talking about knowledge about that would be speaking to a motive, because the fact that he was wealthy is not a secret. He's under surveillance. We are all under surveillance, and people know things about him that they should not know. License 6PHX091, gang stalking. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while he is dead under suspicious circumstances that are not communicated to the public, where the entity is maintaining an autopsy, and that entity maintaining that autopsy cannot be trusted. License SXCLEXC, gang stalking and gang crossing path. All right, remember, they're gang stalking as a whole state. I'm getting the demons that are over here stalking as an entity, maintaining presence on the street is how they're engaging in that. They have to stalk me conspicuously by being in my presence. Demons that come close and demons that are far off, they're able to keep monitoring by demons that remain close by. Okay, so that's what I mean by gang stalking. Again, they don't cease to be a part of the record. They don't cease to be a part of the pattern of conduct when they drive off and when they fly off. I'm going to prosecute the whole airport, every airline. Anyway, the entity is engaging in this, and these are circumstances that you're ignorant about. This is the reality of the specific environment that's around you. The entity is engaging in what is in Kentucky. Very clear what is going to be a fake sun. Wherever this establishment is at, where a UPS plane crashed into, and that's not accidentally. These are demons that are committing acts of violence. There are psychopaths that engage in targeting American citizens, like UPS, like the state of California is doing here. They are demons that engage in murder, mass murder, by crashing planes into bodies of water, into properties, into mountains, and in doing so with regard to it being communicated with regard to deceptive in substance. Now, speaking to this reality of this monitoring system, demons that are mentally ill, and their mental illness is based on their condition. Gang stalking with demons that are crossing path with children. So let me give you their license plates. These are psychopaths. All right, gang stalking look like a family of Latinos too. License 8ENU853 may or may not be immigrants, but I know that they're gang stalking with the government. License 9MRH819 at 303 F Street. Gang stalking at 6BRR254 at 312 F Street. License 7SVA203. The entity is maintaining plane activity at this intersection. 304. This is 304. Either F Street, 304 F Street, where the entity's fake sun is. The entity sounds plane activity. There's not going to be any plane activity if they're taking off where they're supposed to. 1957 OU3. You're walking out of your house, crossing path under a fake sun while the entity sounds plane activity. You're gang stalking. And you're gang stalking with kids, and you're gang stalking where you live. The feds know exactly where to go, kick your door in. Okay, with regard to deportation, with regard to prosecution, with regard to conspiracy to commit murder, with regard to whatever it is, the government has jurisdiction to kick in the properties of the people of the state that are gang stalking where they live because of surveillance that's underway. Surveillance that would be relevant to the death of, and the automatically mysterious death of a secret millionaire, okay, of a wealthy man, 9MRH819, who is survived by as a so-called ex-wife who is making sure that not only does she collect on that death, but not only that, she takes over his businesses, which is something that he would have never agreed to while he was alive, but he doesn't have a voice. His life was taken. License plate DM61W24 paper. His life was taken, and she is on paper appearing as one that's in the best position to take over that business, even though while he was alive, he went to the extent to make sure that she didn't have the ability to do so. All of that is overridden at that death, okay? License plate 5FJC480 6XHA797. And with regard to being wealthy and with regard to creating paperwork like a will, with regard to maintaining your property, 9PNA873. These are things that his ex-wife, because those are things where you can seek to establish how your estate is going to be handled. However, with regard to this corrupt entity that's engaged in surveillance, and the way in which I've also shown corrupt acts of courts that are maintaining things like fake conservatorships and fraudulent means of getting a power of attorney and having insurance policies by somebody that's not even dead. You're cashing in on it. You're engaging in what is having a life insurance policy on somebody that's not your spouse anymore who dies mysteriously, amongst what is surveillance that's underway in this society where the government is engaging in corrupt conduct, like stalking an American citizen like the Ontario International Airport is doing. The entity is engaging in what is the ability to, even though this man before he died, being wealthy, quietly wealthy, being very responsible, being very discreet, okay, he's gone to the extent to protect his property, but it was undermined, unbeknownst to him, by that same government that's keeping all of us under surveillance, okay? So this is the ability to have what is paperwork that directly rebuts what he states are his wishes upon his death. And it's documentation that shows, oh, this is signed by him. We agreed to this. That's not valid anymore. And he wants me to inherit this business. He wants me to take it over because we were going to have our children run this business so that she is sitting in a position of profiting from it. Just giving you an example. The entity is engaging in this. This is what a government that's engaged in targeting you and not telling you about it, a government that's the same the same entity that you would need to go before in a courthouse to get paperwork approved. They're manufacturing facts and information in order to create documents where they're stealing from you, and they're enabling the demon-possessed people of the state to steal from you, while they're all engaging in surveillance together and not telling you about that. License TO91TO, license 9VWK746, and license 4DHM799. The entity is maintaining surveillance right here in the sky space over this intersection, and they're doing so while the fake sun's remaining over Ontario Airport in at the same time. And it is, as I documented, which is again not actually happening because it's impossible, but the documentation shows that that's where the fake sun is at and where it's remaining. Okay, that's why it's over me at 12 o'clock in the afternoon as I'm checking out of the hotel, and that's why it's over me at Chevron at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where this airport is gang stalking with this population of demons at 7 in the morning. I gave you that juxtaposition of evidence the other day where they were gang stalking at the Arco. Now they're again engaging in what is making a U-turn while I'm on Laurel Street. That's the entity that's stalking with planes. The entity is doing so while the entity, you're understanding it all. You're never forgetting, by the way. I hope you're not. This is not even a matter of hope. I'm talking about to the public. The federal government is going to be forced into a competent investigation. Jason Fields is going to prison for what is incompetence that is criminal. Okay, but you have what is the evidence of what Tracy Banks is doing in her apartment while I'm being targeted. There's no sunrise over there while they're keeping it over me at this bus stop, over me at this, even at this intersection. The entities engage in that pattern of conduct. This would be the position of the fake sun, license 8ZJF802. This is the level of analysis of what you're paying attention to prosecute a population of stalkers. The fake sun is in a position where it would be not east of her apartment, but it would be not reflecting off of the apartment window, the apartment building windows like I'm documenting at 6:33 a.m. It would be in a position where I wouldn't be able to see it, first of all, over the apartment buildings, and it would be in a position where I'm facing what is south. Okay, the entity's keeping this fake sun over Tracy Banks' apartment from the east to the west side of that apartment building over her apartment, Unit 51. 9 TOC 673, and that's shown as it's progressing hour by hour. I documented the fake sun, and that's also on the internet. It's specifically on my website. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com, where I'm literally showing you how to recognize the pattern in order to prosecute. Okay, where everything that government is doing and stating is suspect. It is all suspect because of surveillance, which is proven through a supernatural environment. You could say whatever you want, as eloquently as you want to say it. They're saying it under a fake sun. It doesn't matter what their position is. That surveillance is underway. Surveillance that they didn't tell you about. They talk about everything about other than the fact that they're monitoring. Okay, so the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct in every hour of the day, daylight savings time or not, in other words, that's the point. The sun is never going to be in any of the positions that I documented it. And this is upon moving out of my apartment in Los Angeles, having been forced to resign because L.A.P.D, that is the same entity, gang stalking me, that's terrorism on the job, forcing me into this position that I'm in right now, where the government is still stalking. The government is still targeting me. And the government tried to engage in what is defaming my character behind its criminal conduct. Manufacturing what is supposed to appear on the surface as a grave disability, the inability to take care of yourself, which I don't even appear as that. The entity is gang stalking. I'm maintaining investigation. The entity doesn't get into the details because the details don't help them. But I'm maintaining my investigation regardless of my economic circumstances. However, on the surface, the entity is engaging in what is absent any evidence and support, engaging in what is, oh, you can't take care of yourself. This is, again, out of the mouth of a high school graduate. Tracy Banks should have kept her mouth shut. Okay, because everything that she said, I made sure you got it. You listened to it on my podcast because we're going to run it back in court. We're going to run it back in court. The entity's engaged in what is keeping the fakes on every hour of the day at Woodside Senior Apartments, where demons like this, 8EVU617, are stalking. Stalking not as an individual, stalking first of all as the Nephilim, and stalking in the shoes of the state. 8BHE427 and 8VYE085. Psychopaths, impossible lights sweeping across the buildings while they're stalking. And that's the government's mental illness. It's a population. And Tracy Banks is a part of that population. And she tried to murder me as a mother figure, and she wanted to do so, for example, as an ex-wife that actually hates her ex-husband, has secret policies on him to profit from his demise, which is only mysterious to those that don't know what's going on. She's a witch, and she uses witchcraft, or she poisoned him, and it's poison that's not generating in the body. License 6EDA761, and it appears as another way. It appears as a heart attack. Or the government that's gang stalk. There's so many ways that this is manifesting. The government that's licensed 8LME264. The government that's monitoring with the people of the state, with witches like his ex-wife, witches like Tracy Banks, 8ADJ354. Understand this government is engaged in witchcraft. So this is necessarily, it is inevitably, I don't want to hear about the witch part, I don't want to hear about that, it's inevitable. And by the way, when you're looking at the fake sun, it's inevitable. That's the spiritual realm right there. It's not about what you want to hear, it's about what it is. Okay, so the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, and the government that's maintaining a so-called autopsy is looking at what is the results of a so-called autopsy while they are sharing in mental illness and targeting together. That is the poison in the body, where they look at that, they assess that in a certain way when they're accustomed to engaging and murdering someone together. That's a system that's in operation, and they're engaging in identifying it in a certain manner. I'm just letting you know with regard to the corruption of a system that exists, and they are routinely referring to a chemical found in the body as a failure of some sort of body, like 13958W1, as the routinely as some sort of failure of some vital organ, when it is nothing other than the entity putting progressively poisoning you, for example, but it doesn't come up in a quote-unquote autopsy like that. This is an entity that's disingenuous in the first place. disingenuous. All right. And so I just want to give you an example with regard to surveillance. This is all relevant to what is connecting all the dots regarding what is surveillance. Surveillance that's going on that the government's not talking about. And they're also not talking about what I'm showing you, that they're stalking. They're stalking with regard to what is gang stalking somebody that would expose the fact that you're unlawfully watching me. And because you're unlawfully watching me, you have what is incentive to take my life so that you can get away with stealing money and property that you never told belongs to me. And you know how they know? License 6 HPZ 567 pacing and 6 EBV 926 again, pacing again. They're engaging. They know that you have property because you're under surveillance. They know who your ancestors are. They know what line you came from. You may not know. You don't know, but they're engaged in surveillance. And these are even deeper. They're demons that are spiritually sniffing you out, if you will. They know where you come from. They know what you are. They know what you're into. They know whether you're saved or not. They can sense whether you have a demonic spirit on you. You're of the same clan. They know who you are. And they also, as a corrupt government that is sitting around monitoring and keeping us under surveillance, they also know that you have property attached to you. Property that's never been, that was bequeathed to you, that was never given to you, perhaps even as a child. This is my experience. The entities engaging in this while they are maintaining this surveillance system, that's how they know about you. You could be a millionaire, you don't even know it. You could be related to people that would entitle you to a whole different lifestyle, and you don't even know it. And that's not accidental; it's intentional. Okay, that's intentional. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct while they're engaged in targeting American citizens, targeting them with regard to concealing what the government has done, concealing who it is that's around you, demons that are monitoring you. That is relevant under the law to stalking you. Okay, 7XIX242. Stalking with this demon that is psychotic. All right, the entity is maintaining plain activity. I took a picture. I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to go get their license plate again. This is psychopathic conduct, stalking with light. Doing so, this demon is monitoring. CMAX is going around street sweeping everywhere with regard to monitoring with the city of Ontario. Okay, that company is going to be prosecuted. This is mental illness while a demon is engaging in. You're going to look at what is relevant positioning, where the entity is engaged in what is maintaining plain activity. Okay, this is P.O.C. at Clinica Medica Las Palmas. She's gang stalking. She's a psychopath. She looks like a hefty Latina. She's gang stalking with the city of Ontario in operation of communication. This is another psychopath wearing scrubs in the medical field. She's not going to remain in the medical field. This is gang stalking in furtherance of murder. And she also is supposed to be one of compassion, where she's not engaged in psychological torture, trying to murder people, but trying to heal people. She's engaged in gang stalking at Prime. Well, this looks like Prime Physical. I documented them before, years before. This is P.O.C. She's stalking in the path, so I'm showing you where her positioning is while she's aiming light, while the demons are pacing on Euclid Avenue, and while the demons are pacing above in the sky space. And this is, the evidence of mental illness as well. But you're looking at what I've been documenting. This is the entity that is gang stalking as a Prime Rehab Center. Yeah, these are demons that would be removed from the medical field, by the way. They're co-conspirators of murder. The entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and this is a psychopath. She's specifically parked in this position with regard to being in perfect alignment with me at the corner, where the entity has the face in perfect alignment with me at the corner, where demons are pacing back and forth, because that's what the actual reality is, and it's not traffic, it's surveillance, and the demons are put in the proper context, while light is dragging across buildings. 8 UVR 371, I believe. Excuse me, 8 DVR 370 is actually pacing with a whole bunch of other roaches together. They're maintaining activity all around, and that demon is doing so in engineered light. That light that I showed you is manifesting in the shade, doing so while demons are concentrating plain activity at this intersection, setting up what is activity all around the perimeter, doing so while I'm deviating from what I usually do, going to Arco on Euclid. I'm at what is F Street and Palm, where the entity is keeping what is plain activity that is more north than what the entity is doing when I go to Arco, which is what you saw on video last night. While I'm at walking from Starbucks, the demon is gang stalking with a commercial plane flying over me at Live Oak. And as I continue walking north to the back to the bus stop, then you see them flying again more north, right next to me at the 537 North Euclid Avenue, stalking and doing so together as an entity. All right, so this is relevant to, like I stated, The pattern of conduct is not one that's an unsupported conspiracy theory where you might have ideas, 8YKF249, and they might be truthful. But with regard to reality, because even myself, if I hear something but you don't have any facts to support it, that's just the reality. You need to have evidence to prove whatever it is that you are alleging. So this is speaking to what are facts regarding a system of surveillance, and that was a hypothetical regarding how criminal surveillance is affecting all of us and the ways in which you're looking at what is organized crime, not random unfortunate acts to the detriment of people that are, enjoying their privacy, and you're quiet with your wealth and nobody knows. No, your wealth is known and it puts a mark on you. These demons that are engaging in secret surveillance, it's not a secret anymore, but these demons that engage in secret surveillance, they are incentivized to target you. License 5UZP577, and they know what you have. They know your passwords on the internet. They know how many times you're going to the bathroom. They know whether you're constipated. They know whether you're well hydrated or not. They know whether you're masturbating. Let me be clear. They know who it is that you are fornicating with, or who you're cheating on your spouse with. They know what you're talking about on your phones. 5VPB631. And there are demons that are engaging in a comprehensive system of surveillance, and it includes the fact that there are demons that are monitoring you. I mean, so this is, again, while you are being monitored, ATPA113, monitoring is relevant to your physical movement. You're being monitored while you're engaged in the sex act. You're being monitored while you are sleeping. 7YKX579, 9MMH429. These are bots, okay? These are dead people. They're controlled by the spirit of Satan. They're not normal human beings. They're not healthy. Their minds are under control by Satan. And this is a government system full of demons who are nothing other than bots. So they're stalking me when they're fully exposed. So this is why they're serving their own demise, because these bots have been surrounded by the evidence of a P.O.C. 9MZK386. And now their mental illness is serving my prosecutorial purposes. Their mental illness is exposing themselves. It's working against them, and it's working for me. But this is mental illness speaking to what is an ongoing now, because they're demon possessed, their instinct is to stalk. Their instinct is they're monitoring you. That's their own ongoing obsession. Satan has taken them over. This is the Nephilim. Okay, so this is what you're dealing with, and you're dealing with what is an unspoken system. They're obsessively engaged in it. They do not speak about it. Okay, they're engaging in this conduct, and it is speaking to what the government is practicing with regard to normalizing what is a system of surveillance, normalizing it through the news broadcast, normalizing it through a constitution that exists with regard to the existence of all your rights that you are subconsciously feeling as though you're protected. 7YSF737, and if you have some sort of violation, then you can enforce your rights. And seeing the broadcast regarding court cases and people serving the penalties of breaking the law, that's also providing you a subconscious means of comfort. When the reality is that the entity is playing cops and robbers. There's an ongoing surveillance system. It's an entity of demons that are keeping themselves employed. Okay, they're maintaining this illusion where this ongoing system of surveillance is coexisting with that. Okay, 8GQT809, gang stalking at the same prime lab. Okay, they're doing so while they are engaging in this pattern of conduct. The Ontario police are demons that are monitoring me in the bathroom. Impossible light is in that. That's inexplicable light. How does that light happen? The and it's the same light activity outside. I have two shadows in front of me and a shadow behind, shadow to the side. How do you explain that? You don't explain it. You cannot explain it. The entities, and it's not caused by artificial light bulb over your head to create two shadows in front of you. This is the light activity in the bathroom. This is the level of surveillance that is underway. Now, the entity has that, and at the same time, you're looking at on the news that you're accidentally hitting somebody in the street while you're sounding your sirens. They are sounding their sirens pursuant to knowledge about the syllables that I'm using as I'm speaking in the middle of the street under a whole fake sun. Not only do the demons of that police department that sound sirens know what you're doing and where you are, everybody around you does. It's an act of violence committed by that entity of demons. And I'm referring to the murder that's committed by L.A.P.D. And they put that video hitting that young man on a skateboard while he was in the middle of the street. Now, you are talking about what is on its face. Oh, well, he was in the middle of the street, and you're automatically blaming him. And that is not my assessment of that at all. First of all, you're talking about what is this system of surveillance? that's underway. They know what you're doing. They know where you're at. It's not just surveillance and technology. It's surveillance of your person, your genitalia, your physical movements, what it is that you're doing online as well and on your devices. But you're talking about studying you and knowing when you're under surveillance what you do every day. He was riding his skateboard every day, probably doing so in the middle of the street, probably with headphones on. He was doing it every day. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was doing when he was in the middle of the street in the Meridian. And this is not stating that you should be unsafe, because no, it's not safe to be in the middle of the street. However, I'm sure that he's not suicidal with regard to being in the middle of the street and and cars driving in the Meridian, okay, driving in the middle of the street. With regard, so what was the excuse for this officer to be in the Meridian? All he did was turn on his sirens. That's all he did. He turned on his sirens. They watch him every day do the same thing. They watch him every day do the same thing with headphones on, maybe not with headphones on, but it would be, I'm just going to add that he probably even had headphones on and didn't hear the sirens. And they're aware of him doing that on a daily basis. He's getting off of work, he's riding his skateboard home, or he's going to his girlfriend's house riding his skateboard. I'm sure he did that on plenty of occasions, riding in the middle of the street. If not, if he might have been in the process of crossing the street or something. But nonetheless, the body cam shows that L.A.P.D, these demons you can look at the evidence of the monsters who are the demons gang stalking, that are engaging in surveillance. 8ZQC674, 8LWL982, the same entity of demons. Know exactly who I am, know exactly what I'm stating, keeping me under surveillance. Put sirens on these vehicles, they're not ignorant about where you are. They're not ignorant. L.A.P.D is engaged in what is turning on sirens, and that's supposed to remove what we would all necessarily question. Why are you driving in the middle of the street and then you're hitting him? Regardless of the fact that he's on a skateboard, he shouldn't be in the middle of the street. I understand that. We all understand that. But you're looking at what is knowledge of surveillance first. So you're not ignorant about where these people are and what they're doing. They're not ignorant. L.A.P.D, those are demons. They're monitoring. They are not ignorant. Second of all, even the appearance of having the sirens on, and so then you have the ability to just engage in just driving in the middle of the street because you have the sirens on. Are you making a turn? Are you about to pull into a parking lot? Like, he's driving in the middle of the street. On the opposite side of that meridian is the opposite traffic going in the opposite direction. Why was he driving he's going from driving on the appropriate side to speeding, and he goes, pay attention to the body cam, and he starts driving in the middle of the road, and he hits this young man on the skateboard. He hits him square, okay? And it is, first of all, it's pursuant to surveillance, number one. Number two, you are aware of what they know. You are aware of what they're doing while they're doing nothing other than turning on their sirens, and that's supposed to be the guise under which you are inadvertently, unintentionally hitting someone where nonetheless you're not accountable because you have your sirens on. The sirens are those demons manifesting it's the most actually very sick. Those are demons. They were engaging in demonic activity and then committed a murder while they were being demons. That's light activity, audible activity, and they're speeding through. And that is, I just want to be clear, not only is it's a murder, there are different types of murder if you're aware of the criminal justice. That was premeditated murder. Okay, they knew where he was at. They know what he routinely does, and they engaged in turning on those sirens. They'll catch you doing the same thing over and over again. All right. And because we're all under surveillance. They know exactly what he does and where he does it. All right. And so this is letting you know the pattern of conduct that I'm exposing. This is what is happening with regard to L.A.P.D and this young man that's on the skateboard that was killed. Okay. There's nothing for L.A.P.D to investigate. L.A.P.D is a gang stalker. Period. They're corrupt. They're engaged in surveillance. These are psychopaths that claim that they're busting child traffickers and busting those that are selling drugs and narcotics. They're monitoring. They know exactly what's going on in that city. They're focused on gang stalking me, somebody that's not breaking the law at all. That's what they're consumed with. And they're doing it with the so-called criminals. Those demons who are the people of the state, they're engaging in criminal activity together. That's what's turning on sirens, speeding down the street with anticipation to have an excuse as to why they inadvertently hit someone that was in the middle of the street in the first place. All right, that was very unsafe. And I'm racing to what is an emergency. I have to go. That's my job. Okay? And while I don't have the ability to drive recklessly, I do have the ability to avoid what are the ordinary traffic rules, going through the stop sign, going through the lights, driving in the middle of the street, I suppose. But you can see, that doesn't, I think that is wanton. I think it's wanton. What he's doing is he's driving in the middle of the street. He's inexplicably going into the middle of the road in order to hit this young man square on. But for deviate this inexplicable turning into the middle of the street to get in front of him. All right. If anything, he would have sped past him while he was in the middle of the street. He would have sped past him, not got into the middle of the road to hit him. This is somebody that is, again, this is the demon that's engaged in gang stalking, and they're engaging in gang stalking while they're engaging in criminal summoning. We've got a demon here, 1103. Vehicle 1103. How can I help you?
You got a call, I guess so.
A call about what?
You want me to tell you?
Why are you, I'm on the sidewalk on public property. How can I help you? You got a call about what? Because it was about anything unlawful. This is P.O.C.
You were attempting to follow somebody into a building?
Speak it a little bit louder. One more time.
Attempting to follow somebody into a building?
Into what building?
I don't know. But they described a black female with black baseball cap and black hair.
And that I was...
Following somebody into a building.
Am I doing that now?
No, I just wanted to see if you were okay if you needed to.
You just wanted to see if I'm okay. So this is the guise of what is criminal presence in the past. While they're hostile, as I'm exposing the tactics of L.A.P.D, which Ontario Police shares, talking about the people of the state that are gang stalking, giving them a mysterious report. I'm trying to follow somebody just like I'm harassing someone, just like I'm yelling in the bathroom. That's what they rely on to be in your presence where they're gang stalking. This is federal prison. This is vehicle 1103. You want to give your badge number and your name?
It's Burtnick.
Burtnick?
Yep. My badge number is 0856.
0856. Gang stalking 7YSF737. Gang stalking license 9FOV123. This is at F Street and Palm Avenue, and it is at what is 7:46 a.m. Monitoring with CMAX. Is there anything else? No, you're giving me some mysterious information. You could be making that up, in other words, for all I know. I'm sure you have it on your communication device. You could be making it up for all I know. You don't. Yes, you are.
I have no reason to.
You have every reason to. This is the entity that's engaging in P.O.C. They're going to be disbanded for this conduct. This is where an entity is engaging in what is harassment while you're documenting them, and they are relying on what is absolutely manufactured information. Okay? No, that's it. I'm standing on public property, so I'm going to let you go on ahead about your business. I'm going to get that license plate, though, when you drive off. This is P.O.C. That's harassment by the demons that lie. They make up anything. These demons that are gang stalking. 1697641. They engage in sounding their sirens, just like I was describing by L.A.P.D. Lying about, oh, somebody told me that you're trying to break into the building. License 9FKX968. That's exactly what's going to change. This is pursuant to surveillance. Nobody told them anything. They're engaging in what is gang stalking. All right? And that's the entity that does that. That's supposed to threaten you. This is why you should be 9 This is the entity that's engaged in that pattern of conduct while listening to what I'm exposing on the podcast. You see this fake sun? That's federal prison. Federal prison right there. Remember, that's not just a harassment tactic. That's not just pursuant to the P.O.C. and facilitation with the gang stalking business and the gang stalking neighborhood. It's not just hostility by a demon that's letting you know that L.A.P.D, the same entity, committed murder pursuant to surveillance. It's committed in furtherance of murder. You're gang stalking, and the criminal objective is why you are, by law, going to prison. And just like that, I want to be clear on that. That agency engaging in that P.O.C. You're gang stalking me by helicopter all night long, and then you're talking about 9TKU234 told you something about me? They don't have to tell them anything. They're stalking as an agency. That's the entity that's engaged in that, and they're doing so while they are under a fake sun. That's the entity that's doing so. Oh, we were told that they are. That's exactly what I mean. Any of them stating that I broke into their car, they break their own window and then state that you broke their car, and that is the gang stalking police. Oh, we were given information that you broke into somebody's vehicle. And so that's how they are manufacturing reasonable suspicion and probable cause. While they're stalking, they're monitoring. That's exactly why they're going to federal prison. That was, I just want to be clear, that was exceedingly pathetic. This is criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department 749. This is exactly what is putting Mike Lorenz in prison. This is pursuant to targeting as an agency. That specific environment is proving it. And I've been documenting them targeting me as an agency, knowing exactly who I am, knowing the status of my vagina in this very neighborhood for a prolonged period of time, for years to be exact. While this demon's audible activity is speaking to what is relevant to assessing mental illness, a malicious psychopath who is delusional, who is also very hostile while they're engaging in what is proven as surveillance. This is not going to be debated in court. What's going to be prosecuted is with regard to prosecuting what is exposed as a domestic terrorist leader, not a police chief, where that agency is targeting, including while they're keeping me, as I'm documenting it and publishing it online, under surveillance and engaged in ongoing criminal acts of obstruction, like what I just captured here. That was Exhibit A. Okay, that's P.O.C. Nothing even close to that happened. Just like when they're stating upon kidnapping and unlawfully search Joseph Valencia, that was so excited to engage in what is battery and cause with those demons, which I documented, while they're lying and stating that I harassed somebody. It's the same P.O.C. And they know that there was no harassment because they're engaged in surveillance. They're doing so while they're hostile about what it is that I'm publishing. Listen to my podcast on September 28, 2025. A lot of indictments in there. The entity engages in that, and that's, again, this entity is being disbanded. This is where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking plane after plane, and he's talking about, you're going to analyze that. They're going to federal prison, okay? There's no takeoffs over here. The entity is engaged in what is ongoing serial flight stalking with the neighborhood under the fake sun, with the entity that's engaging in that. And while they're in doing so, that's an entity that is a psychopath that engages in 9 U.S.C 890, is engaging in what is crossing paths with that demon that comes close. That's a means of monitoring. But while you listen to that, while you witness that, understand the ways in which the system of surveillance is going to necessarily change, because we all know that the gang stalkers are making up corrupt police departments in this country. Okay? That's what you're learning from that, and that's going to be a basis of federal prison for the kidnappers that are engaged in it. It's 7:51 a.m. at what is 304 F Street. 304 West F Street. This is P.O.C. That's criminal summoning. Alrighty, the entity, by the way, is engaged in criminal summoning at 11 o'clock in the morning. Ontario Police. Starbucks is right here on the opposite side of the street. When you're looking at the fake sun documentation, 7ZAA655. This is the entity that's coexisting with stalking by planes. That's a demon that was lying in a police vehicle, coexisting with the stalking with impossible light activity. Impossible light activity moving across, they're monitoring with regard to the audible activity coming out of the mouth of a psychopath that's wearing a police uniform. 56402Y3 and 9KLG048. Look at that light activity on the side of their vehicle. That's not the product of driving and driving under what is the sun. And in addition to that, this is the fake sun. Speaking to surveillance. P.O.C. Alrighty, I just want to be clear. That is evidence regarding what is the absence of any coincidence and the truth of what it is that demons are hostile as it's exposed about them. The same way this demon is committing murder of the L.A.P.D, they're engaged in what is criminal monitoring. L.A.P.D's gang stalking is putting this demon in prison. The entity has the fake sun over me, rising in alignment to me in my living room window in Alvarado Gardens. Before daylight savings time and during daylight savings time. You can give and take away an hour. It's never going to compensate for the impossible presence mutually for what this demon is engaging in what is communicating. An unlawful threat, passive aggressively. Oh, I don't have anything, so I'm just going to make up. And I know that you're going to maneuver your way out of that, but I just want to be, this is what's happening. I just want to be in your presence. I want to communicate that threat. This agency, I want to get as close as possible to you because I don't like what you're talking about. That's a reality. I don't like what you're talking about, and I want to be a distraction. And the best way for me to do that is to come up with information as to why I would, as an officer, be in your presence. They have to make up something. Make up something that's clearly false. Make up something that does not provide any reasonable suspicion or probable cause. It also doesn't provide any basis to search. This is the entity that did that same exact thing and committed kidnapping on September 28, 2025. Okay, 7SHE097. What did Joseph Valencia say? Oh, we got a call stating that you harassed somebody and I need to search you. That's exactly what they did, and they committed a burglary. You heard me screaming at the top of my lungs. You heard me stating, why are you touching me? You heard them not answering. You heard them engaging in what is more force and going through and searching my property and kidnapping me while I maintain a right to be there and having never violated the law in the first place. And they have no right to be there in my presence because they're monitoring. 8UJX682, it starts just like that. Criminal summoning. Oh, well, we were told that, and the reality is that they were not told any such thing. And anybody that lies and it's a recorded phone call, they're monitoring. 8ZFT979 because it didn't happen. So again, why are you lying and stating that I'm molesting kids? Why are you lying like that? Why are you lying and stating that I'm harassing you? Why would you do that? Why? When everybody's acting like you're the last thing that they're concerned about. Everybody's acting like they don't even know that you're there, but at the same time you're lying and calling them. So this is what I'm saying. You produce the evidence. Oh yeah, we actually got the call. Or it's literally the entity that doesn't need a call. That's in their universe where they're engaging in public corruption together, where they're relying on criminal summoning by the people. AWVU089. He's like, oh, it's in my computer. Oh, no, I'm sure it's in your device. I'm absolutely positive of that. They're engaging with a surveillance as a corrupt police department. And that's a paper trail. But the entity that's engaged in that, they're doing so while they're engaged in criminal summoning. That's a federal offense. That's prison. They do so with regard to kidnapping you. And while you're engaged in surveillance, targeting, the entity is engaged in so all you have to do is make up information to get the target individual harassed and targeted by the police in their presence? Because that's what the Gang Stalkers of Ontario Police rely on. 8 AAD 128, and they rely on it while they're gang stalking me. They're surrounded with the evidence that they know very well it didn't happen. They know exactly who I am while I have a body of evidence of them stalking me as well. 8 KTW 699. That's the P.O.C. and it's relevant to what they want me to not speak about. The murder that the Los Angeles Police Department committed on body cam while they are inexplicably driving in the middle of the street, which is not explained away by turning on your sirens. That's not explained away. And moreover, they're engaged in surveillance. They know exactly where this young man is every day. They know what his habits are. They know what he's routinely engaged in and when he does it. And they sat back and they waited for him to do it again. They turn on their sirens because that's supposed to be the cover for which they're not going to be liable for killing someone and planning to do so, having knowledge of what that person's habits are and where they're at when they're doing it, which is premeditated murder. And L.A.P.D. is fully documented engaging in the pattern of conduct, speaking to what is premeditated murder, surveillance. They knew where he was and what he was doing. And moreover, outside of that, now you have greater context outside of that. Driving in the middle of the street is not forgiven or forgotten or irrelevant just because you turn on your sirens. He's inexplicably going from the road that he's driving on the right side of the road, speeding. All that's fine. And then all of a sudden he just inexplicably goes into the middle of the road and hits this man square on. It was a takeout. He executed him. Okay, he knew exactly where he was at. And that's how you already know what they know. You know what their knowledge is. And I'm going to prosecute these demons out here with what their knowledge is based on the malice of what they're stating versus the reality of what their knowledge is. You're stalking me all night long by helicopter. It's published on X, it's published on Facebook, it's published on Threads, it's published all over YouTube as well. The entity is engaged in gang stalking and then coming into my presence, always in reliance upon the people of the state that are gang stalking with them who are lying. License 5K VR 662, and why are they lying? Right? I'm so unimportant. However, you are lying about what building, not even that, what building am I breaking into? I'm standing, you can see where I'm at. I'm standing on the sidewalk and I've been here for a prolonged period. But you're talking about the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and not only are the people of the state lying, that's a federal case. You're going to prosecute for these things. That's a federal case. Go ahead and give me the evidence of the call and all that, because you're going to prison. Or you're talking about what is the entity that's engaging in making these allegations while they're monitoring. They know exactly where you are at, engaging in what is maintaining surveillance. This is assessment. This is material to assess regarding mental illness. Gang stalking police officers, just like that one, are going to prison, and they're going to be subject to mental examinations. Remember, it's not just the fact that it's not, and the federal judges that are listening, this is not just that criminal act is not ending when that demon drives off. It's not relevant because I know how to handle and I know my rights and I know how to deal with. That's not sufficient. I'm speaking to what American citizens in this country are subject to, and they don't know their rights. Okay, that cop getting excited and feeling empowered because somebody else that doesn't know, and somebody else that's not recording, somebody else that doesn't have a body of evidence, somebody else that cannot litigate themselves with regard to protecting themselves, they hop out the car. They're talking about, no, you can't leave, I'm going to detain you. Answer my question about, and that rapidly escalates to a kidnapping. I've been subject to it before. Just like that, you're going to prison. Remember, you're going to prison based on the unlawful threat posed to an American citizen, where it literally goes from A all the way to Z. Just like that. Just because you're not witnessing that right now. I've already witnessed it before. I never should have had one foot, not one pinky toe, in jail ever. Ever. Never committed a crime. And what you're witnessing me do, document, that's not criminal. In fact, if I weren't doing it, you wouldn't be forced to do your job. You wouldn't even know about it because you'd be listening to these demons of the Ontario Police. Oh yeah, she's mentally ill. Oh yeah, she's a sex offender. She's a prostitute. She's a drug addict. And I've never been any of that ever in my life, ever. So the entities engaged, meaning I've never done like a serious drug. I've never done any. I've never been an alcoholic. I've never done any of that. So you're talking about what is the entity that's absurdly deceitful, but for me maintaining evidence to prove that, you're talking about what is all manner of a threat to my very life. This is the ordinary target individual that has less abilities than me, less knowledge, less know-how on what to do. What do you do when the police with the population are together targeting you? And they're doing so because they're very much obsessing over money and property that they want, that they already stole, that they don't want to get in trouble for stealing it. Understand, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so with regard to bullying you. So you're just 9NJJ962 is both gang stalking, and you think you're going to call the police and lie on me? No, you're going to prison. You're going to go to prison. The entity is producing the evidence of what you're admitting, and I have it on video. You're admitting that you received a call. You're admitting that it's in your device. Good. I'm glad. We're going to address that because the entity is going to produce that. They're engaging in criminal conduct. The people of the state aid them in targeting. Why? Because they're masquerading as a police department. Okay? Because they are not engaged in surveillance, so they don't know what's happening in your house unless you call them and tell them. They're monitoring the entire time, though. All right? And what's not even necessarily happening in the home where the target individual is located, the people of the state are calling and lying about what's happening in the home in order to get those gang stalkers, the gang stalking police, to be in the presence and threaten, to kidnap, to defame, whatever it is that the objective is. Okay? The entity is doing so while you're listening to the truth about what L.A.P.D did. They're engaged in criminal monitoring, and that was a murder, a premeditated murder at that. Based on what is knowledge. They know what you're doing. They know where you're at. They sit out. They know what you are routinely doing. And this is somebody that was routinely engaged in skateboarding, doing so perhaps in the street, perhaps in that neighborhood. And they got him while he was in the middle of the street. And you can see it through the body cam. Inexplicable from driving in the road, speeding, that's fine. And then you're talking about just inexplicably just veering into the middle of the meridian. Okay, and you're talking about what, regardless of the fact that he's in the middle of the street, yes. Why are you speeding into the middle of the street? Are you about to make a turn? What are you doing? Why did you do that? It's not explained away because you had sirens and then you just don't question any of that. And then bigger picture, they're monitoring. This is surveillance. They knew exactly where he was at. That was planned. As planned, as stating, oh, I got a call and that you're doing something, so I'm going to come right in front of your face because I want you to stop talking about what you're talking about. That's really what happened. That's what that is. They know exactly what's going on. This is surveillance. That's the same malice. They know exactly what's going on. They're monitoring with the Ontario. Don't forget, these are the demons that are short-sighted. So they move based on what I do. You were stalking the whole time. The gang stalking by the airport, this is why they're going to prison. What the airport is doing, they're already surrounded with a case. So you have this aspect of the P.O.C. You know exactly what's going on while the entity is stalking by the airport. While the entity is stalking in the specific environment under the fake sun. And then you're talking about the people of the state that are gang stalking. Admittedly, that's fine. That's federal prison. You got it. I'm glad. We're going to submit it in court. You're going to prison. That's criminal summoning, that the entity acts together. That's direct and vicarious conduct pursuant to surveillance that they are sharing in as demons who are monitoring you. And proof of monitoring, a system of surveillance that's inhumane and demonic, is proven through the demonic environment where you're claiming you got a phone call and that's why you're here, while it's in your computer. And that's what gives them the authority that's not supposed to be questioned. Okay? This is the entity that's engaging in public corruption. And it is the prosecution of a domestic terrorist, which is Mike Lorenz. And Derek Williams is going to be prosecuted because he shares in kidnapping me and targeting as an agency. Okay? 2019, 2020. I was kidnapped by Jonathan Burnett. That's Derek Williams. That agency engaged in a pattern of conduct in Ontario, California. Kidnapped on January 13, 2020. I believe Derek Williams had not yet retired yet. But you're talking about what is nonetheless, you're going to be prosecuted. You were sitting in that position. Get ready, because your name is going to be named in an indictment. I'm going to prosecute you. This is the reality of that criminal surveillance system, and that is starting with the terrorism that's underway by the corrupt executive branch. That is criminal surveillance by the police that are supposed to be maintaining the state level of what is law and order, law enforcement. This isn't law enforcement they're targeting. And they're targeting in furtherance of murder. That's why it's not just an act of harassment where they ask you a question and they drive off. No, they're doing that in furtherance of murder. And you're talking about what is the ordinary target individual whose life is unlawfully threatened. They're bearing a gun. Any iteration of circumstances could occur with regard to the loss of life of that American citizen. That's not documenting. Okay, that's already been defamed. That's already, in other words, looked at in a certain manner when the officer that's harming that person is stating that they had to because they were threatening, while the officer was just asking a question because they got a call. All they're doing is their job, trying to figure out, what happened. This is the entity that's not talking about the fact that they're engaged in surveillance. And what the Ontario International Airport is doing is exposing the reality of what this malicious psychopath bearing guns and exercising authority that he doesn't have. The Constitution provides no authority for surveillance. It's an illegitimate interest under the state and federal constitutions. You don't have a legitimate interest in maintaining surveillance as the law stands. So you're sitting around playing dress up as a police officer. You're not a police officer. You're a stalker. And you're a psychopath lying. You're lying, and they're still lying. It's going to be in court, the reality of what they're doing and then what they're representing. And it's malicious. You're going to prison for this. You're stalking me by flying in circles over my head on a daily basis. And you're talking about what somebody told you about me. You are keeping my vagina under surveillance in the bathroom. They send the demons in the stalls. Meaning they're not going in the bathroom. Okay, she's going in the bathroom and tapping them on the shoulder. That's not what I mean by that. What I mean by these demons, the people of the state that are stalking under the fake sun now, the ongoing purpose of this whole existence, all contrary to what you think is normal everyday life, everybody's minding their business, everybody, no. These are demons. They're maintaining obsessive surveillance. I am the objective. That's proven through a whole fake environment that's centered around me. The fake sun is setting in the same city. I will go ahead and publish a Google map so you can see the miles between 304 West F Street and 215 E.C. Street. Okay? The entity is engaging in what is keeping a fake sun that is setting in alignment to me. I am the obsession. I am under surveillance. They are engaging in surveillance in the bathroom. And on behalf of that agency that relies on the people of the state to target me, they go into the bathroom stall to be next to me. That's stalking in the path. To create light activity in that engineer light in that bathroom. Doing so while the entity keeps a fake sun over that venue. And that's what's coming over here while I'm talking about murder, premeditated murder to be exact. That's exactly what I said, because that's what it is. They're engaging in surveillance. They know exactly what he was doing. They knew exactly how he does it every day. And they engaged in turning on their sirens and driving in the middle of the road, which is the cover for accidentally, unintentionally hitting someone while they were executing their duties as an officer, doing so while having the ability to avoid what are the ordinary traffic rules on the roads because of the use of the sirens, because of the manufactured emergency, because that's what that is. A manufactured emergency to cover what is premeditated murder. You're going to take him out while he's in the street. He might have routinely engaged in that. The facts are not supporting what is clear targeting. Because not only is he inexplicably going into the middle of the road, if you look at that body cam, they're engaged in surveillance. Okay? And I've been in Los Angeles, Karen Bass keeping me under surveillance, keeping a fake sun over me at Alvarado Gardens. Okay, so that's like L.A.P.D. Oh, I heard that I got a call, and you didn't get a call about anything, Satan. You're monitoring. And because you don't have a body of evidence proving that, you're being argumentative with somebody that's just trying to ask you a question. This is how the entity is engaging in what is psychological torture, reversing the roles, and they're stalking you. They're on the wrong side of the law in the first place. Falsely depicting you as being somebody that's uncooperative, argumentative, combative. All right? They're engaging in what is targeting you, and they don't have a right to, but you're ignorant about surveillance, and you're ignorant about the ongoing pattern of being harassed for no legitimate purpose. Okay? This is the entity that's engaging in that. Those are videos that are relevant to the body of evidence speaking to targeting by that agency. And the agency that is targeting is doing so in concert with the city of Ontario. I've been documenting, as you already heard, plane after plane after plane, the targeting by the Ontario International Airport that is coming to what is F Street and Palm. They are hovering over Palm Street with these demons inside of this prime rehab center venue, and gang stalking in the path with light. I'm capturing the fake sunrise where it's supposed to be on Ontario Airport Inn. This is the environment where they're coming right into the trap. You're going to prison, okay? Because they're engaged in those same circumstances, they commit murder. And where they are covering themselves with facts that quote unquote protect them based on their position. Falsely depicting the character of that target individual. That's why they're going to prison. AVBF 601, and so are the demons engaging in criminal summoning. They're going to federal prison. Please produce your evidence of them calling the police. Produce it, because they're going to prison. Whoever called, whoever is engaged in what is it, because not only have I surrounded them with the evidence, you know that they're targeting me, so you'd also know that through the environment 9E UA163, the demons that respond, and I put that in air quotes, respond, they're engaging in what is the cooperative act of targeting together. That's the conspiracy to kidnap. That's a conspiracy to harass while you are under the guise of what is calling the police on someone that you're targeting, 8ZFT979, and you're responding to the call regarding someone that you're targeting. And the people of the state and the Ontario police are both surrounded with that evidence proving that. And the ongoing gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport puts the nail in the coffin. 8VZF901, 7BYB936. That's the mental illness behind the entity that is obsessively stalking. Okay? This is the P.O.C. and it's 8:09 a.m. The entity is maintaining the fake sun as I am at this intersection of F Street and Palm Avenue, and the entities engaging in criminal summoning, and you need to understand that that's relevant to the ongoing pattern. On September 28, 2025, that was one of the latest kidnapping, and it was pursuant to the entity that had to make up information because they didn't like what I was talking about. And the entity arrives pursuant, remember the gang stalker is Securitas, while he's gang stalking with the Ontario police that are at 303 North Euclid Avenue on the opposite side of the block, while I'm on the Ontario Town Square side. The fake sun is over me, and the Ontario International Airport is stalking. And that's also how you recognize that they're stalking now. The fake sun is over me at F Street, that's not the same, F Street and Palm, and the Ontario International Airport. They're not rising in elevation at all, and they're flying closer to me, stalking, while none of that plane activity is occurring when you're taking off from the terminals. Also key in prosecuting them for targeting with psychopaths who forget how they're going to be proven from all angles to be targeting. And then you're going to analyze and reassess what it is that they stated when I documented them targeting me, threatening my life as a gang stalking police officer in doing so, mandating mandatory federal prison, because of the fact that your life is being put at risk while a gang stalker bearing guns and exercising authority under the law, such as committing murder, and under the cover of your position, which is speaking to the fact that they get away with it, just like what L.A.P.D did. You're going to prison for that. You're going to federal prison. That's not a civil suit. That's not a torture suit. All right, that's not some right that you have regarding due process and regarding the officer's due process rights. No. They're exposed already as engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. You are outside of all of that protection. You're going to be prosecuted as a terrorist. And terrorists that are gang stalking as police officers are going to prison. And that's because of the unlawful threat, the immediate threat, that threat that cannot be in any way minimized or diminished by some after-the-fact means of justice. So you're talking about prison. Prison. Under all circumstances, prison. You're gang stalking as a police officer, you're going to prison. The entity is engaged in what is murdering people under those same circumstances. License 9JGG602, license 7UIM225. All right, they're gang stalking with the Ontario police. And so are the demons that are gang stalking at Aegis. I'll show you the fake sun that's over the same parking lot where it was this morning at 7:55, excuse me, that was 6:55 a.m. While they're parked where the impossible light is present that's manifesting in the shade that I captured on video, they're parked in it. Using tractors is light activity and ongoing audible activity. That's audible noise. They're monitoring with the Ontario police, by the way. Here we go. Alrighty, so let me show you construction workers that are gang stalking, and they're doing so with the Ontario Police Department targeting together, just like CMAX comes around street cleaning while they're gang stalking, talking about and pursuant to, and when you're not a criminal, that's how the entity is necessarily targeting you, because they don't have anything on somebody that's not a criminal. They're always been, oh, well, you're harassing somebody. Oh, you're yelling in the bathroom. Oh, you tried to break into a building. Where, Satan? When? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And this is why that system that has to change, because they rely on just making it up and then being in your presence. Oh, well, I got a call. Yep, I sure did. Go ahead and make a call, state anything. And on that, I'm going to go approach them. That's the entity targeting together. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. Just like that, they commit murder together as well. CY65W57 paper. And the worst gang in the world are the gang stalkers that call themselves police departments. Like I stated, they commit murder in plain sight. and then the system seeks to legitimize it, defend it, uphold it. All right, that's the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. That's the entity that's gang stalking, by the way. And they're engaging in gang stalking on a daily basis. The federal judges, the court, even the public, they are stalking. It's the entity's behaviors that, well, in the face of the evidence, regardless, if they just conduct themselves as though it's not happening, as though I'm oblivious, I don't know who you are, I've never seen you before, that is the evidence of them not being engaged in a pattern of conduct. That's literally what they engage in. That's literally the absence of any strategy. Okay, the entity is this old biddy. She's gang stalking with the police. 5L HP 316. This is P.O.C. Yeah, here we go. The entity is gang stalking by helicopter while the fake sun is over the same Starbucks that it is, as I'm documenting during daylight savings time. The Ontario Police engaged in criminal summoning while they are, again, intimidated by my documentation that I publish online. The demons are fearful. They're very much hostile, and they engage in things like criminal summoning. They'll be present talking to other people. They'll be present in my path, in my face, making up stuff. You have Ocean that has the police arrive to ask me to buy something because of my documentation that they're scared of. License plate, 8VIP 644 with the Ontario Police Department. That's a female. License plate, 99757U2 with Ontario Police, license 8VFA335. I just took a picture of the Ontario Police that are engaged in surveillance, and they're going to federal prison. That agency is being disbanded, and Mike LORENZ is going to be prosecuted as a terrorist leader. This agency is engaging in a pattern of conduct with regard to what is conspiracy to murder, because that is what is reasonably caused, resulting from stalking as a corrupt police department, engaging in criminal surveillance in ways that are unconstitutional and inhumane, and documented evidence of that in concert with the people of the state, where they are making up information in order to commit acts of harassment, terrorism, sexual violence, and kidnapping, where they don't even have authority under the law pursuant to what is violation of privacy surveillance that they're engaging in. All right, and that's going to be the prosecution of a domestic terrorist leader, not a police chief. He's going to be stripped of that, and he's also going to federal prison for kidnapping as a pattern of conduct with regard to the intent to obstruct justice. Okay, so in other words, not only are you gang stalking me, you're gang stalking me while you know that I'm documenting it, which is, again, speaking to, oh, you think you're just going to gang stalk and murder me away while I'm enforcing my rights and putting it on the internet? So you're just going to do that in front of the whole world and nobody's going to question you, right? Okay, that's the end. You're going to prison for that. That's an unlawful threat. That's a psychopath. That is very much delusional. But they're gang stalking by day, gang stalking by night, and then pulling up, talking about somebody told them something. 9UAB 474, 5DNX 602. This is Starbucks gang stalking with the police. 9VVJ 073, 9PHA 170, 16303W3, 5 Victor Edward Sam 458. And it is, by the way, 8:17 a.m. 8 Thomas David Paul 779, 9 Mary Sam Apple 446, 8 Yolanda Jerry Wendy 693, 8 Zebra Sam David 742, 9 David 9 David Uncle, 9 Jerry David Uncle 191, 9 Mary Henry Victor 520, 8 Victor Uncle Zebra 912, 5 Xavier Thomas George 586. Okay, and the mentally ill that are working at Starbucks, you saw them pacing in the engineer light inside of Starbucks. Very mentally ill are standing out, engaging in gang stalking with the demons in the drive-thru with the impossible light while the entity is stalking by plane and helicopter. Okay, they're mentally ill, and you need to know that the mentally ill are preparing your coffee drinks. They're also monitoring your genitalia. This is demons that are exhibiting mental illness while they're stalking with light, and all of that pattern of conduct was concentrated inside of Starbucks, where they are very mentally disturbed. That's because of their condition. They're demons, and they're very disturbed. They will pace around like psychopaths, like they are, like they do outside. License 9 Mary Edward. 9 Edward Thomas Mary 653. License 7 Apple Roger Mary 117. License 9 Kelly Apple Henry 751. License 4 Kelly Zebra Bob 591, 9 Frank Robert Paul 723. These are all the demons, the mentally ill that are going into Unicare Community Health Center, a gang stalking medical facility that is, again, relevant to those that are going to be removed from existence while they are conspiring murder and gang stalking, engage in psychological torture while being in the medical field. 55331 Wendy 3. License. 6 Edward Larry George 154. 9 Mary Henry Charlie 227. 9 Frank Wendy Xavier 980. 8 David Xavier Robert 478. 9 Nancy Charlie Henry 451. And 6 Apple Robert Kelly 006. And I believe I read this demon's license plate already, but let me read it again. 8 Victor Uncle Zebra 912. Alrighty, license plate. And remember, while the entity has the fake sun over me at places like the Ontario Airport, and you're always mindful of the light activity that was inside of Starbucks, because the entity engages in stalking with light under the guise of, oh, that's the sun. Yeah, no, it's not. That's why it stays over Ontario Airport Inn. That's how you're assessing what's going on the inside, where psychopaths who are demon possessed, not only their condition, but what is also their behavior, which is assessed with regard to mental illness, that behavioral health conduct, that behavioral health issue, and that criminal activity. It's all exposed by that environment. License 9 Kelly Wendy Mary 635. 9 Mary Sam 9 Mary Sam Apple 446. Okay, gang stalking in the specific environment. 8 Yolanda Jerry Wendy 693. 5 Thomas Paul Wendy 430. Unicare Community Health Center. Gang stalking nurses. That's something you need to be made aware of. They commit murder in hospitals, in medical facilities. Where do you think things like prescription fraud came from? The ability to do it. Demons that are in positions that they have no business in. License plate, EH41 Thomas 03. License 4, if that's not the demon that works at Wells Fargo, she's got the same vehicle at least. License 7 Larry Nancy Larry 408. And, alrighty, this is P.O.C. Let me go ahead and take a picture. This is the entity that's maintaining the fake sign as I walk back from F Street and Palm. The entity's fake sun progresses in alignment to me. That's how it is remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library entrance after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's still over the same entrance. That's the illusion, as I'm pointing it out to you. Now, the entity engages in very foolish conduct that remains recorded and it remains published when they're engaging in this system of surveillance. You're going to prison for lying like that. 7L and L408. And why are you lying? Pursuant to what is stalking? Because you're conspiring against that person that has a documented pattern by that agency. 8XYB 846. All right, that's an unlawful threat to your life. And that's not police work. It's not an accident, and it's also not intelligent. It's not intelligent at all. That's P.O.C. 98MG 351 9GBB 4. You can sketch that. 5MPS 973. This is P.O.C. Starbucks is gang stalking. The fake sun over me by day. The fake sun remaining at this Starbucks, and that's directly opposed to being at the Ontario Airport Inn, being over the Economy Inn, over my. Remember, it's not just over Economy Inn, which it would never be in a natural environment. It's over my hotel room, just like it is over this Starbucks. Over what side, whatever side of the building inside of the Starbucks, and until sunset, after 7 p.m. Okay, the video that I captured this morning, I'm going to remind you about what I'm documenting at 6 in the evening when the entity is gang stalking and the fake sun is in that same illusion. It's sitting over the building. 11 hours later, 6 p.m. Daylight savings time does not help with that. License 9 TDH 066. That's the entity that is indeed gang stalking. License 8 George Zebra Xavier 245. These are the demons that the gang stalking police departments rely on while making calls. In that whole system, you're going to prosecute. Who's making the call? You're going to document it. Oh, you've got your records. Great. The entity is going to produce it because they're going to prison. All right. In addition to my evidence, the entity makes these admissions in my evidence, in my podcast, in my video. Oh, you got a call pertaining to X, Y, and Z. Daisy said this, and I'm documenting Daisy. Right? Daisy's going to prison. But like I stated, the entity is being prosecuted on the internet. I'm litigating online, proving what the government sought to do behind my back in a court, trying to have me kidnapped so that they can murder me and talk about how I took my own life in a cell somewhere. While they have money that they'll never tell you about and property that they already stole. That's the part they left out. In addition to the fact that they're engaged in surveillance, they're not talking about that either. License plate, 7DHN 533, 9KT 1146. These are demons that are lying to your face, basically. While you're looking at them lying at me, they're lying to you. That's why that police department is being disbanded. You all know about, I don't have to talk to you into anything. You can see it yourself. You're talking about what is at most, what is at least suspect if you're new to the channel, to this investigation. But the entity that's the size, the weight, the probative value of the evidence that's already on the record, what this demon, I'm talking about the Ontario Police, is stating, that's speaking to disbanding. 8 APC 605, DF38J56 paper, 9 VHT 701, 7 Apple Robert Mary 117. Gang stalking at ARCO, okay? The fake sun progressing as I progress on what is now, I'm at Euclid Avenue and East Street. And I'm documenting this same intersection in the middle of the afternoon. That's how I got it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon upon checking out of the Ontario Airport Inn. All right, this is how I have it in the evening. Upon walking out of Chevron after making a purchase, and the entity is stalking as an airport, gang stalking by flying and hovering in the sky space where a fake sun is setting at this same intersection where it's present right now at what is 8:25 in the morning. Daylight savings time does not help with that duration of time analysis, where I'm at Starbucks at the same intersection at after 6 o'clock in the evening, and the entity is monitoring my vagina. And as I capture video of that, speaking to what the people in the state are doing in the engineered light under the fake sun, the entity is stalking by helicopter, flying over me in that Starbucks where that fake sun is still present. The fake sun's hovering over the Starbucks where it's present right now, where I'm looking at that Starbucks. And that is at 8:25 a.m. That's the pattern of conduct. And that's where an entity is talking about, oh, you got a call? I'm sure you did. They're demons that are gang stalking. That's why they're making those clear lies about me trying to break in something. They do that when it's going on the internet. Everybody knows I'm not breaking into anything. I'm maintaining an investigation. That's the desperation regarding what was it that I was talking about? Because L.A.P.D, they committed premeditated murder. That's how that system operates, while they then claim that they inadvertently hit someone while they were sounding their sirens trying to get to an emergency. That's how they murder people. 7UJA731. That's why, but I want to be clear. Everybody knows I'm not maintaining a public investigation while I'm engaged in criminal activity. What type of fool would do that? Okay, so the entity is engaging in this, and while I'm documenting everything, including gang stalking me in the bathroom, I'm making time to try to bust in. Where? What? I'm trying to bust into agents to steal their pills? What is it that I'm trying to bust into? What am I trying? That doesn't even make sense. That's the entity that's gang stalking, though, and you're going to look at that environment and you're going to listen to that audible activity. This is how you're talking about what is prison plus mental examinations. These are the demons engaged in absurd stalking patterns using helicopters. That entire operation of that heliport is going to be produced because you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. License 83721X2, 6UBM891. These are fools. They're fools. The Ontario International Airport is engaging in ongoing criminal activity, and then you bring your fat face into my presence for me to capture you on video. You're going to prison, fool. You're going to federal prison. 9TIH520, gang stalking at ARCO. Hosting the light. But that's what the entity engages in? That's how that mental illness is working against them. That mental illness is working against them. You can't control what it is that I say. 8G56101. You cannot stop this ongoing exposure. License 6TVS572. You cannot stop it. In fact, the more that they engage in their system, my case is already, literally, it's already complete. Balbir is gang stalking at Chevron. I just wanted to confirm that. Let me go ahead and take a picture. Balbir is gang stalking. Her license plate is already on the record. You cannot stop this ongoing exposure. And the entity is engaged in, and let me show you the fake sun that's over me while I'm at this Chevron property, where the sun would not be over me at Chevron at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay? You're not getting any call and learning about anything about me, especially when it didn't even happen, while you are under the fake sun. And you're doing so because I'm talking about the entity that's engaged in murdering using sirens. Sirens that the demons of the Ontario Police Department abuse in the same manner, pursuant to knowledge regarding my vagina, regarding what it is that I'm talking about, regarding what it is that I am, whatever it is I'm documenting on my phone, stalking BL35R13 paper on a gray BMW. And they're doing so while they are engaged in surveillance, meaning they use those sirens to monitor, engaging in surveillance. It's not speaking to what is ignorance and they're rushing to the scene to find out what's happening. No, they're engaging in it pursuant to what is surveillance, and surveillance of people that they're targeting. That young man that was killed on the skateboard was being targeted. He was murdered. And it was premeditated. They didn't just, they knew what he was doing that day, but they got in that circumstance because they are already engaged in surveillance and they know what he routinely is doing. I guarantee that's not the first time he's been engaged in being in the street, crossing the street like that. But regardless, that's not superseding what is the inexplicable migration into the middle of the road. You have to look at the tape yourself. And not only that, they're doing it in the specific environment. The Ontario Police AMR, ambulance, Ontario Fire, you are aware of their pattern of conduct. This is letting you know what the state is practicing, what demons are doing, demons that are in positions of government where they're murdering people, and they do so under the cover of their positions. Oh, I accidentally hit them. It's unfortunate, but I was doing my job. I had to get to a scene where I'm needed, where in reality, they're engaged in surveillance, and they would know exactly where that young man was and what he was doing, and that was the precision of a monitoring demon that engaged in what is taking the life. That's what demons are monitoring you for, to take your life. That's why they're monitoring and targeting you, to kill you. This is what I'm stating. And you have a whole police department that's not coincidentally engaged in what was, he just ran into a federal case. That was stupid. The department's already being prosecuted. This demon ran into that of his own volition. It was absolutely, it's full, but just so is them stalking all night long. I publish something, you're crossing paths by helicopter, you're communicating a threat, you're engaged in surveillance, you're engaging in this on a daily basis, you're doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct that's not just going to be here, he said, she said. I ain't got to say nothing. The evidence speaks for itself. And then on top of that, you're then in my presence in that environment while the airport has provided evidence about the truth of what you're doing, while you're creating audible activity, maliciously misrepresenting fact, which is also what that agency is routinely documented engaging in, which is a threat to my life. You're going to prison for that, for lying in my presence while you're gang stalking me. Gang stalking. Oh, they're prepared to say, oh yeah, I'm here because it's in my communication device, because we got a call. All that paper trail is going to be used to put the people that stayed in prison. Okay? This is public corruption. So the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct in plain sight. Your business records, all the gang stalkers at work that day, they're going to be prosecuted. They engaged in kidnapping, they're going to prison. All right? They're going to produce it because it's public corruption. They're doing it in plain sight. And any effort to deviate or, conceal, that's more time. It's not going, you're not keeping no secrets, you're not avoiding it. And any effort to do so is more time, more charges. This is an entity that's going to be exposed. It's already been exposed for their engagement in massive surveillance. And then amongst that system of surveillance, now I have caught them. So now you're looking at all the ways in which that system operates. Oh, okay, so you rely on the people of the state to call you and lie while you are a whole psychopath. And I've already proven the fact that they're targeting me, so that's how you know that that's lying. Okay, when Tracy Banks is stating that I am schizophrenic and that I hit her and that I need my medication, there is no such thing. None of that happened, and there is no such diagnosis. There is no such mental illness. There is no such medication nor any history. She lied about all of that. She made it all up. And guess what? It's not innocently parroted by the Ontario Police. The Ontario Police that are monitoring my vagina in the bathroom at the Ovitt Family Community Library, monitoring my vagina at the Economy Inn hotel room that I stay in, monitoring me while I'm remaining inside of the apartment of Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments, where the fake sun is rising and setting, and where they're maintaining ongoing helicopter activity, surveilling me with simultaneity to what I'm doing, what I'm documenting, as I'm documenting it. The entities engaging in what is ongoing surveillance that then provides more greater context and insight into what was stated on May 29, 2025. What C. Torres, Nathan Morgan, B. Hook, and L. Martinez all knew were false allegations that they acted on in concert with Tracy Banks. Okay? That's not just unreasonable reliance. That's not a civil case. That's a criminal case. It's a pattern of conduct, and it's serving their purposes. These are demons that need to falsely depict, but actually it doesn't, because the criminal defamation, I've already explained that. That will not make the theft of my property in my absence with my ignorance. That's not going to make that okay. But these are demons that are, again, relying on what is necessarily corrupt to provide some sort of excuse as to why you are under all circumstances leaving me out of court hearings pertaining to things that don't belong to you, and then you're defaming me behind my back in my absence, and that's going to make that a legitimate court hearing, and it's not. But nonetheless, the entities engaging in that, they need defamation. All right? They need defamation. They need information pertaining to mental illness of one sort or another, so they manufacture it via criminal summoning. Lying, just like they did this morning. This is what Tracy Banks is doing. Okay? Lying and stating that I hit her. The Ontario Police know that there was no such violence. They're monitoring. Oh, and you've seen how they're monitoring heavy-duty stalking. Okay? They are obsessed with me. They eat, sleep, drink, and defecate Erica Spencer, okay? They're engaged in what is stalking me all hours of the day and night. They know exactly what happened inside of that apartment, number one. And the proof of that knowledge is the specific environment, a supernatural occurrence, a pattern, a documented pattern, number two, speaking to their knowledge. And they're engaged in what is kidnapping with Tracy Banks and doing so with that desired ingredient of defamation, wanting to defame my character in one way or another in order to make sense of the lies that this entity has told, including Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, the San Bernardino County, the judges that are part of Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, corrupt government actors like the Jason Isaac Fields, the federal government. You have what is the Ontario Police Department engaging in what are making up reports, defaming my character. The people of the state that do just like they did this morning, making up information, defaming, serving to defame my character. That's why they are engaging in that. License 77353X3, Plumbing Concepts Incorporated, in case you did not know, they're actually engaged in surveillance. All right, the plumbing company is a cover, just like the actual destinations where planes from the airport are flying to. It's just a cover. The Ontario International Airport is engaged in surveillance, and they're doing so under the fake sun that's over me in this parking lot at 6 in the evening, at 12:49 in the afternoon, where the entity is flying over the top of my head in this parking lot. He's engaged in criminal presence, and so is that business. You're going to prosecute that third-party business. You're going to prosecute that third party. They're doing so in the middle of this parking lot, gang stalking, and doing so. And the fake sun is moving as I move. It's not already at the Ontario Town Square, in other words, like I documented yesterday and the day before that, where the entity is keeping it also in a totally different environment, such as at the Ontario Airport Inn. And over me in Chino, California, at the Chino Transit Center, where it's remaining in the window of Omnitrans. That's a gang stalker as well on the roads and the highways. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging what is including that necessary ingredient of defamation, where the entity is maliciously, not ignorantly and coincidentally or negligently, taking me into custody and not knowing that Tracy is lying. This is what the gang stalking police rely on. Oh, we didn't know. We're just reporting to the scene about what we were told. And pursuant to surveillance, that's insufficient. The system is changing because everybody knows that we're under surveillance now. So you're not going to be able, you can't just call the gang stalkers on the targeted individual and just be like, oh, well, we just got a call. And demons like Joseph Valencia, oh, they get super duper eager. And they think that not only is that a basis for reasonable suspicion and probable cause, oh, but they can just search you and kidnap you when you're fully remaining in all of your constitutional rights to remain exactly where you were before they came up with what are malicious assertions that does not provide them any right to touch you or search your property, let alone to take you from one place to another, which is kidnapping operating outside of the laws of the Constitution. Kidnapping pursuant to a pattern of conduct. But demons like that, he's going to prison. Not only because he engaged in the P.O.C, but that demon put his filthy paws on me. Anybody that touched me, you're going to prison. You are going to federal prison, and I mean that. I've been so clear from the beginning, and you're talking about what are psychopaths that have killed so many people. They've gotten away with so much. Again, so they cannot fathom in their mind that it's actually going to be what Erica Lorraine Spencer said it's going to be, and it is. They're already looking at the fruits of it. They're in denial. They get up and they keep gang stalking by helicopter every day because demons that are mentally ill, that is living amongst illusions, they practice a lot of witchcraft. In other words, they deal in demonic spirits, where their environment is the ongoing creation of illusions, where they feel like they're manifesting a different reality. If I say it's this, then no, Satan, you're going to prison. You're going to prison. And facts and objective reality is putting you there. You're not manifesting anything. And you want to know what you manifested? You manifested prison. And that's irrevocable. There's no return to sender of a return to sender. Okay, I don't practice witchcraft. This is called judgment. And there's no spell work out of it. Okay, the entity is engaging in the reality of witchcraft and this demonic activity is the very fake sun that's remaining over me. Okay, so this is relevant to the criminal summoning that Tracy Banks engaged in on May 29th. And that was, again, a malicious act of kidnapping with the intent to defame my character. But it's defamation when you're being kidnapped for a criminal act that you didn't commit. You're defaming me as though I'm some sort of criminal. They're engaging in what is humiliation. They're doing that while they're harassing you. The entity is being disbanded for an ongoing program of psychological torture and incessant stalking while their mental illness is being demonstrated through their engagement in that pattern of conduct. and they are sharing mental illness, which is to be studied, and it is to be publicly exposed. You don't have any HIPAA rights with regard to your psychopathic disorder that is serving to threaten the lives of American citizens. You don't have any HIPAA rights about that. Everybody's going to know about it because it threatens national security. Okay, so the entity is engaging in this, and they're doing so pursuant to what is a pattern of conduct that already surrounds you, and this is relevant to the malicious assertions made by Tracy Banks and the Ontario Police with the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. Also, monitoring, gang stalking, including inside of the facility, knowing very well, not only, in other words, not only under the law, absent the P.O.C, do you already not have any authority to maintain the unlawful detention. They violated the rules. They violated the Welfare and Institutions Code in keeping me in that facility. They did so also with regard to, again, that ongoing pattern. San Bernardino County willfulness behind what is, oh no, we don't see her holding up her bar number. We don't see her speaking about the penal code sections where she was unlawfully arrested. We don't see her holding up information, speaking to knowledge and consciousness and the ability to recite the facts about what happened, in her contending the fact that she knows that she didn't have an arraignment, and she knows she didn't have a timely arraignment. She's spelling, her syntax is literally, it's magnificent while I'm creating signs, that creativity in and of itself, while I'm holding it up on the camera, all of that. I'm not a medical health professional. I didn't go to medical school, but these are things where you can look at on the surface. Anybody that's legitimately interested in how you are looking and observing the behavior of another person, they are engaged in what is willful blindness, okay? In order to continue the pattern of conduct, of targeting. They need that defamation, and they engage in manufacturing it through kidnapping. Were they even in their universe in there, while they all engaged in kidnapping, I surrounded them with evidence even beyond the fact that they're demons under the fake sun, engaging in monitoring in that facility. I provided evidence in those facilities where they knew on the surface level that I had no business in the place where they were keeping me, and keeping me outside of the bounds of the law. All right, keeping me where I'm not even getting any court hearings, keeping me while I'm I'm naming the judges. I'm talking about the fact that I didn't go into a court. All these details, and you're trying to claim that somebody's severely mentally unstable, severely. Okay, and I'm demonstrating the exact opposite of that, something that's totally unsupported. But the demons that are engaged in the abuse of the medical field, they are engaged in very much subjective reality. If they state it, then that is what they are going to merely state the descriptor itself. They'll just state the fact that you are mentally ill, whatever that condition is, but they do not name any specific facts and details about how, what is it that you are doing, because I can describe what they're doing. The stalking in the engineered environment, the stalking in places like bathrooms where that environment is present, and this is getting to what is malicious, what's supposed to be surreptitious, what's supposed to be so subtle that you're unaware of it. That's getting to what is malicious and also nefarious. Okay, that's getting to what is consciousness. You're not crazy with regard to ignorance about your illness. You are maniacal as you are targeting other people with what is demented behavior that's serving to target another. The entity engages in conduct such as following me around in planes and helicopters. They do so in an environment that's tying all of that behavior. They share a behavioral pattern in that environment. This is the ability to use the facts and circumstances, even if it's a large pool of people that are engaging in the same pattern of conduct. And they have an ability to engage in what is the same issue with not telling the truth about how it is how I am as a person and how they encounter me, but lying about things that I don't and have never done. I'm trying to break into a building. You listen to the whole podcast and everything that's documented. I haven't paused or anything. I recorded the video while I was documenting as well. And I'm harassing people on September 28th where they committed kidnapping. I'm harassing a mysterious person. Nobody knows who this person is. And there was no conversation with me and any other person other than the demons of that agency that came and immediately put their hands on me after they stated, oh, we're here because you harassed somebody. Let me search you and let me touch all over you and get into your property and harass you. That's literally what they did while they lie based on a call, a mysterious call that they received, okay? The entity is engaging in what is lying and stating that you're yelling in the bathroom. 9SFJ, I believe 254, that's Gang Stalkers Starla of the Ontario Police Department, vicariously acting on behalf of the Ontario Police Department, but gang stalking, crossing path at 8:43 a.m. in the parking lot. She's also stalking with impossible light at nightfall while the entity is serving to molest me with impossible light after flying over the top of my head where Starla is gang stalking me in concert with that agency. But again, this is the entity that's engaging what is stating. This is the evidence that you're going to make that contrast. And you're also looking at what is the absence of any facts and circumstances that demonstrate. Arrowhead Regional Medical Center engaged in what is harassing me, where they're engaging in what is treating you poorly, calling you names, and then where they are triggering you and harassing you, your response to that is what they use to then assess mental illness, okay? They didn't get that response from me. This is the same tactic. They stalk you by helicopter, and then they are assessing what is your reaction to it, and that's how they're manufacturing mental illness. That's not mental illness. 7B57916, that's what Arrowhead Regional Medical Center engaged in, and what I did was I documented it. I put it on the grievances that that facility did not respond to. It is published on the internet. They engaged in kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, with the state of California, and that's federal prison. And you had the president of the so-called board engaging in what is harassing me, telling me that he's going to keep me for as long as he wants. Totally speaking against what the welfare institutions requires under the law to establish, wanting to disdain for having a respectful conversation with me regarding what under the law and what it is that has been observed while they are kidnapping, but I'm being cooperative and respectful and asking a question actually, because I already know you don't have anything to keep me, so why are you keeping me beyond the 72 hours? And this person yelling at the top of their lungs in front of his demon-possessed colleagues, 7FLA057, where the Ontario police are, the Ontario police are stalking while the Ontario International Airport is flying over this apartment building, where the entity is gang stalking with impossible light. The entity is engaging in what is yelling at me, and the entity is Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, where I've already documented the fake sun over me while I'm being kept as a prisoner against my rights, while the entity sought to criminally defame my character in doing so. So where they kidnap you, that's how they manufacture mental illness with regard to what it is that they've done against you or what they intend to do against you. So the entity is engaged in what is abusing me, violating the very rules of the Welfare Institutions Code and of that facility, and I documented it. I submitted it in grievances with regard to what is the purpose, though. You're supposed to lose control. You're supposed to act out, and that's what those demons would have used to then diagnose. They're engaging in what is still making up and continuing with what is absolutely unsupported altogether, totally unsupported. So I'm mentally ill because I'm there. That's what they're doing. I'm mentally ill because I'm at the facility. And you are at the facility because you've been kidnapped by those who are surrounded by evidence, the city of Ontario and the people of the state, who commit kidnappings together, pursuant to what you listened to this morning, pursuant to what Tracy Banks committed on May 29, 2025, with regard to an entity that's engaging in surveillance and are maliciously making assertions to procure that result. The entity is engaging in what is defamation with regard to kidnapping American citizens to steal from them. There's a whole system that exists regarding this. And this is what demons are doing. License 6PAV401, license plate, heavy set, dark Latino male, 81512N2 in a white van, gang stalking. Doing so where the entity has the fake sun. This is where Starla of the Ovid Family Community Library, she's working there. She's also gang stalking under the fake sun that sets at that Ovid Family Community Library. The fake sun is over that parking lot. The sun is not going to be in alignment to me 9 hours later. Starla is gang stalking, and so are these demons that are stalking. License 15181R3 is molesting with impossible light with the demons of the Ontario police who know exactly who I am, and are engaged in what is criminal summoning with the people of the state. That's a conspiracy to commit kidnapping, and in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, where they are engaging in surveillance and claiming that in reliance on a phone call to the agency itself is why they are present, when they are actually engaged in surveillance, stalking, monitoring, knowing exactly who you are and what it is that you've done or not done, and they are doing that pursuant to the intent to obstruct justice because I'm documenting. License plate. You've already seen them on video doing this. 6CEC574 is stalking. License plate. This is mental illness. 8ALE030. License 9NEF453. You've already seen them on video stalking me with impossible light while they're driving in the shade under the fake sun that's still over the library at 5 in the evening. License YESSIE1. These demons are captured in images right now, and I'm gonna show you the fake sun that's on the opposite side. That's the Ceres Regis Group property. The fake sun's over this apartment building at 6 in the evening. 5TRZ339. AJQC092. This is the demon. These are the demons that the agency, the Ontario Police, rely on to engage in criminal summoning, they're going to prison. 7B MP 692. These are the demons with whom the Ontario Police engage in criminal summoning, like they did at ARCO. They're going to federal prison. 9GTM 463. As you understand and you hear that demon state that they got a call, those are the demons that engage in criminal summoning with that agency. They're going to federal prison. Just like I documented, the demons with the white Lexus and the demons driving the 2 Ontario police vehicles, they're all going to federal prison, all 4 of them. That's the entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking and further into murder, while the entity was stalking by helicopter like they are every single day. License AWHH195, stalking with impossible light, while the entity is stalking over the Ontario, the downtown Ontario luxury apartments where the fake sun is present, and 2 Latino males leaving this white truck with the hazard lights on. They leave the hazard lights on while they're perfectly parked fine. They're maintaining light activity at CEASELESS Regis Group, which is heavily documented, engaged in gang stalking. Okay, this looks like an employee that's engaged in monitoring. She's at the corner wearing all black. She's gang stalking with those that are parked on the property. She represents CEASELESS Regis Group that is engaged in that P.O.C. The demons 7UQJ711 represent a population of demons that are targeting together. Those demons don't have any protection under federal law. They're the ones that are engaging in what is conspiring against you pursuant to criminal summoning with the entity that pulls up very foolishly on the record, making admissions about what it is you received a call on. Good, because that caller is going to prison, and so is that state actor. That is a psychopath while they're speaking to what is a malicious misrepresentation of fact. 8WVU512, they're engaged in surveillance and they know exactly what happened and everything that I was talking about, including while I'm talking about the premeditated murder committed by this entity that is L.A.P.D. against this young man on the skateboard, while he is stating that he's here because he was told by someone that I was trying to break into a building today. Okay, that's the entity that's gang stalking. They're going to prison for criminal summoning, like I stated. All right, criminal summoning is defined on my website. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com. It's a federal offense pursuant to terrorism. It is committed in furtherance of kidnapping and murder. 9 ESG 162 and gang stalking police officers and the people of the state that are gang stalking with them are going to prison. They're going to federal prison. It is currently 8:50 a.m. This is P.O.C. 320 North Euclid Avenue is CEASELESS Regis Group. The entity is flying over that apartment building. Morning, noon, and night. Sunrise, sunset, fake sun, stalking with impossible light inside of the parking garage, all along the walls of this apartment building. The employees gang stalking in concert with the residents and the people, or the demons who are the people of the state, and the city of Ontario by commercial plane, by that agency, going into the parking garage, gang stalking, going into the venue, leaving their all manner of what is using the venue itself. I'm going to prosecute the venue. It's a business. It's CEASELESS Regis Group. They're engaged in property management as a cover for state surveillance. It's public corruption. It's the malicious use of a business to facilitate and engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, which is committed in furtherance of murder. And I will prosecute your business for co-conspiring in murder, because that's what you're doing while you are maintaining an apartment building where the pattern of conduct is underway, where you're paying employees and the pattern of conduct is underway. 6KKN 604, where you are maintaining a property where the people of the state reside, visit, remain around, and the pattern of conduct is underway, where the government is aiding and acting in concert with them and everybody on that property, which is threatening the life of an American citizen. I'm going to prosecute you. And it's the pattern of conduct. A license plate. Driving out of the parking garage filled with impossible light. License plate. 9 EPS 738. Gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport flying over that parking garage, and that's a demon. Engineer light flying all about while she's driving out, and she's driving on engineer light, and engineer light is flying off of that vehicle. That's a psychopath. That's a demon. Okay? Doing so while the fake sun is over me at the Ovid Family Community Library. License 7JLP 833. And this is license plate. Do we have a license plate here? I don't see a license plate, not on the back. Not on the front. We do have the surveillance, so I'm going to capture this image right now at what is 8:52 a.m. This is the fake sun over a stalker that's inside of the vehicle. This is criminal presence in the path that the government relies on to keep you under surveillance. And these are the same demons that make calls. Oh, she tried to break into my car. Oh, she's yelling in the bathroom. I'm scared. I need the police to come. License 8SYW489. They're doing so while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. The entity is going to federal prison for all of the iterations of the attempt to commit kidnapping, to threaten you, threaten your safety, and that's exactly what it is when the gang stalkers are in your presence, representing what is law enforcement, which they are not. okay? That's not law enforcement. It directly rebuts that, and they're not going to be prosecuted as police officers that maintain due process rights. They're going to be prosecuted upon facts of federal group stalking and monitoring. It presents the irrebuttable presumption of public corruption. You have been stripped. You are not insulated under any circumstances with regard to the protections of police officers, and you're going to be prosecuted with regard to what is a terrorist upon facts of the P.O.C. And that's been, I just want to be clear, that's been established for years. You got a lot of people going to prison. I already said it before. You got a lot of people going to prison. P.O.C. license plate. You got a lot of people getting deported. 9PVZ 514. Okay, what happened to me is basically the what broke the camel's back, and everything is being exposed. And I want to be clear, a lot of people are going to prison for things that are related to me, that are exposed while targeting me. And the entity that engaged in kidnapping me, this is a concerted cooperative act. You're kidnapping with those judges, you're kidnapping with those DAs and those PDs, you're kidnapping, and I surrounded all of them. That fake son over there, those malicious allegations, that ongoing confinement, and I didn't even get a hearing, those are not accidents within the specific environment of targeting me. This is the entity that acted cooperatively to kidnap while they were lying in the first place, while the Ontario police were stalking in the first place. You're going to prison. Of course, they have not sat down and really thought about that because they're delusional and they're in denial. So they are engaging on to keep themselves busy. I'm going to break this down for you. They literally keep themselves busy with still gang stalking me, and they're going to prison. It is not changing. Stalking me was never a good plan, and stalking me now while you're proven to be targeting ISH4X4 serial stalker, that is not a good idea. It's never going to make me look like anything other than somebody that caught the government red-handed. That's it. H-E-R-R-R-B. H-E-R-R-R-R-B. That's what it is. Herb. H-E, 4 R's and a B. B as a boy. So that's the entity's tactic, though. You're gang stalking, and that's supposed to make sense. No, it doesn't when it's being documented. They are ignoramuses. Ignoramuses. Okay, so this is the entity that's engaged in the pattern. Come, let me get some classic P.O.C. right here. I love it. All right, Taylor's gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square. Doing so under the fake sun. The fake sun is in alignment in her place of work. Right here, it is, I'm going to get the current time. The current time is 8:55 a.m. if you could see that. 8:55 a.m. This is the 215 E.C. Street. As you're aware, I walk out. The Ontario International Airport is gang stalking while this fake sun is in the same position as it. Remember, the fake sun moves as I move. This is Taylor, who's gang stalking inside of that Ovid Family Community Library. She works inside of the circulation desk, where the airport is maintaining ongoing surveillance, and she's pacing like a psychopath inside with engineered light that covers the inside of the library, and you see the fake sun moves as I move. So while I'm at the entrance area at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that fake sun is still at the entrance area where you're seeing her co-defendants walking in after 1 o'clock. That's what you saw yesterday, and the fake sun's in the same position. It's 8:56, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours from now. The fake sun's in the same position while it is over me at this entrance. Not only that, the fake sun is aiming into, by aiming, I mean, I'm looking at this light object because while I'm sitting down, I'm about at this height, and this light object is at this height while I'm sitting in a chair in the depths of that library, and the fake sun is shining in my face. That's why I'm documenting all the demons, including Taylor, who's gang stalking at 8:56 in the morning, and the evidence of what she's doing on the inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, which is stalking with what is impossible light. It could be light that's manifesting in the shade, just like that. That's not sunlight. The entity is engaging, and it's not sunlight while it's reflecting off of the windows, shooting down. That's what the demons that are gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department do. The fake sun that's reflecting off of the building, and then it's appearing in the shade of the Wells Fargo. That's not sunlight. This is the entity that has the fake sun while I'm walking out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where Taylor is gang stalking. Now you see how this fake sun moved from being on that side to following me. Taylor is a demon. She's targeting. The sun is not remaining engaging the same thing with everybody. She walks in that opposite direction. The fake sun doesn't move in the same way that she does. Okay, it's moving over me. And this fake sun is still here at 1 o'clock when her co-defendants are walking right here, gang stalking in front of all of you, into this entrance. And at what is 4, 5, 6 in the evening, this fake sun is at a lower level in alignment to my face where I'm being accosted with impossible light. This is a demon and a psychopath that also doesn't know how to dress. This young lady's engaged in what is gang stalking and furtherance of murder, and she's going to go to prison for it. Pursuant to what is criminal summoning, pursuant to what is kidnapping, that Sean Thrasher has been maintaining with this venue for years. Kidnapping in 2022 with regard to that gang stalker that's speaking on, oh, you got a call about me trying to break in? Maybe that's the same demon that gave him a call about me molesting kids. All right, that's the entity that engages in and utilizes criminal defamation. All right, the entity has the fake sun over the entrance, don't forget. But at the same time, 10:01, as I walk to the back, it's an extensive library. We see where she's walking? The sun's not remaining over her. The sun's not remaining over all of us everywhere in all the directions that we're going for the duration of the day at that, while it's still here in alignment to my face in the depths of this library. It's also at the back of the library. That's what I'm capturing at 10:01 a.m. And it's over me at this entrance right now at 8:58 in the morning. It's remaining over the Ontario airport end, where demons that are gang stalking in the path. They're engaged in what is stalking as a population. That's why they keep a fake sun, for the targeting purposes of a population, so they can all have the same environment where you keep a fake sun all day long. And what's over me at nightfall? First of all, the Ontario police stalking by helicopter, while demons are molesting with light, not their headlights, but engineer light that's ricocheting off of windows and then shooting at a distance away from the building, ricocheting off of the building and shooting into the shade of the adjacent building. Light that where the demons are engaging in a traffic stop, and it's creating light on the opposite side of the street on that building. That light that's flying across the wall while these demons are stalking in the path, driving under what's not even the sun. And it's still here 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 hours later. This is P.O.C. That's the entity that's claiming that I tried to break into a building today. They're going to prison. It's criminal summoning. The people are going to prison. The P.O.C. is showing how they are co-conspiring together, and they're going to prison together. This is P.O.C. at 215 East C Street. Alrighty, capturing video so you can see that. You can see the ongoing gang stalking by Taylor, gang stalking me inside on the job, gang stalking me outside. And I want to be clear, it's relevant to what is federal prison for kidnapping. And it's also relevant because she doesn't have to be on the video when that same agency is stalking me all day and night everywhere else that I go. And I also want to be clear, it stands to prove that she's gang stalking as well, because the pattern of conduct and ongoing logic is speaking to the fact that that same pattern of conduct is underway in her presence in that library, like I went to my own extent to document and prove as evidence. But that's exactly what the Ontario police's foolish and documented foolishness of stalking me day and night obsessively with the population, and that population maintains surveillance in that library with that agency, having committed kidnapping. Pursuant to that same pattern, making it up while you're engaged in surveillance, moreover doing so because you're mad and you're scared of the evidence, and rather than ceasing to engage in it because you're so delusional, because they are demons. That's not a defense in court though. You're going to be prosecuted as the monster that you are, the terrorist that you are. The fact that you're a demon, that's just context for the world to know. But it's not a defense in court, honey. You're going to prison and you're going to be subject to mental examinations. The entity is engaged in stalking me with that agency and doing so at the Ovid Family Community Library and harassing an American citizen, criminally summoning the agency on that American citizen, stalking them and sexually targeting them, an American citizen, while they're enforcing their rights, having a right to not be subject to in the first place. Oh, those aren't the answers. But since you have an impulse to engage in that, that's going to be relevant when you're prosecuted. And you're not avoiding that by engaging in all of the above, because that's exactly what the Open Family Community Library has done. All right? These are psychopaths. So while they're fearful of evidence, they commit more violence. They commit more violence. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:01 a.m. Those videos are going on, and that's perfect because it's all going on the internet right now. This recording, just as a matter of record, is 2 hours and 21 minutes and 56, 57, 58, 59, 2 hours and 22 minutes. 222, excellent number. So the entity is engaging in this, and I want to be clear, ongoing consistent recording regarding the lies that the entity communicated while engaging in criminal summoning, which is a threat to my life and safety, which I'm documenting. The entity goes to federal prison for this. American citizens are subject to this, and they lose their lives every day. You're going to be prosecuted not because I had the presence of mind and the foresight, because it's the threat that is unlawful in the first place. And terrorists are going to federal prison for engaging in that act of terrorism while you're engaged in surveillance under what are malicious circumstances, which is, again, speaking to what is an unlawful threat posed to your life. Because your life, once they take it, that's it. It's gone. It's over. And that's exactly what is reasonably to occur. That's reasonably anticipated upon gang stalking as a corrupt police officer, a lying, mendacious psychopath. That's exactly what is reasonably to occur. You're going to federal prison. I told these demons before, this is what justice requires. This is what the facts dictate. I haven't exaggerated one detail. Okay, they're engaging in the pattern of conduct, and the entity has a whole fake sun remaining over me in a whole other different region. Okay, that's a whole other level with regard. I'm concentrating on, well, I'm always maintaining the macro level analysis. This is always about the state, but there's a whole body of evidence of what they're doing in a totally different region the whole time while you're lying, just stalking in a library all day long, just walking on the engineer light, just barging into that bathroom, just having a field day, accumulating judgment. There's a whole body of evidence speaking to what's happening in a whole other region that they're not thinking about on a day-to-day. There is no way to engage in targeting and it not be seen. And that's going to put a microscope on every lie that you uttered from orally and every lie that you uttered on paper. Everything. Not just the fact that it's proven that you're stalking me. You're stalking. This is P.O.C. and it is 2 hours and 23. Alrighty, Wells Fargo engaged in what is a sexual assault and battery with the demon that's driving in the white van with the paper plate at 9:12 a.m. This is what demons do when they're, again, this is it's pathetic, but it's the evidence of targeting. That's the entity that's supposedly making phone calls and reporting things that didn't happen while they're targeting you. Okay, the entity is engaged in what is targeting under all circumstances, and they're going to prison. License 7JHV319 is engaged in that documented sexual act while impossible light is flying through the air like a laser of light, while they're in the parking lot of Wells Fargo and targeting me at Ontario Town Square under what is a fake sun, speaking to Wells Fargo, targeting me and everybody on that property, while even a sex offender is in the parking lot, and they're monitoring to that. So they're not ignorant. This is the reality of what they all know and what they're engaging in, but you're going to prosecute based on the specific environment and based on the ongoing targeting. License 7JHV319, EH41T03, the paper plate on the Murano. I believe that is the demon that's gang stalking at Starbucks under the fake sun. License 8, Victor Xavier Frank 855. License PVL 353, I believe. And these are demons, again, while I'm looking at evidence that was removed from the November 4th folder, while I'm putting evidence, all of the evidence into the November 5th folder, these are demons that are, again, targeting because they don't want that to happen, targeting because they think they're distracting, targeting because they're demons who are psychopaths, conspiring murder, and know that they're being documented. They also know that there was no attempt to break into any property today. They're targeting, they're going to prison. This is understanding how the case is already done. You're witnessing how this system of targeting operates. They're going to federal prison, both the demons in the police vehicles and the demons that are being pulled over. 5H20726, 9SQR222, 9HNL464, P.O.C. Alrighty, they're gang stalking in this white male in the PVL 353. He's on camera, the surveillance cameras of Wells Fargo at the ATM. And doing so at what is 9:14, he's sharing in that sex offense committed by that demon in that white van. Driving in the parking lot is never causing any light to touch me or the wall that I'm on. And it wouldn't even happen under this is a fake sun. That's supposed to be the guise of sunlight, and it's not. They're demons that are delusional, okay? They're engaging in conduct, which again, the routine stalkers, the Jamaican, African, Haitian, whatever he is, the very dark male that has the black bicycle, I believe. Yeah, like a motor bicycle, and he's always wearing a beanie. He smokes a lot of weed over here. He's gang stalking with the entity. They're targeting together while they're driving by. Engaging, that's Wells Fargo, that's engaging in that as well. Wells Fargo is being prosecuted for stalking with the Ontario Police Department. Wells Fargo is being prosecuted for stalking with the airport. Wells Fargo is being prosecuted for their demons that are gang stalking me. Wells Fargo is going to be prosecuted for violating your privacy. Those of you who are patrons and you're aware of the fact that they're violating your privacy, they're going to be subject to a prosecution for that. But anyway, it's currently, that's your business. This is exposing them for the corruption that they're practicing while they're gang stalking me. They're doing so in furtherance of murdering me. I'm going to prosecute that establishment for that. It's 9:15 a.m. The demons that are working there and the demons that are patrons there are sharing in this criminal activity, and it's all on behalf of the state. They're doing so under the fake sentence. 9:15 a.m. I'm being targeted by Wells Fargo while they are providing a facilitating means of state surveillance. P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently 9:16 a.m. This is documentation to show the evidence that the entity that is engaged in federal stalking under Title 18 is engaged in what is monitoring, and I'm subject to ongoing violence by Wells Fargo. The demons that are I'm documenting on my podcast today, November 6, 2025, regarding evidence that this same entity that is gang stalking me is aware of the ongoing investigation while they are targeting me with the intent to obstruct justice, meaning I'm being targeted with impossible light by demons that are gang stalking me, including by and via Wells Fargo, because I'm putting this evidence back in the folder that it belongs in, so that you who are listening and witnessing this can see that evidence that the entity doesn't want you to see. License J, 7JHV319, 8TUT471, sharing in that ongoing violence under the fake sun that's over me at the Ontario Town Square at 9:17 a.m., where in the natural environment, the sun wouldn't be over me because it's supposedly the natural environment at the Ontario Police Department at 9:16 a.m., where those demons are stalking me by helicopter at that agency that is going to be disbanded. They're going to be disbanded, but nonetheless, this is speaking to obstruction of justice. All these images here, this is what they don't want you to see. So let's take a look at what the entity has removed out of your vision. These are the demons gang stalking, just like Taylor on video. They don't want you to see who they are with regard to the fact that they are mentally ill. They're engaged in psychopathic pacing. While the entity keeps engineer light, they monitor me at the Ontario Town Square, and then they come into the library, especially when they know that I'm capturing them and reminding you about what the demons in the library are doing, psychopathic pacing in the engineer light, and what the demons at the Ontario Town Square under the fake sun are doing, psychopathic pacing and engineer light. They are indeed mentally ill, including while they use this administration door to stalk with noise on an ongoing basis. They remove that out of the folder because they don't want you to see that. Okay, this is what the entity's engaging in, and this is showing the gang violence that they're engaging in, and this is what the reality. License 9MPW162 is engaged in criminal summoning, just like the Ontario Police committed this morning. They're going to prison. While these are the demons that are stalking with the possible light, and the demons of the Ontario Police are stating you got a phone call stating that I did something that didn't even actually happen as well, they're going to federal prison. This is criminal summoning. These are demons stalking a woman, and these are demons stalking a woman. They're engaging in criminal activity, and the malice of the appearance of the scene is that they are there pursuant to what is a lawful detention, and they don't have a choice to be there because these demons are engaging in their job at that exercising authority, and actually their gangs engaging in what is targeting together. They're stalking. While the entity was stalking by helicopter, they took that out the folder because they don't want you to see it. This is the entity that's incriminating itself while it's engaged in what is federal stalking under Title 18 to remove from your vision what the demons look like, what they're doing, and how it is appropriately labeled while they provide a deceptive appearance. It's in the engineer light. It's where the fake sun rises and sets. It's while the entity is stalking by helicopter, and they're engaged in the same gang violence, and they don't want you to see these labels regarding the reality of what they're engaging in. They want you to look at only what is the illusion. And the illusion is that they're not going to prison. That's what these demons tell themselves when they're being documented on an ongoing basis, including while I'm inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, the City of Ontario being prosecuted, including while I'm outside in the City of Ontario's gang stalking, the demons at the Ovid Family Community Library are being prosecuted. And that's how that entity is serving to implode. That system is imploding. This is everything that the entity took out. They don't want you to see it, so I'm going to show it to you in a video. This is relevant to obstruction of justice while they are indeed engaged in. This is St. Nick's that's gang stalking while the City of Ontario is facilitating it. They were engaged in what is criminal summoning with the Ontario with the Ontario Police, the City of Ontario at ARCO on the 4th. This is what I'm uploading regarding publishing it onto X. This is what is removed from the folder, and I am not removing their images while they're gang stalking as employees at Ovid Family Community Library, where you see the fake sun at 8:50 in the morning, and it's still in alignment to me. I'm looking at it at 5 in the evening, where these demons are stalking me with engineer light right now during the 9 a.m. hour, 9:17 in the morning, where they're gang stalking together, okay? This is the entity that's doing so in concert with the City of Ontario, and you're going to prison still while you remove evidence. I'm not removing this evidence, and it's not a failure. It's pursuant to ongoing monitoring on the internet. That's how you have the simultaneity. As I publish evidence online, you have the gang members themselves of the Ontario Police stalking me by helicopter. That's exactly what I'm documenting on an ongoing basis. These are the demons that are engaged in that surveillance, and they do so with regard to removing evidence from your site. So I'm going to put it back where it belongs, where I had it in the first place, where all of you are able to look at it, and it's going to be a matter of what is prosecuting the demons that lie about why they're in my presence. What is it that while they're abusing, what is the positions that they hold to engage in criminal activity, and they're doing so as delusional psychopaths because they're already surrounded with evidence that they're targeting me. So you're making an admission regarding the fact that you're targeting. You are just obsessed with me and you want to be in my presence even if you catch a federal case. That's the reality of that behavior. That's the breakdown of that behavior. Okay, so this is the entity moving it back into the folder, and this is everything from the 4th that was removed. I'm putting it back into the folder. I am maintaining a public investigation. I'm not removing any evidence from your view. That's the entity that's doing that. The entity that is engaging in exactly what it is that I stated. While they're stalking me under a fake sun, while they're stalking with impossible light, while they are stalking in the path, including where they work, as they travel, where they live, they're doing so as a corrupt government, keeping me under surveillance directly and vicariously. They are doing so pursuant to surveillance on communication devices, which is underway in a specific environment, engineer light present day and night. This is P.O.C. It is 9:21 a.m. Alrighty, capturing that video with regard to public corruption. That video will be uploaded. This is the entity engaged in Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, obstruction. And in real time, these demons are molesting me with impossible light while I'm going back into the folder and putting that evidence that I find removed from the folder back into the folder. Okay, that's the entity that is monitoring. That's the entity that's engaging. They're psychopaths. When I say I go to a specific corner in the library to just go quietly sit down and look, I turn around, a demon is there stalking. Okay, they want to be as when I say psychopath, when I say obsessed stalker, that's what's happening in the bathroom. They are stalking. That's why Taylor is remaining under a fake sun while she's at work all day. While the fake sun is still in alignment to me at 5 p.m., they're obsessed, they're stalking me, they follow me into bathrooms, obsessing over me. And they do so while they also have conspired to murder me. The demons that are 95 years old, the demons that are 13 years old. That's the government that's engaging in that pattern of conduct ceaselessly. Okay, the fake sun is relevant to evidence regarding what is surrounding you. These are demons. It's a demonic environment. This is demonic activity. This is the criminalization of this satanic targeting system. And it's letting you know that it's happening in a neighborhood near you, okay? Because it's a fake sun, because of what the entity has done with regard to what's the exclusive light source, that luminary, the sun. There's only one. And guess what? The very implausible illusion that they created, somebody that's smarter than all of them, use that to prosecute them. And that is giving you context regarding what everyone is consumed with. They're all standing on a stage and everybody's got the spotlight on them with their pants down. And they're caught. All they're doing is stalking. That's it. All they're doing is stalking. It's pathetic. These are dead people. This is the Nephilim. All right. It is currently 9:23 a.m. This is P. All right, the entity gang stalking by City of Ontario and CMAX, which is pacing back and forth. CMAX is light activity. That's a psychopath also, mental illness, while the entity engages in it through businesses like CMAX that have flashing lights. City of Ontario parks at the C Street turn circle. It's the timing and the environment around me. The fake sun remains over me while the Ontario police stalk by helicopter by flying over. They're doing so pursuant to timing as that evidence that I removed from the folder is still generating. And that's because they're engaged in monitoring online. So what I deleted using the Google Drive in Google Chrome, it's still showing up as being in the folder. So that's because of the slow delay in the internet, because they're monitoring. So while I'm looking at it and it's still accessible, that demon flies over very quickly. Like I said, they are willing to risk prison. You're going to prison for stalking in a helicopter. While that's how heavy duty the ongoing stalking by that agency is, but that's what they're actually focused on. And you can see it in the video, the documents that are in the folder. And as I navigate out of the folder and back into the folder, then it's gone. That's because I had already deleted it from the Google Drive app. And in Google Chrome, it should have reflected what is in that folder as it is on the drive. But it's not. And that's also because they are engaged in what is monitoring on the internet. Everyone is aware of what it is that I'm putting in the folder. Everyone is also engaged in real-time knowledge of what they're demons. So not only are they, again, physically engaged in knowledge because of the surveillance. So that's physical knowledge that you have. But these are demons. So when you use your device, when their back is to you, they're not looking at you. These demons know what you're doing on your devices. So that knowledge is proven to you through the fake sun. City of Ontario goes to the C Street turn circle to create light activity in the path where I'm located. I took a picture. The fake sun goes to this closer to the Lemon Avenue Lemon Avenue Street, moves as I move. On video, you'll see the fake sun next to the large clock where the Ontario police fly over my head stalking. The entity is doing so pursuant to what is the pattern of conduct while they're engaging what is monitoring what I'm uploading onto the video of the internet. Okay, that's P.O.C. The entity is engaging in gang stalking. Let me go ahead and capture. This is the demon that's serially stalking with all the I'm not even going to say that. With all of the equipment at the town square, the sleeping bag, all the big bags, hiding his face. He's engaged in surveillance at the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. He doesn't even have anywhere to live, and he's consumed with stalking me. Okay, this is a so-called man that can't take care of himself, and he's stalking me day and night, and the City of Ontario isn't giving him anywhere to live. But these are demons that are gang stalking. License 9JCB569, license 84069R3. License, and the fake sun is over me. This is where I captured video. The fake sun is over me at 4 o'clock in the evening on this same street. The fake sun is over me at 6 o'clock in the evening at this same address. And that's, again, it's the same thing when I'm on the property and I am technically I'm on the sidewalk that surrounds the Ontario Town Square. But I go from place to place showing you how a fake sun moves as I move. So the entity maintains what is that pattern of conduct of keeping a fake sun where I have shown, and that's how much evidence I have. I can show you the Ontario Town Square when I'm standing in the street. And when I'm in the street at 4 o'clock, during daylight savings time, the Ontario police are stalking in the same way that CMAX is stalking, where the fake sun's in the same position. The same position that you see it in, for example, at 1 o'clock yesterday on video at this library, where the fake sun's over me on video at, what was it, 8:55 that I captured that video? At approximately 8:55, this is where the entity is engaged in surveillance. This is the entity that's stating that you got a phone call about nothing, something that didn't even happen. This is an entity that's engaged in what is a pattern of making up assertions while they want to be in my path, stalking me as close as possible. They're communicating a threat in doing so, a threat under the Constitution, a threat that is reasonably calculated to be an unlawful threat to your life, while they're aware of who you are, keeping your evidence under surveillance, evidence that they're removing from the folder so that it can be publicly seen. And as I move that full evidence around, the entity is stalking more so with light activity and helicopter activity. These are the demons that are together engaging in that P.O.C. as one. That's the relevance regarding the City of Ontario. The City of Ontario is engaged in hiring those that are immigrants. The City of Ontario is engaged in facilitating terrorism in doing so. Okay, the entity is engaged in terrorism amongst those that are immigrants. Okay, so terrorists amongst those who are foreigners, outsiders to this country, granted a privilege to be here and become one of us, and you are not while you are terrorizing us, even while you're doing it with the government. I want to be clear, you're going to be deported out of this country. It's not a defense or protection. In fact, it's incriminating and it's accelerating your removal from this country. But this is what the entity and City of Ontario is engaging in terrorism with those that are of immigrant status, and that is the municipality that's engaging in facilitating domestic terrorism, because the municipality is engaged in criminal surveillance, gang stalking. That's the same thing with the police facilitating terrorism. This is the City of Ontario. They're doing so with immigrants. They're doing so and targeting me as I document and refer to that fact. Okay, they are doing so while they are showing themselves to be enemies of the United States. You're an enemy of this country while you're targeting American citizens in the first place. You're an enemy of this country while you're targeting American citizens with those who are immigrants, are granted a privilege to be here. You're an enemy of this country while you're doing so while an American citizen is enforcing their rights against an immigrant population who's targeting them because of you, with you. You're an enemy to this country. You're an enemy to the Constitution. You're an enemy to law and order. You are speaking to what is an unlawful threat, and they're still doing so as you see them flying over the top of my head, just like they are when they engage in what is a traffic stop. That's called criminal summoning at ARCO. Okay, that's what they engage in, and that is, again, what they're requiring to be the basis for assessing American citizens' mental illness. And that's what you're not looking at. You're totally disregarding that aspect of some called of assessment that you don't even have authority under the law to engage in, because you're a part of the kidnapping. You're kidnapping, and the defamation part of that kidnapping is you assessing the behavior of somebody that's being targeted by this entity. That's the entity that's stalking by helicopter flying over my head this morning, and doing so while I am looking at evidence that is not removing itself after I removed it. And that's because they are on the internet engaged in monitoring pursuant to what is surveillance in violation of the federal stalking statute. Okay, I can't make it up. They're flying over the top of my head everywhere that I am in Ontario. Okay, and they're doing so, it's even more specific and more precise, because the demons are doing so while they are maintaining a fake sun over me. So it's very specific. They're stalking me specifically at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, not coincidentally present by helicopter at Woodside Senior Apartments and present by helicopter at Economy N, at two distinct locations where that fake sun is over me, Unit 51 and hotel room number 224. That fake sun, that's the entity that's engaging what is stalking me specific, and science is putting Mike Lorenz in prison. Okay, the inability, those maniacal psychopaths that don't have self-control, that freak out the moment that I'm looking at something on the internet, and they have to monitor, they have to engage in the activity creation, they fly up, you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison, and this is mandating also changing the laws behind this system of terrorism that the Ontario Police Department, the City of Ontario, this gang violence that is because of those terrorists, they're going to prison for that. 9ZX, hold on, let me get this demon. Reaching from a distance, that's what they're doing with Impossible Light inside of the library in the evening. Demons that don't talk to you, and then inside of the library they come up, excuse me, were you taking a picture of me? Why would you even assume that I'm taking a picture of you? Because I'm holding my phone out. Why am I not taking a selfie of myself? Why am I not taking a selfie? Why am I not talking to somebody on FaceTime? Why am I taking a picture of you? These are demons that are engaging in that, doing so with minor children. Let me show you the fake son that goes across the street as I do. License 9AXZ081. Okay. What's the cause? Oh, going to the book drop with the demons that are gang stalking. They're under the fake son that's still here at this entry at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And she comes here, look at all these children, right? She's a psychopath, she's a sex offender, and she's engaging in that with the Ontario Police Department, and she's doing so while she is reaching across with impossible light targeting me. And these psychopaths are engaging in what is harassing while they're being documented, and you're stalking and monitoring my vagina while you have kids at that. That's the unstable psychopath that is a threat to children and teaching them to engage in terrorism with the government. And doing so while they're, I'm gonna show you the, I'm taking a picture of the distance where she's reaching me with impossible light. That's what all of those demons do, including the demons of the Ontario Police Department. All right, including with immigrants, including with demons that don't even have anywhere to live, where the entity is engaging in gang stalking me with that population. Okay, this is P.O.C. It is currently 9:50 a.m. That fake son's gonna go right back across the street with me, where that demon is going to return a book in order to gang stalk me, because they think if they're doing something, oh, then that's a, no, you're doing something pursuant to that establishment, which is facilitating that P.O.C. You're going to prison. You're going to prison where you're doing it with the police. Those are the mentally ill that are gang stalking. There's no defense. It's literally an admission. But this is how that system of, that's how they engage in it. That's that public corruption. Okay? This is the P.O.C. The entity has the fake sun from sunrise till sunset at the Ontario Town Square, the 280 North Limit Apartments, the downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, the Wells Fargo, the Ovid Family Community Library. And they're all here engaging in that pattern of conduct together as an environment, maintaining that environment, gang stalking with that police that's flying over the top of my head while that specific environment is surrounding around me. Understand that those are demons that are keeping my vagina under surveillance as well. The immigrants are sex offenders keeping my vagina under surveillance. The entity's doing so with regard to targeting with the gang stalking police, and doing so while they are engaged in that P.O.C. That psychopath, I'm taking a picture, she's reaching with impossible light, and doing so with the gang stalkers of Ovid Family Community Library. All right, it is currently 9:51 a.m. Those are demons that are of the same condition. So that's why you have hostility is what's communicated when they're stalking with impossible light. These are demons. They communicate like rabies-infected dogs. Okay, amplified noise is how they communicate hostility when they don't like what it is that I'm stating about them. You'll pay attention to that. You'll notice that in my documentation. The entity engages in like a dog growls and fizzes at the mouth with rabies and starts barking at you. That's how demons behave with regard to stalking and monitoring with amplified noise, while they're doing so under the failed and unpersuasive and fully exposed guise of supposedly being strangers. None of them are strangers, and everybody already knows that. So their mental illness is in front of everyone while they use noise as a means of communicating hostility. It's amplified audible activity in your monitoring, and the demons are angry, particularly angry, besides whatever truth it is that I'm exposing about them while they're being psychoanalyzed and stalking me. License 7XAK742, I believe, or 7KXA742. It's 9:52 a.m. And this is the Ontario Town Square where the entity has the fake sun. It's moving from where the clock is the video. The image is what you're looking at. And they're monitoring right now while I uploaded all that evidence into the folder. That's also why they are upset. The entity removed some evidence last night. I'm putting it all back in. And that's also what is relevant to the entity flying over my head. And I am the specific target. The fake sun is over me at the clock, where the entity flies over my head while that fake sun's over me at the clock. As I walk toward the Lemon Avenue side of Ontario Town Square, that fake sun removes itself from being beside the clock, remains over me as I walk toward the Ovid Family Community Library, just like I documented right now, just like I documented before 9 o'clock, and the entity is maintaining that ongoing environment while a bunch of demons are stalking. This is what you see, this Asian male with the blue shorts, just engaging with conspicuous stalking, doing so with the Ontario Police, being a demon, conspiring your murder right in front of your face. This is the grounds of federal prison. Those are the ones that engage in criminal summoning. Oh, she's yelling in the bathroom. And that's literally what they rely on to engage in what is being in your presence while it's surveillance. Yeah, that's not law enforcement. That's pursuant to surveillance and targeting somebody. And that is rapidly escalating into murder. That is then defended, legitimized. And there's psychopaths that are stalking, blatant stalking, conspicuous stalking. Okay, this is P.O.C. It's 9:53 a.m. They are also then going inside, like Taylor showed you, under the fake sun. That's at the same entrance. It's still here at 5 p.m. where a population like this engaging in conspicuous stalking inside of the library is stalking while they're all walking on engineer light that reaches into the depths. where that Ontario Police Department stalking is not forgotten by 8 hours from now, where they're under the same circumstances of a fake sun in alignment to me. It's not forgotten what they're doing by helicopter outside and what they're doing on the inside of that venue by the demons that use planes and helicopters, stalking, surveilling, okay, and surveilling on the internet. P.O.C. It is currently 9:54 a.m.
All right, stalking upon exit of the L.A.P.D. This is hovering. Dylan is gang stalking. This is Securitas, who's going into the bathroom, monitoring with the Ontario International Airport, monitoring my genitalia. Gang stalking. Myra. The demons that are gang stalking, you have Alexander and Talia that are gang stalking at the circulation desk and walking out. The entity is engaged in stalking using commercial planes. So that's the entity that engages in the same thing, tracking your steps and then doing so by stalking by commercial planes. These are sex offenders molesting with light. This is what the entity is doing under the fake sun as I walk out in the afternoon. Okay? This is P.O.C. documenting gang violence as I'm walking out of the restroom. License plate. This is gang violence with Ontario Police. 7DAZ001 Mike LORENZ is being prosecuted as a terrorist. The corruption of that agency that's conspiring my murder with this population of gang stalkers is why he's going to be federally prosecuted, him and Derek Williams. And the Ontario International Airport's gang stalking is also serving to prosecute that domestic terrorist. That airport is being shut down. The terrorists are going to be prosecuted. Mike LORENZ in particular is going to federal prison. All right, I documented this gang stalker. She was stalking at computer station number 1. Sensational activity. She's a psychopath. And she's also monitoring my vagina, engaging in surveillance with that airport that's tracking my steps through them who are engaging in surveillance right in here. Okay, that's P.O.C. It is currently 8:58 a.m. and this is documentation of what is bathroom monitoring. These are demons that are stalking. This is mental illness. This is the demon possessed. P.O.C. Just to let you know, this is the entity that is indeed stalking by the gang members themselves of the Ontario Police who are stalking with the airport, stalking with Dylan and Myra and Talia and Alexander inside of the Ovid Family Community Library as I walk out and I'm ambushed with gang stalkers of that airport, demons molesting my body with them, engaging in surveillance inside of the town square to stalk in the path, doing so in that engineered environment where they're monitoring my vagina and keeping me under surveillance in the library all day. Remember, they're flying over the top of my head while I'm in use of the internet this morning as well under a fake sun. These are demons that are being disbanded and they're going to prison for the heavily documented, the ongoing maintained catalog of violence for whom, I want to be clear, federal prison is reserved, and they're going to federal prison for the gang stalking that the people of the state are engaging in. This is the prosecution of Mike LORENZ, who's going to be locked up for being a terrorist leader. Okay, that's P.O.C. Stalk with impossible light. Okay, touching me from behind. I'm not clairvoyant with regard to knowing somebody was behind me. That vehicle was quiet. The reason why I know is because they're molesting my person. And they're doing so under the fake moon. This is where the fake sun was at while this entity was stalking. This is, I want to be clear, this is the impunity of these demons. I'm capturing it. They're engaging in the violence in real time. They're engaging in stalking on an ongoing basis while it's being captured. This is going to be in court. There is no defense with regard to the ongoing capturing of the pattern of conduct and the real-time engagement while I'm documenting it. These are murderers. They fully conspired, and Mike LORENZ is fully engaged in the conspiracy to commit murder with the gang stalkers of the Ontario International Airport, the gang stalkers who are the people of the state who engage in surveillance in places like libraries. With regard to the mentally ill, the demon-possessed, stalking with light, stalking as a population, amplified audible activity, one demon after another. This is the conspiracy to murder when you're gang stalking with a police department and a whole population. This is maniacal, psychopathic behavior. Because also it's being exposed. You are going to prison. You're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. Talking. Keep threatening. You're gonna run me over, right? You're gonna run me over? And what else? And what else? This is Ontario International Airport and Ontario Police with children in the car, engaging in assault with a deadly weapon. This is demonic pacing. Shadow appearing on the car, threatening to engage in what is physical harm while she's monitoring with the state. Well, that's assault with a deadly weapon. That's P.O.C. That's prison. 9SMD336 with 2 children in the back. She's gang stalking. That's a demon. And she's engaging with assault with a deadly weapon at what is, I know, I'm not touching my property. Are you touching my property? You're interested in my property too? You're interested in my property as well? That's P.O.C. Wow, you're crazy. You're crazy. This is P.O.C. Mike LORENZ going to prison. This is the fake moon. She's stalking. I'm capturing the Ontario International Airport gang stalking and she's monitoring with them. 9SMD336, this is a demon. She's psychotic. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is the entity. She's gang stalking outside of the church. It's not a Bible study.
She's doing so under the fake moon and an engineer light. This is P.O.C. This is demonic pacing. This is P.O.C. And this is also the sex offense combined with what is violence. That's the pattern of conduct. Alrighty, that's the P.O.C. This is going on the internet right now. Mike LORENZ is going to prison. And so are those that are engaging in threats of harm. That's P.O.C. They're all engaging in this together. 602A Euclid Avenue. The entity's engaging in this with what is Starbucks. And the Ontario International Airport engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon. This is the second time they're engaging in that together. This is P.O.C. Okay. Driving on the sidewalk. This is all going on the internet. She's going to prison. She's going to federal prison. This is, like I stated, mental illness. She's going to federal prison. 9SMD336 in the name of Mike LORENZ, a demon gang stalking, engaged in Title 18 federal stalking, intent to obstruct justice, psychopath. This is what's stalking in the library all day long. 9SMD336 because she's monitoring. That's the pattern of conduct. I want to be clear. This is what Tracy Banks is gang stalking with, soliciting. This is what the government that's stalking by planes, this is what I'm capturing, flying one flight over another after another, following to this venue, and gang stalking with all these third parties out here. She's communicating a threat on behalf of an entity. All right, monitoring my vagina, obsessed with stalking me in the bathroom, and hostile when you're documented. License HYDBOII. They share in that violence together. So do the gang stalking immigrants. Apolista Prophetica over here at 115 F Street. They're engaged in the pattern of conduct together. They're not separate. That's impossible light. They're monitoring together. License AYOP 696. They communicate a threat together while they're monitoring together. This is state action as well. That's federal prison. The entire neighborhood is monitoring. Impossible light moving across the church. That's not their brake lights. That's P.O.C. All right, and these demons, I want to be clear, are gang stalking with the license plates I just documented. She's over here monitoring while the entity's engaging with a serial flight with commercial planes. One after another as I walk to Starbucks and back up the street. This is P.O.C. 602A Euclid Avenue is monitoring. That's impossible light on the wall. That's all impossible light. That's, again, assault with a deadly weapon by an entity. License 9KYM987, 90CY610. License plate 8PGZ756, 8PRY448, 9KMP104. 9GOT095. Pay attention to the fake moon moving as I move. It's sitting over the bus stop. Look at the pictures. It's over me at the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library where Dylan and Myra are gang stalking, and I'm being greeted with an ambush by plane and helicopter. This is the government that's going to be prosecuted. And this is assault with a deadly weapon while this population of demons, you're angry because you're being prosecuted, and you're being prosecuted with regard to the violence that's being documented upon the intent to obstruct justice. 9MFD267, that's a molestation by a stalker in engineer light. 5MFN270. This is, again, why the gang stalking, the terrorist leaders are going to prison, and so are the people of the state. They're the ones that engage in criminal summoning. They're the ones that call and lie and state that you're harassing someone. Those are the ones that are engaging in, you're molesting their kids while they're gang stalking you in the bathroom. They're the ones that are monitoring on your device while they're engaging in what is trying to defame your character while they know that they're being documented. Those are the ones that are wearing police uniforms. This is the entity that's psychopathic, and they're not capable of controlling themselves when they're being exposed. And engaging in more violence is not the solution. This is why you're going to prison for what is, again, murder that's committed as an entity. This is what the Ontario Police Department is acting in furtherance of, and any physical harm, it's inflicted by that Ontario Police Department vicariously, by the City of Ontario vicariously, who has no business stalking me with commercial planes like they are, and they're demons doing so under the specific environment. Understand that that was the entity speaking while the entity stalking at the same time and monitoring at the same time. She had 2 little kids engaging in that conduct while she's being documented, okay? Is engaging in what is making very direct assumptions about what I'm doing on my phone because she's monitoring. And she's caught on a black alley gang stalking, engaging in surveillance with demons that are embarrassed because they don't like how I describe them when you're stalking me. Okay? If you don't like being embarrassed and talked about because you have a nappy weave, then stop stalking. If you don't like being told that you're a homosexual predator, then stop stalking. Okay, the entity's engaging in violence because they are embarrassed, and they're also hostile because they are demons who are gang stalking, and they're doing something for them to murder. I just want to be clear. This is the evidence. Mike LORENZ, Derek Williams, Alan D. WAPNER, the Ontario Board, the Ontario Executive Team, the Ontario Fire Department, they're going to prison behind this. This is domestic terrorism. This is gang violence. The kidnappers of the Ovid Family Community Library, they're going to prison. This is what they're engaging in inside of that library. P.O.C. It is currently 9:45 p.m. This is the entity that's speaking as one while they're engaged in documented acts of violence, which is unsuccessful acts of retaliation when you're going to prison. Okay, that's P.O.C. And this is the pattern of conduct. This is 602A Euclid Avenue, this entire apartment building. The gang stalking church, Bethel Congregation. The entity that's monitoring 537 North Euclid Avenue, molesting with impossible light. Starbucks 507 North Euclid Avenue is monitoring, speaking as one. That was all of that, and the assault with a deadly weapon, the Ontario International Airport gang engaging in assault with a deadly weapon, as I documented at ARCO before. This is not the first time the entities engage in acts of violence on behalf of that government. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:46 p.m. VAA 981 driving down the alley to engage in a sex offense as a demon-possessed gang stalking family. Stalking on behalf of the state. Fake moving as I move, okay? Engaging in assault with a deadly weapon is state action. Engaging what is keeping me under surveillance while the entity is doing so, following my steps, tracking my steps. This is the entity that does that in that specific environment, the evidence of tracking my steps. It's a sex offense while you're engaging in that. Here's the evidence of a sex offense. This is engineer light. Here's my shadow. Here is my chateau here. The entity is engaging in what is gang stalking and engaging in what is that pattern of conduct while they're being documented. And all that is going to serve for what is more time in prison. This is the ongoing assurance that Mike Lorenz is nothing more than what it is that I've stated, nothing less rather than a terrorist. And the gang violence is his fault. He's going to prison for it. This is the conspiracy to murder when you are soliciting violence as an entity and then trying to masquerade, trying to double as a police department, and you're not even good at doubling as a police department while I'm documenting the ways in which that agency is targeting. P.O.C. This is 9:48 p.m. at 536 North Euclid Avenue, where sexual violence is underway in a church parking lot. Assault with a deadly weapon is underway in a church parking lot because demons are gang stalking in a church parking lot in concert with the government. P.O.C. Alrighty, the videos you just listened to, I want to add on license 8NXU677 is gang stalking with 8EIP592. That's the ARCO employee, and ARCO. Sharing in what is monitoring with the Ontario International Airport and sharing in what is assault with a deadly weapon. The City of Ontario engaging in what are gang stalking and acts of violence, collateral harms, physical acts of violence while keeping me under surveillance and gang stalking. Also because of the fact that this entity that is in fact gang stalking further proven by acts of violence such as assault with a deadly weapon because of hostility toward documentation. This is the government that's engaging in that. They're doing so pursuant to the video documentation that you just listened to. The African American who's on surveillance cameras at Ovid Family Community Library, she is again documented engaging in acts of violence. This is a demon. She's a psychopath and she's obsessed with me. She's obsessed with my vagina. She's a homosexual predator, and this is also proven through her stalking conduct. She's stalking me with the government. Not coincidentally in the specific environment, which is also the Ovid Family Community Library that has engineer light in the bathroom and in the entirety of that library. It's impossible light because multiple shadows, magnification of shadows, different hues of shadows that surround your person and pace from behind to in front. That has nothing to do, and it is impossible to be caused by artificial lighting. Okay, those are demons that are engaging in surveillance inside of Ovid. Now, the entities engaging what is surveilling me with psychopaths like this patron who's sitting at computer station number 1, which I documented in images, and she sat there for hours stalking me. Doing so, coming up with some project that you want to because you want to sit next to me and stalk me. These are demons that are monitoring my physical movements, monitoring what it is I'm doing online, and on behalf of the government with whom they're stalking, as I capture on video again tonight, and doing so again at Starbucks. I'm going to go ahead and recite that timeline because she's going to prison. And she's also engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon, which you also listened to, which she's engaging in gang stalking, which Starbucks is engaged in. Starbucks engaged in kidnapping. Starbucks is in relevant position. This is a demon that's communicating hostility on behalf of all the demons that I documented. I went to Starbucks. I documented their license plates. I documented the people of the state gang stalking inside. Myra and Dylan and Alexander, those are demons that are hostile while they're being documented. These are demons that are hostile while I'm uploading the evidence and telling them the fact that the truth that they're going to prison. They're listening to that evidence. They're hostile. So you have a demon that's engaging in what is losing self-control and seeking to hit me and did it on camera. Ooh, did it on camera. She's going to prison, and so are terrorist leaders such as Mike Lorenz and those that are kidnapping with the people of the state that are making phone calls and lying about what it is that I've committed. The demons that are engaged in assault with a deadly weapon, those are the characters that are lying about what it is that I'm doing, and they are sharing in that federal offense and act of terrorism. It's called criminal summoning. Those are the demons that they're engaging what is a traffic stop with while stalking me with helicopter. That's called criminal summoning. Those are the ones that are claiming that I'm yelling in the bathroom when you see them engage in assault with a deadly weapon. That's called criminal summoning. When they're lying, it didn't even happen in the first place. And in addition to that, the entity is engaged in what is manufacturing information because they are seeking to commit what is not only criminal defamation, they are delighted, are satiated by harassing and targeting me with the gang stalkers who are routinely stalking in helicopter, including tonight upon my exit of Ovid Family Community Library, where this African-American female with the nappy weave is engaging in what is not grooming herself, but stalking me in the library all day long, engaging in demonic activity, okay? While she's sitting at the desk, ongoing reverberation of the desk like it's built out of paper. Okay, this is the entity. That's a solid desk space. So when they're walking by, it's not going to vibrate. When you're putting even your elbow down, it's not going to create. This is demonic activity. It's as demonic as you see a fake sun that sits over the entrance all day long. That demonic activity is happening inside. You're looking at people who are demon possessed, and so I'm documenting and I'm cataloging it. I'm just speaking to the fact that these are in fact demons who are obsessed with me, and then they are very hostile. And that's what's relevant with regard to what you listen to. So this African American female, she's gang stalking me while she's inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. Federal offense right there. She's engaged in serial stalking. She's doing so, meaning she's systematically engaged in stalking me with the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library on behalf of the gang member of the gang leader, actually, Mike Lorenz, that agency keeping me under surveillance through psychopaths that are obsessed with me, like that agency. This third party whose license plate I'm going to recite right now, she's doing so as a serial stalker. I apply these labels so you see, with regard to my documentation, my evidence, cataloging those demons that are engaging in gang stalking and the ways in which you're doing so. You're engaging in the pattern of conduct, and as you systematically, repeatedly, serially, continuously engage in that pattern of conduct, like engaging in what is surveillance at the Ontario Town Square. You're there every morning. That's federal prison. The government can't do it without the people of the state. And the government is engaging in what is violence through the people of the state. The government's engaged in what is harassment through the people of the state. This is what they're doing inside of the parking garage. And what are they doing in the parking garage with engineer light on that roof inside of that parking garage? Hostile because you're exposed as a demon who is stalking, because that's why that light activity is there. And you're also confused and frustrated at the same time because you don't understand the definition of the words that are coming out of my mouth. And so you're embarrassed and you feel stupid while you're engaging in criminal activity and you're stalking me. That's the nature of the crime. You're stalking me while you're also embarrassed by the fact that you're being exposed for stalking me, and the entity's engaging what is speaking as that state that's stalking me. That's what's documented at the Sirius Regis group that's engaging in the pattern of conduct. Molesting with impossible light while the demons are stalking with the Ontario International Airport, and they're gang stalking coming out of the Ovid Family Community Library, tracking my steps, very much obsessively stalking me, and engaging in acts of violence together. All the demons, remember, this is spiritual. And the spiritual is being proven through tangible evidence in order to prosecute. But this is spiritual. These are demons that are together, hostile, seething. And that's because they are, in fact, mentally ill. They're very much seething at the fact that they are caught engaging in this criminal system. And not only that, they don't like my style. Okay? So it's not, and my style is very clear. You've witnessed me represent myself as opposed to demons that want to be me at the same time while misrepresenting my character. On whose I never gave them any consent to me, and they couldn't represent a cockroach. Well, actually, they can represent a cockroach quite well, but they could not represent a rag doll if you want. They couldn't represent anything. They don't even have a self-identity. That's why they're gang stalking me. But my point is that I'm representing myself now, and you see, I don't just prosecute, I will humiliate you. Because this is what the entity does as a population of pathetic beings who are putting a stake in murdering somebody. And then you're mad because you're being documented? You're mad because I'm critiquing the fact that you should have put a hot comb in your head before you came in here gang stalking me? You think I'm not going to embarrass you? While you're sitting up obsessed with my vagina in the bathroom? You have 2 kids in the back of your car and you're out here stalking me in the middle of the night? You're engaging in what is gang stalking me with your girlfriend. Okay, with dingy clothes on, and you call yourself insulting me while you are stalking me Yes, the entity is very much embarrassed by what it is that I do, my style. I not only prosecute, I shame. Okay? This is absolutely shameful conduct for which you should be embarrassed. They like to do this in what is a bubble, in secret, in silence, meaning you don't even know that a gang stalking system is occurring. They defame a targeted individual. They murder them before there's any word spoken of it. This is the what L.A.P.D is doing with regard to the people of the state. Okay? That is a third party that was murdered by L.A.P.D on the skateboard in September of 2025. That was murder. And you don't know anything about gang stalking yet. Okay, this is putting context on everything that's happening in California in particular, but this is context on everything. The entity that's gang stalking me with this African-American female who is a homosexual predator obsessed over me. Okay, she goes home and she stares in the mirror and she wants to stab her face because she wants to be me. That's why she is stalking. This is the shared condition by the demon possessed. They are worshiping while they are obsessing and stalking. It's an act of worship. It's satanic. They are literally idolizing while they're stalking. And they're embarrassed because I break down the truth in those unadulterated terms, but that's the reality. I don't find it to be a compliment. I find it very sick. But that's the reality because I'm not going to mince words. This is Satan. I'm going to embarrass Satan. You want to come stalk me? You're going to regret it. Because I will embarrass you. And the entity engages in assault with a deadly weapon in response. I want to be clear, that's federal prison. That's the government that has no right to keep you under surveillance in the first place. So you're engaging in what is gang violence. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison behind the gang stalking at Wells Fargo. That was a battery, damaging my property that he committed while he is, again, threatening my life and safety, cussing me out, calling me out of my names, threatening to engage in physical harm as a male, albeit a midget, but he's still a male, engaging what is gang stalking on behalf of, remember, it's not whether I'm actually scared, it's whether I'm reasonably scared. And you are reasonably fearful of one that is soliciting the presence of the gang stalkers that bear weapons and wear badges and summon them on you for no reason whatsoever, where you're subject to unlawful searches and kidnappings. When you never violated the law. When you're enforcing your rights in the first place, when you're being targeted. Oh, you have every reason to be reasonably fearful. Absolutely. And you're going to enforce your rights. Mike LORENZ is going to prison for that. Mike LORENZ is going to prison for assault with a deadly weapon that has occurred over the course of years. Mike LORENZ is going to prison for this assault with a deadly weapon that I documented tonight. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison for the serial stalking by airplanes that's occurring seconds before that. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison because I can't go into Chevron without a gang of demons going in there stalking me in a store. It's got 1.5 aisles. What are you making sure I don't do, Satan? This is the entity that's engaging in that conduct. You're going to prison for it. Why are you focusing chiefly on what is the gang stalking police? Because those are the ones that commit kidnapping. The airports, they don't arrest you. They don't exercise fictitious authority under the law as a police department. They're not the ones that are acting with the sheriff's department and filling out that paperwork regarding probable cause that they don't have, or reasonable suspicion that they don't have, or the facts that they make up in order to put those handcuffs on you where they're abusing the law. The airport doesn't do that. The fire department doesn't do that. That's the police department. Even though it's not a police department, that's why they go to prison. That's why. Because they're not a police department, they're engaged in surveillance. They're the reason why the people of the state are in their homes keeping me under surveillance. They're the reason why the people of the state at the gas station and at Starbucks and of the airport are keeping me under surveillance. They're the reason why. The entity can't engage in what is accomplishing the objective of murder and kidnapping without the gang stalking police department to commit that kidnapping. That's why you're going to prison. It starts with them. Okay? The entity's engaging in this conduct and you're going to federal prison for the violence that I've been subject to. And I went to very excruciating detail to make sure that to make sure that it is literally itemized with regard to what Mike LORENZ and Derek Williams are responsible for regarding a pattern of conduct shared by that agency and the people of the state. And that agency is acting in conformity to a greater pattern of conduct shared by the state of California. This is how I have Dominic Choi and Michael Moore surrounded with that same evidence of a pattern of conduct. Would you imagine that? You don't have to imagine it because I have the evidence of it. It's all over my website. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com. It's all over my YouTube channel. This is the P.O.C. All right? It's all over social media. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in what the Ontario Police Department are engaging in is nothing new with regard to my long existing body of evidence over a term of years. But they are being disbanded and they're going to prison as a terrorist leader. Dominic Choi is a terrorist leader. Michael Moore is a terrorist leader. The current demon over the L.A.P.D, that's a terrorist leader. Okay, the murder of that third party in Los Angeles third-party gang stalker or not, this is surveillance, and they're engaged in criminal surveillance. They're not ignorant about where that third party was at on a skateboard. That was murder, and it was premeditated murder. Okay? While he went out of his way to drive into the middle of the street, by the way. Not avoiding another vehicle on the side of the road that he was driving on. Doesn't appear to be making a turn, just getting into the middle of the street to drive on the wrong side of the road. You don't have the authority when you're sounding your sirens to drive recklessly. You drive in the way in which is necessary. You can run the lights, you can speed, but you're not wanting in that regard. You're not doing it excessively. But again, this is an entity that's corrupt, so this is a system that is designed to, under all circumstances, legitimize what are criminal acts, what are acts of violence, okay? But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct. That's why you're going to prison for that, okay? This is why you document as well. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct. This third party, with regarding that video that you just listened to, and you're going to look at it because she's a psychopath. This is what's stalking me. You're obsessed with me, and you're also angry at me. That's what needs to go into padded rooms and in straitjackets. And it's stalking me in the middle of the night. It's stalking me using commercial planes. I want to be clear. She's going to prison while the government provides evidence of on whose behalf she is stalking. Okay? The entity is now stalking over the ARCO parking lot because that's not where they were stalking before. They were flying right there at that bus stop. And as I walk towards Starbucks, they're flying right there over that Starbucks. Now that I'm over here at ARCO, they're flying right over here at that ARCO. When I go back to the Bethel congregation, that intersection, I want to be clear. The entity is maintaining what is that fake moon. You'll see the fake moon moving as I move. That's what I keep capturing. That's that crime scene that moves where I'm at. Okay, the entity is engaging what is stalking by flying over the Ceres Regis group. The entity is maintaining the fake moon right here over me at ARCO. There is no questioning regarding targeting. These imbeciles have provided a way in which you are able to clearly identify. Meaning the moon's not over the Starbucks where they were stalking me with commercial planes flying on the opposite side of the street while I was on the opposite side of the street over there. The fake moon's not over the bus stop when they were flying over 537 and Euclid Avenue when I was at the bus stop at F Street in Euclid, where it was while they were stalking over there and I was over there. The fake moon is now over my head where the entity is stalking in commercial planes, where no airports from Ontario Airport, no planes from the Ontario Airport, no planes from the San Bernardino Airport, no planes from the Upland Airport. Upland has more than one airport. No planes from Los Angeles Airport are hovering over the ARCO parking lot and then making a U-turn to fly back in the opposite direction. That's not even headed toward any destination, and takeoffs from the airport, as it will be included in the case to prosecute and shut down the airport and prosecute Mike LORENZ and the people. It will not include any of this plane activity you hear. It will not include any of this hovering over this parking lot, and it's also proven through what is science while the entity maintains a crime scene over me, where you can witness the evidence of their mental illness, not only by stalking in these malicious and psychopathic ways like in planes and helicopters, but doing so under a fake sun. This is the conduct of what the demon-possessed, mentally ill population practice, and they engage in what is assault with a deadly weapon when they're embarrassed with evidence proving that, because their witchcraft failed, because they're shown to be sex offenders, because they're shown to be obsessively stalking me and shown to be psychotic in doing so. And they thought that this was going to be a humiliation ritual and that they were going to win my money and celebrate my death and engage in what is successfully sacrificing somebody onto Satan. I'm dealing with demons. These are dead people. Okay, but I want to be clear. The government's criminal activity is putting that demon that engages the soul with a deadly weapon, she's going to prison, and vice versa. That conduct is putting the domestic terrorist leaders in prison and the rest of the people of the state that share in that violence. Okay, but I'm documenting that. That's the entity that's engaging in that, and that's the reality of what is criminal activity when you are co-conspirators in executing a crime. And I want to be clear, in the same way that a murder is reasonably foreseeable from committing a robbery, a violent crime, murder is reasonably foreseeable when you're committing a violent crime such as gang stalking. Okay? And that's exactly why the police are engaging in what are targeting, as the evidence proves. There will be no back and forth regarding whether am I actually being targeted while you're following me in and out of the Ovid Family Community Library by helicopter, while you're maintaining a specific environment that everybody sees defies nature. We've got a conundrum here regarding science and what NASA has said the sun does versus what the Ontario Police Department are doing to me as you're looking at that clear conflict in the environment. And it's also correlating with what I documented other police departments doing to me in that scientifically impossible environment. That's not a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. The entity is very much embarrassed and hostile. They're sitting around in the perimeter stalking in the path. All of them together listening to me. You know what they all committed together as well? Assault with a deadly weapon. All of them together. Okay, I want to be clear from the demon, Myra, inside of the Open Family Community Library that's monitoring my vagina as I walk out. That pattern of conduct is ceaselessly underway. Stalking by plane as I walk out, stalking by helicopter as I'm at the Ontario Town Square, walking across the same street at the same civic center, stalking by the people of the state. This demon, let me give you this third party's license plate. I've talked enough about her nappy extensions. This is the entity that's engaging in the P.O.C, but I mean, it's not even your real hair and you're not even... Anyway, okay, so this is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and this is the license plate of this third party. She's gang stalking, monitoring my vagina, crossing path as I come up the elevator. Remember what the entity is doing. They engage in lying and wait conduct. So they're all monitoring my vagina together in the bathroom on behalf of the airport. That proves that. Monitoring my vagina, you're tracking my steps. You're also monitoring what's between my legs when I'm in the bathroom. You know exactly what I'm doing, and you're keeping me and that under surveillance. And you're doing so with the sex offenders that are stalking me from place to place, like this homosexual with the nappy weave. Her license plate is, again, let me read it. They're engaging in this documented act of violence together, and she's going from the video of gang stalking at the exit of the Open Family Community Library at 9:06 p.m. Excuse me, that was the Ontario Police at what is 8:56 p.m. to what is going to Starbucks. And I want to be clear, it's very specific to me. The fake moon is over my head while she is in my presence. And that airport, you can see in the images, one plane after another, while I am on the opposite side of the street, and that fake moon's moving over my head. That fake moon's not on the opposite side of the street, anywhere near the Starbucks, like it is while I'm capturing when I'm on that side of the street. And that's also not the natural environment. And the sun is not going to remain over and set at that library like I documented the sunset sunlight reaching into the depths of the library like I captured. And then also that's where the moon is at nightfall. These are the demons that are clearly stalking through that unintelligent environment that is proving that they're mentally ill and that they practice a system of surveillance which is existing in that environment. It's the evidence of it. And it's letting you know about a manufactured and engineered environment around you where you need to know that demons are real and demons are monitoring you. And you're also under surveillance on communication devices. And no target individual is going to be defamed by the truth and the facts substantiating that. No one. In fact, the entity is going to be subject to what are commitments and convictions for terrorism. And they're going to be deported. They're going to prison. They're going to mental asylums. And they're going to be prosecuted and maintained on a list that the DOJ, the federal government, is going to make available so that you are aware. Anybody can look up terrorists in this country. Because the one that engaged in assault with a deadly weapon, with all these demons in Ontario, you need to be able to look up their names. You need to be able to find out who they are. Okay, you don't have any more, you don't have the same level of privacy. You don't have any privacy at all. First of all, the secret is out. We're all under surveillance. Number two, you don't have any privacy as a terrorist. And that's whenever you get out of prison. Okay, but that prosecution, no, that's changed the trajectory of your life. You're not getting any government assistance if that's what you've been living on. Okay, you're not going to be able to just go get any job. Good luck with that. No, you're going to have a hard time, I'm going to let you know now, being a prosecuted terrorist, a domestic terrorist. The entity's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, and you're going to be prosecuted as a terrorist, and that's going to make it a little difficult to get a job driving the school bus with the school district. Okay, and that's the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct when they are looking to maintain some means of employment, some place to live, retain some sort of government assistance. All three of those are going to be permanently affected, and you're not going to get that expunged off your record. And that's after you're talking about prosecuting those that are subject to prison and removing the demons that are engaging in surveillance, like the ones sounding sirens. They committed assault with a deadly weapon. That's under the fake moon. That's a psychopath. The fake moon's right over the top of my head. Right? I'm taking a picture of that, and that is the entity that engaged in assault with a deadly weapon with the stalkers using commercial planes. They're stalking me by helicopter. What do you think they're doing with that police vehicle? Stalking in the path with this sex offender that's molesting with impossible light. Okay? Hardick is inside a Chevron, being documented again. License 9MTB525, another homosexual predator molesting with light, driving down the street to engage in touching me. So is Arco. So is Chevron. Okay, those are companies being prosecuted as sex offenders, and these are third parties sharing in sexual violence with the Ontario Police. That's all orchestrated. They literally engage in sounding the sirens, driving down the street, molesting your person under the fake moon. This is literally that pattern of conduct, and they all engaged in what is that act of violence together in the same way, which is assault with a deadly weapon. It's currently 10:16 p.m. where criminal summoning is underway. 608-54X1. The entity is engaged in molesting with impossible light, sounding sirens, and then driving down what is Lemon Avenue and East Street while molesting my person. These are demons that engage in those tactics together. But you need to understand from that, this is the pettiness of demons they're going to be put away. They're going to be put out of their misery. They're going down a rabbit hole. So this is like I stated, their mental illness working against them and working for me and working for you. But the entities engaging in this while they are sharing in the same way that they share in this execution of the P.O.C, they're sharing in what is assault with a deadly weapon, acts of violence that are documented. Okay, license 8LQZ141. Hardick is sharing in what is sexual assault and battery. Okay, doing so, he's sitting there stalking in his vehicle, in his van right now, monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. And this is somebody that may very well be subject to deportation. And no one's going to be crying for him. You're talking about terrorists that are not welcome in this country, terrorists that are exposed as such while they're targeting with the government that's engaging in criminal summoning. What you just heard right now is what L.A.P.D does. They know exactly who you are. They know exactly what you're doing. They know what you're saying, and they know where you're located. They're not accidentally hitting you when they're sounding their sirens. They are targeting you. That's the murder regarding the third party on the skateboard in Los Angeles in September 2025. The criminal summoning conduct is informing you about what L.A.P.D committed, which was premeditated murder. Okay? The entity is engaging in what is criminal summoning right now in the specific environment. They're engaged in criminal surveillance. The Ontario police are being disbanded for the criminal pattern of conduct that they share with the Los Angeles Police Department, who I already have surrounded with the body of evidence of targeting me. I know very well what L.A.P.D is engaged in, and it's a comprehensive system of what is demonic, and it's relevant to what is committed in furtherance of murder, and they routinely commit murders. This young man on the skateboard in September 2025 is the latest example. Okay, there's no investigation. What the entity is communicating when they're talking about they're going to investigate is that this is a murder that's going to be pacified. And it's not going to be addressed as murder. It's already being addressed as an accident in the coverage on the news. This is propaganda. That's all propaganda. It's not an accident. It was an intentional act, and the department is not engaged in a legitimate investigation. That's what they do as a department. They're engaged in surveillance, and they gang stalk me in L.A. They sound their sirens with regard to summoning. I documented it in Los Angeles in 2024. Look at my evidence. The fake sun's over my head when they're sounding their sirens. They're targeting. They know exactly where you're at and what you're doing. That's murder that you see. I shared it on my podcast. The Ontario police is engaged in that. That third party's license plate that I read, they're sharing in that sexual violence together. I will be prosecuting. It's very detailed, the pattern of conduct, very detailed with regard to the way they execute it, and they are so psychopathic and delusional because they are under a curse. These people are spiritually dead. They've engaged in so much murder of other people. They've reaped so much. They are now engaging in what is a rapid down spiral. In fact, they're engaging in published acts of violence. This demon lost control and it's going on the internet. Why would you do that on video? I got your license plate. I got your image. You have little kids in the car. You're gang stalking with the government. You're doing so and you're not mysteriously engaged. This is the entity that's engaging that in the name of Mike. You're going to prison. And then you're listening to them engaging gang stalking in real time. Mike LORENZ is going to prison. He's going to prison. Okay? This white man is going to federal prison for terrorism. And this is going to be what is historic with regard to understanding and proving terrorism, domestic terrorism, which is underway. While the entity sought to maintain a secret system of surveillance where you're being targeted and you don't know that you're being targeted. And that's why when things are happening to American citizens, they are reported in the way in which they're reported. An intentional plane crash by UPS, a heavily documented gang stalker, targeting in California is not accidentally crashing a plane into the ground in Kentucky, where they're maintaining necessarily a specific environment. This is surveillance. The entity is engaging in that, and this is giving you context. That does not make me happy to report that to you, but that's the truth. And this is what you need to understand. Okay, it is currently 10:20 p.m. The entity is flying over the top of my head. With that's the amplification of plane activity. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct. So let me read this third party's license plate. In fact, I'm going to read license plate 5 Thomas Apple 54 Charlie 6 Zebra Nancy Mary 010. And this is the African-American female gang stalking. She'll be on surveillance cameras today wearing a pink dress. And she's wearing a pink dress to come and keep me under surveillance in the library. She's doing so on video. She's gang stalking, crossing path at the same time of the Ontario International Airport, just like they are here, where you hear them sounding sirens and crossing path, and they're driving by. This is the entity that's engaging in concerted activity. This is the plane activity, this massive facilitation, the sirens, massive facilitation, the helicopter activity, massive facilitation, the train activity, massive facilitation, while all these cockroaches are all in engineer light, and the fake moon is over me, the fake sun is over me, and all they are psychopaths pacing all around me. These are demon-possessed people. They're hollowed out zombies. They're obsessively stalking. And they do so as an ongoing satanic ritual before they commit murder. And it's murder that's committed as an entity, not that one person, whoever is engaging in that act of violence. L.A.P.D. committed murder as an entity. The people of the state are engaged in monitoring with L.A.P.D. Those are the people of the state that share in that violence. They're engaging in this targeting system as demons that do not speak to the reality of this system. This is how the gang stalkers of the Los Angeles Police Department, of any gang stalking police department, this is how they maintain order, if you will. This is how they maintain that bully system, because the people of the state, the demons that are monitoring, they know that the police can murder them and nobody's going to do anything about it, because all they have to do is say, hey, I had my sirens on, and it's automatically reported as an accident. So this is how you have demons that are fearful of the gang stalking police. And this is how they maintain that order amongst what is lawlessness and criminality. This is how they maintain silence. This is how you maintain what is a bully system, even amongst the demon-possessed. It's not a defense. They're targeting together. And this is also why the gang-stalking police are going to prison. Okay? But this is the entity that's engaging in targeting with the Ontario International Airport at the same time, that simultaneity of conduct in the specific environment, that demonic synchronicity, license 8XYU 909, gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport upon my exit at 8:56 p.m. She's crossing paths, stalking with light. She's then engaging in surveillance. Remember, surveillance is accomplished while you're stalking at 507 North Euclid Avenue while I'm at the bus stop. This is a whole stalker. Okay, she's a homosexual predator. She's a woman that's obsessed with my vagina. She's a woman that seeks out my bodily fluids, wants to consume them. She's a woman, if she has a man, I'm guessing you don't, and if she does, he's stalking me too. He's obsessed with me and my vagina as well. That's the reality. The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and the entities engaged in what is stalking with their male counterparts. A demon-possessed family, them and their kids. Gang stalking. Okay? Demons obsessing over me. Centering everything that they're doing around Erica Spencer. Okay? This is the entity that's engaged in that, and it's pathetic. This is understanding what the government is doing, centering everything that the government is doing around Erica Spencer. Okay? This is P.O.C. 10:24 p.m. This is the entity that is license 8XYU 909, gang stalking upon my exit of the Ovid Family Community Library, which, by the way, is north of this location. The entity is tracking my steps, stalking by hovering over that entrance, where there are no plane takeoffs over there either. The entity is veering farther and farther away from what would be south of the Hope Boulevard, where Airport Drive is located. The airport is south of Hope Boulevard. The entity migrates more and more north. Remember, I took a picture of the entity stalking me at the Pizza Hut while I'm sitting inside, and they're hovering over the Pizza Hut storefront. There's no plane takeoffs over there. There's no plane takeoffs over Woodside Senior Apartments. There are no plane takeoffs over, not only here over the Unicare, but there are no plane takeoffs over the Tabor Professional Building, or over 325 West G Street, or over the 7-Eleven at 636 North Vine Avenue. The entity's been stalking me for years, by the way, and that stalking conduct is putting lying, mendacious demons like the Ontario Police this morning talking about and what he's lying about, he may very well be admitting to me regarding a third party making a phone call, but he's lying about being ignorant. He's gang stalking. He's doing so under the fake sun. The fake sun's at the same time in alignment to me at the same time of year last year, where L.A.P.D. is keeping me under surveillance in my apartment. That's not the sun that's inside of my living room window at the same time of year. Okay, at the same time. Okay, where the government is also stalking by planes. The gang stalking, I want to be clear, stalking by the airport is one of the main ways in which the whole state is going to be prosecuted. Okay? In addition to stalking by helicopter, the hallmark that I said at the outset. You'll recognize the entity stalking me under the fake sun. The hallmark is stalking by helicopter. And the entity stalking by airport, it's going to serve to prosecute everybody else. Okay, it is speaking to context regarding targeting by the rest of the entity, including the Ontario Police Department. Nonetheless, this entity is, with that evidence, again, they have been outmaneuvered intellectually. They're doing so while they think that it's a numbers game, and it's not. The majority is Christ plus me, and the entity is engaging in what is harassing and acts of violence because I have won, even though this was not a competition, and they were never going to be successful against me. You certainly are not going to be successful when you're doing things that a fifth grader can recognize, that the sun doesn't sit, and not a demon-possessed one, but a fifth grader can recognize that has been adequately trained with regard to science and what NASA has said, what NASA would testify to, any employee of NASA would testify to in court, that the sun's not possibly sitting over that building all day long, even though that's exactly what you're looking at while I document it. So you're talking about what is immediately suspect. Immediately. Okay? And everything where that entity is indeed stalking, that's relevant to the targeting by that airport. Okay, the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and it's even going to be not just science. Literally, the operations of that airport is serving to prosecute that mendacious demon. Talking about a third party admitting that a third party made a call regarding a malicious allegation that they know is not happening. It's malicious because the Ontario police are stalking and monitoring, and so are the people of the state, and that's proven by the stalking by the Ontario International Airport. Okay, the entities engaged in this, however, so I just want to document that. That third party is gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport that you hear stalking right here at ARCO. While you're filling up your gas tank and you're gang stalking, that's okay. It's going to catch up with you in federal court. It's going to catch up with these businesses that I'm going to prosecute and put on the map as terrorists in this country. They're enemies of this country while they're making money off of American citizens in this country, and they're conspiring your murder while they're keeping you under surveillance and making a buck off of you. That's something that you should be outraged about. Okay, this third party is license 8XYU909, and she's stalking from the library to the Starbucks, where she is stalking in the path while the entity is stalking me as I go right back to that bus stop. She's engaged in gang stalking me while she sits in relevant position at Starbucks, where that airport is stalking, proven by the fake moon moving from the Ovid Family Community Library entrance, where she's stalking with the airport, to the bus stop, where the entity is stalking by the airport and the fake moon's over my head, to the Starbucks, where I go and I document that this demon is following from place to place. That's a serial stalker. That's somebody that's in need of prison time. Okay? This is the entity that's engaging in what is, this is somebody that's exceedingly hostile. And so this is somebody that is speaking as an entity with regard to the violence that you heard by that third party that's engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon repeatedly on video, because these demons are hostile while they're being documented. Okay, license plate. 6 Xavier Yolanda George 796. License plate, again, at that Starbucks is 8XYU909. License plate. 9 Sam Mary David 338. Engaging in surveillance at the Bethel congregation at 536 North Euclid Avenue while the fake moon is remaining over me. So while I am standing at the bus stop, and then I walk to Starbucks, and then I walk back toward the bus stop, that fake moon moves over me, and the entity is stalking me by planes. Engaged in stalking by helicopter at the town square, both this morning and upon my exit of the venue of the Ovid Family Community Library, both pursuant to what is monitoring what I'm doing on my device, as well as, again, I'm uploading evidence online. The entity is engaged in what is, they're hostile. These demons inside of the library, while based on the facts that they have available without admitting that they're demons, number one, and number two, engaging in the very allegations of criminal surveillance, monitoring, gang stalking. Merely being in custody of your phone is not enough for you to make an accusation regarding taking a picture of you, especially because I'm not holding it up and I'm not saying, hey, let me see you, let me take a picture of you. The entities, but they know that they're being documented because they're monitoring. They're demons. Demons know what you're doing on your phone. Demons know what you're doing when they're not in the room with you. Demons know what you're doing when they keep their back to you. Demons know what they're doing when they want to look like they're consumed with something else, like filling up their gas tank while they're stalking you at the gas station. Okay? The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and those demons inside of the Ovid Family Community Library are very hostile. And this is relevant with regard to the gang stalking by that government that's always stalking. But remember, they engage in acts of violence and retaliation as fools together. Okay? License plate. Stalking at ARCO, 9RKJ508. Gang stalking at gas stall number 3. and it's 10:31 p.m. The entity's engaging in this P.O.C, and she's stalking with the Ontario International Airport that you heard. She's just sitting there conspicuously stalking. The entity's engaging in the pattern of conduct and is doing so while they are engaging in acts of violence. The entity is exceedingly hostile, okay? So what it is that I'm exposing about the gang stalkers of L.A.P.D, what it is that I'm exposing about the demons lying, and you're going to federal prison for engaging in criminal summoning. You can get as mad as you want. Do you think I care? Do I act like someone that cares? Have I ever behaved myself in a manner that made it seem as though I care? Am I here prosecuting you because I'm supposed to care? I do not. You're going to federal prison for criminal summoning. You're going to federal prison even longer as I document ongoing collateral harms that American citizens have a right to not be subject to when you shouldn't have been stalking in the first place. Okay? That's that ongoing pattern of conduct while you are monitoring. Only psychopaths are enraged and angry and hostile while you're the stalker, while you're the sex offender, while you're the conspirator of murder. Only a psychopath. Okay? And these are a specific type of criminal. These are demons. This is the Nephilim. They're all demon possessed. So these are demonic people that are angry because they can't incite fear in me. I'm not fear. First of all, they have a false idea regarding what is strength. They have a false idea regarding what is powerful, what is fear. The Lord is the only one that I fear. He's the only one that can cast my soul into hell, and he doesn't need a whole army of weirdos stalking together. Why would somebody be scared of you? Because you're behind the wheel going crazy because you're scared of me? Because you're embarrassed by what I said? So you have a whole car full of people in front of children engage in what is threatening to engage in what you're not going to do. She's running her car, she's reversing it back and forth, but she's engaging in what is criminal activity, and she wants to feel like she's powerful or something, just like the demon at Wells Fargo. First of all, you got a whole bunch of little boys that are laughing hysterically about what's not funny. I know it's funny. I crack jokes all the time. I know it's funny, and if it's funny, I'll laugh because no, demon, you can't hurt my feelings. You're stalking me. Try being somebody of caliber, somebody whose opinion that matters, and then I'll be insulted. I don't care what you think while you're monitoring my vagina. I could not care less. Okay? What I care about is putting sex offenders like you on the map and in prison. That's what I care about. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are angry because they can't cause me to be fearful. And that's really what this is about. I'm not scared of a bunch of demons that have to hold hands together and stalk me. You together couldn't put your brains together and outmaneuver me. You couldn't figure out that the fake sun, I want to be clear, people in Kentucky can figure out what they were subject to with regard to that UPS plane crash by the fake sun that's remaining over me in Ontario. I'm going to put it to you that way. People can figure out the malice behind the demise of that young man on that skateboard while the entity is keeping the fake sun over me in Ontario, California. I'll put it to you that way. Okay? The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing so with regard to a pattern of conduct that they are hostile is being exposed. And this is, again, a spirit. Okay? And why is that relevant? I'm not preaching to you. The reason why it's relevant is because, first of all, the spiritual realm is relevant to your everyday life. You are a spirit within flesh and blood. You're a spirit. And you also need to know that these people have demonic spirits on them. And that's affecting their behavior. Their behavior that threatens your life and your safety and those that you care about. This is why you need to pay attention. Second of all, you're talking about being aware of those that are psychopaths and are likely to engage in things such as sounding sirens and trying to run somebody over in the middle of the road or engage in any act of violence where they think they'll get away with it because of their position. These are things you need to be aware of. And it's relevant to what are spirits that are inside of them, that are invisible, that affect their behavior. That's what is relevant to the medical field, by the way, with regard to behavioral health. People who are mentally ill, you know where it starts at? It starts in the spirit that's in them. That which is not being addressed by the medical profession. They have demons, and your prescription is not going to deal with those demons. You're just giving them a buzz. That's it. Okay, but like I stated, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and what is wrong with people that are stalking in planes is that they have spirits on them that manifest in what is absurd, criminal, corrupt, despicable, disgusting, depraved, demented behavior. It starts with the spirit in them. Okay, unhealthy spirit, unhealthy behavior. Okay, the demonic spirit, criminal, corrupt behavior. Okay, twisted behavior. So the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and that's what I'm speaking to. So the third party is license 336, and she's engaging in, right? Hold on. Yeah, 9 Sam Mary David 336. She's engaging in what is a documented act of violence by the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, who you heard engaging in criminal summoning. They sounded their sirens, and so did Ontario Police. They're the entity that you are listening to me document. They're monitoring right now. She engaged in an act of violence for which she's going to federal prison, but that was an act of violence that this entire entity that is gang stalking together committed as one. Okay, the entity is going to prison. Understand, these terrorist leaders, you're a gang stalking mayor. I am documenting the evidence that's going to remove you. You're not staying, and you are delusional. You're not staying in office, okay? Just so that you know, you should be expecting that. I said that a long time ago. You're not staying in office. And that goes for any corrupt official. And this is the ability to expose corrupt officials where this is underway. And also, why is that the case? Because this is spiritual. This is letting you know what they all are. Okay, when you have gang stalking by that local government, you're looking right at the mayor's office. Okay, you're looking right at the mayor's office. When you have gang stalking by that neighborhood, in that housing subdivision, you're looking right at that police department. And you're looking at that fire department, the mayor's office. You're looking at the city, which is within that state. Okay, where they're engaging in what is a pattern of conduct readily identifiable. I have provided a whole repository of evidence where you are able to identify it. They are telling on each other. They are serving each other's demise. And the demon that's engaged in that berserk conduct, that psychopathic conduct, losing control, this is the entity that shares that. They are sharing in that while they are stalking with light, while they are stalking in planes and helicopters, while they are engaging in what is assault with a deadly weapon, and engaging in that conduct. I just want to be clear. This is an entity that I don't want to lessen the threat, okay? Because this is somebody, but for being on video, but for being surrounded by evidence, this is very much what people engage in, acts of violence that you see on the news every day. So I don't want to limit and reduce that with regard to, because she's not, if you're going to hit me with the car, you're going to hit me with the car. But she's not. I'm going to tell you right now that it's not going to happen. Something would happen to her before any harm happens to me, and I'm just going to state that's the case. But the entity, that's a demon. She has no protection. So this is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and while doing so, I just want to state that you are acting as an entity, speaking as an entity, and that government's going to be prosecuted liable for everything, where it is reasonably foreseeable that you will suffer loss of life while the entity is engaging in what is an inherently violent crime, such as terrorism, domestic terrorism, gang stalking. And the terrorist leader that is engaged in a pattern of conduct, that would be Mike LORENZ and Derek Williams. You're going to federal prison for that. Okay, now you have to have a lot of evidence to prove it, and I have it and some. I have a surplus. Okay, the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, and these demons are so psychotic, that same loss of self-control is what you see the demons of the Ontario Police exhibit on an ongoing basis, stalking me by helicopters. This is what you see the entity exhibit on an ongoing daily basis, stalking me by planes. This is what you see when they're exhibiting that ongoing mental illness, stalking me with impossible light activity. They are exceedingly hostile while they sit up and watch me expose them in what is literally the praise God, glory to Christ Jesus, okay? Because that work of art that's on the internet, so that you can understand and see with your own eyes and hear with your ears what is the pattern of conduct and understand it, because you need to know it. And they're envious of that, and they're hostile. They're rageful at it. They're infuriated by it. Glory to God. Praise God. Okay? This is evil. And evil should be upset, because evil has been exposed, and I'm going to prosecute it. I'm going to prosecute it, and I'm going to put it in prison. The entities engaging in this, and I want to be clear, they are hostile because they've lost. They lost in murdering someone. These are sickos. License plate. Gang stalking with the same entity license, one demon after another, 9MNG919. The entity is engaging in this P.O.C, and that's what's behind what is very much a threat to your life. The entity is on the news every day talking about violence that are committed by people. These are gang stalkers that attack each other. These are gang stalkers that attack the gang stalkers of the government that attack each other. This is what L.A.P.D is doing with the skateboarder. They're monitoring together. So the L.A.P.D, I already stated that this very entity, you are likely to be a subject of this system, a target of this system. None of them, you're not safe because you're gang stalking me. They are all, okay? You're talking about, well, what's the entity? They're all targeting me, but they are also subject to being targeted themselves. And they are engaging in that pattern of conduct. Now, I don't want to speak ill of those that are already gone. This young man is gone, and that's unfortunate, and it does not make it okay, regardless of the fact that he is a third party in Los Angeles. I documented Los Angeles very thoroughly, and yes, I can categorically state that that entire city, they're full of demons, and they're engaged in the pattern of conduct. There is no exception. I stated what the exception is, and it is me. I am being targeted in the entirety of this state, the entirety of the state. Okay, and this is the entity. It is speaking to what is the government's murder. Their murder. The government's a murderer, whether they're killing a third party, okay, or whether they're killing somebody that's a targeted individual. Okay, whether that third party is a part of the pattern of conduct, gang stalking that target individual or not, it's still murder that the government does not have a right under the Constitution, and it's equally evil and equally criminal. And this is the harm behind a corrupt government that's engaging in secret surveillance. That's the harm behind that. But I'm going to digress on that. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct and doing so while they are very much hostile because of the way in which I am prosecuting, and I can't help that. And I'm not going to apologize for being excellent in everything that I do with regard to somebody that's trying to take my life, and you thought I was just going to be some baboon. No, that's you. You're the imbecile, not me. I never was, by the way. This is a setup. You were set up from the beginning thinking that you ever were going to be successful. Ever. This was a setup. So I'm not going to apologize because I'm able to enforce my rights and advocate, meaning give an example for what other people are able to do and what they'll be able to do and how you can recognize this and protect yourself, be informed. A lot of this is based on information. A lot of this is based on exposure and changing the laws, because what nobody can deny anymore, now you know what monitoring is. No questions about that. The government's been pontificating and speculating, while the government's been monitoring. Well, they say monitoring, but it's all speculated and rumored, but nobody's put their finger on what is monitoring, who's doing it. The P.O.C answers all those questions, and it's inevitable. It's unavoidable, and it is something that you can't disregard. You can disregard it if you want to. It's unreasonable to, though. The level of the evidence, it is unreasonable. It has been proven, literally to the legal degree of what is beyond a reasonable doubt, while I've been prosecuting this government on the internet. But I've proven it to a scientific degree of certainty. The entity is engaging in this conduct, and it is proven for your benefit, because you should have more than what is a bunch of vacuous statements that you can't really rely on, or some sort of theory that sometimes is accurate and sometimes it's not. That's not what this is. This is factual information. Factual and consistent and existing over a prolonged period of time. Okay? While I myself have been subject to it. I know very well. And this is the level of evidence and the pattern of conduct is such that you are able to make that category. It's literally the logical step to make that categorical assessment regarding what the state is doing based on the nature of the crime. The fake sun documentation in the whole environment. Who is pulling out the fake sun? Who's pulling that out of the garage during the day and putting it up in the sky? Who's doing that? Who pulls out the fake moon and puts it over the sky space above me at the Ovid Family Community Library at night? Who's doing that? Who's pulling it out? Who's pulling it out of their trunk and blowing it up and putting it in the sky space and then dragging it with the planes or something over the sky? Who's doing that? All right, who is informing the airport and the police department that are in that environment, targeting in the ways in which they are, at the same time that entity is in that engaging in that harassment while that is in the sky space? How do you have that concerted conduct, that behavioral pattern in that environment? Who is doing that? How do you have those two together on an ongoing basis? And I went from city to city and county to county. Okay, so you have what is Kern County engaged in the same pattern of conduct as San Diego County, engaged in the same pattern of conduct as San Bernardino County. Okay, this demon is stalking with the Ontario International Airport, pulling up to gas station number 3. They're engaging with the demon and the African American female, and then the last demon that I just read, and this is the other one, while the entity is flying over by plane, 9LDK099, engaging what is assault with a deadly weapon as well with that same entity. Okay, the 7H. I can't really see that. You can scratch that one. The entity is engaging in what is a pattern of conduct that is speaking to what is a statewide pattern of conduct. And because the pattern of conduct is speaking to the necessity of there being more than one sun, which is supernatural, which is opening everybody's eyes about what's really going on. The entity is, there's only one, the Lord God created one sun and one moon. The entity is engaging in surveillance in a readily identifiable environment, and it is necessarily and accurately referred to as a fake sun that hunkers down, hovers over me, sits on roofs of buildings, and is present while the entity shoots light like a laser. That's not sunlight. That shoots at underneath and into windows and into the depths of buildings. This is the entity that is stalking with light. The stalking with light conduct is because you're being monitored. You're being monitored by people that have demonic spirits on them. Only what is demonic is monitoring you. A person that doesn't have a demonic spirit on them is not monitoring. That's a demonic activity. That's a demonic spirit that's possessing a person that is creating activity pursuant to what that demonic spirit is supernaturally aware of what you're doing, including while that person with that demonic spirit on them is not even near you, not looking at you. They don't have to be engaged with you at all. At all. So you are in the physical, especially when you're spiritually oblivious, you have no idea that you're being monitored by people who are looking at the Starbucks barista, looking at the menu, ordering, and they're monitoring you. While they're talking, while they're chit-chatting, while they're on their phone, while the government is monitoring outside, maintaining that fake sun, that engineer light fills that venue, the ongoing plane and helicopter, all that's going on while you're being monitored and you have no idea. While you are in the bathroom and you are under surveillance. You're being monitored. That's sexual violence on a whole other level. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. They're sex offenders. Never before even contemplated under federal law, and they're calling themselves an Ontario board, an Ontario executive team, a president of an airport authority, and a police chief. They're gross. They are gross. They are engaged in what is unfathomable, but for the ability to prove it with hard evidence. And I knew that at the outset, and I did that plus more, okay? The entity is going to be prosecuted with a pattern of conduct, and the entity is also going to be prosecuted because every kidnapper is going to prison. Okay. In addition to the pattern of conduct, that's called being a terrorist leader. And the vital documents with regards to this country, I believe it refers to them. I've stated it before. Okay, I'm not going to go too deep into history and politics, those of you that are bored by that, but that's something that you need to pay attention to. Get off of social media and get into a book, because this is how a government is able to engage in that. The dumbing down, the systematic dumbing down of society, the ongoing distraction, and a history book does not provide all the answers. You can have all the academic and intellectual knowledge you want. If you don't know Christ Jesus, you will be unprepared for his return. You will be unprepared for the times that are coming. But yes, it is important that you pay attention. You should know how to spell Constitution. You should know what that document is. You should know what it guarantees you. You should know what you have a right to not be subject to. And you're going to need to know that because you're under surveillance, and this entity is bullying people that don't know their rights. Yeah, and that's a part of the design. To keep you distracted with getting the bag and getting a BBL and getting a whole bunch of females that don't even really like you, while they're steadily just eating away at your constitutional rights right in your face. Right in your face, but you don't know any difference of it because you're getting a surface level assessment of what's going on the evening news, where they're lying to you, giving you a biased slant about what's happening. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why you should be paying attention. It is cool and sexy to get an education. Who said that it's not? The demons that are monitoring you. Okay, that's who said that. That's who's promoting that. To sell sex instead of getting your education. There's a purpose behind the ongoing progressive dumbing down, to have children less and less educated, to where they don't even know how to read, they can't type. All they know how to do is text. Okay, the entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it is coinciding with the ongoing progressive. I'll just, to put it in diplomatic terms, the entity that is relying upon the ignorance of the public. Okay, that's how this is able to enforce itself. But like I said, I am not one. This is wisdom that comes from God. So if you think that it's in a civics book alone, then you don't get it either. You don't get it. And you're not going to be ready for the times. The Lord God himself is giving a warning about what's going on and what's going to happen. And it is about what is his return. He's coming back. He's the one that's giving this message. These are a bunch of people who are dead. They've engaged in murdering a lot of people. That's how you get to the point to where you're, as a whole population, you're stalking one person. That's a population of people who have been dead on the inside for a very long time. Okay, for a very long time. These are demon-possessed people who resist the offer to repent. And therefore, you are inviting what is wrath, the wrath of God, to be honest with you. You're inviting the wrath of God. And the criminal pattern of conduct is beyond what is a prosecution. It's a means whereby you, whoever you are, wherever you are at in life, are witnessing the reality of Christ Jesus. He's real. He is on the throne. He is watching. He's very aware. And he is going to come back in judgment. Okay, this is speaking to what is exposing what he's been looking at occurring in the darkness. Okay, where people engage in disgusting things and corrupt, vile things, and then it's held up and diluted. It's misrepresented. It's polished and put under a veneer when it's presented in another way. Put it in a palatable manner, if you will, misrepresented in what its actual substance is. This is that which has been occurring in the darkness for a long time, exposing how systematic murder is occurring in our faces every day. And you're looking at it on the news. And it's being given to you in a way that you will digest it for a specific purpose, while a whole system like this is underway at the same time. People that know what's going on and people that are subject to what's going on and are forced to suffer by themselves and don't really know. And then their lives are taken, and your life could be taken by being kidnapped and kept in a facility where you're drugged up. Or your life could be taken by physical death. Okay, your life could be taken by you're homeless somewhere and you've given up on life. You know, maybe you're now you're just a drunk homeless person, but it started out by you're being targeted by the state. You were never able to get a break, okay? And you just give up on life. That's another way of the entity sacrificing people. And it happens to people all the time. But nonetheless, this is the entity that is engaging in the P.O.C. It's currently 10:53 p.m. These are the license plates that I want to document, and I'm going to upload, well, you heard the violence. This is violence that license 9SMD336 is engaging in on behalf of the government, and she's going to prison. The Ontario International Airport and that violence that you're listening to, that's, again, the entity. That's why it's being shut down as a matter of the safety of the public. Okay, the entities in the gang stalking airlines, they are a domestic enemy, and that's exactly why that airport is being shut down for the safety of the public. Okay, they are engaging in that pattern of conduct while they are conspiring murder of an American citizen. It's being shut down for the safety of the public. Okay, it is currently 10:54 p.m. and the entity is maintaining surveillance at Chevron. It's not different. They're gang stalking, flying over me right here at the Arco parking lot, and a demon in a white Civic on surveillance camera at gang stalking at gas stall number 7 at 10:54 p.m. is stalking with the Ontario International Airport. Maintain close presence by me while they are crossing path. Okay, so that's what's. But that's on the other side. Starbucks is gang stalking. They're maintaining surveillance through the drive-through. They're monitoring. Traffic is surveillance. All of the pattern of conduct is underway. Remember, I'm one person, so I'm documenting the entity that comes close to me. Because they're stalking, they're always maintaining some means of conspicuously stalking. And the entity did so through that third party whose license plate is, again, license 9SMD336. All right, she's going to watch her psychosis be published on the internet. And terrorist leaders like Jason Isaac Fields, Mike Lorenz, and Alan D. Wapner, Michael GERKEN, Paul Leon, they're being removed from the positions they're in based on this violence that is committed as an entity. This is exactly why they're losing their positions, and this is exactly why I want to be clear. Michael GERKEN is not less subject to what is a prosecution. It's just that the gang stalking police departments, they commit kidnappings in order to get you into that system where they're seeking to sacrifice you, take your life, kidnap you, okay? They're doing so as a corrupt police department. That's what's distinct with regard to gang stalking as a corrupt fire department versus gang stalking as a corrupt police department. All right, they're masquerading as having authority under the law to violate your liberty rights, okay, by putting you under arrest and claiming that you engage in a crime and doing so under a specific penal code. When you're stalking, you don't even have authority under the law because of criminal surveillance. And that's a malicious execution of the P.O.C., by the way. That's malicious. So the whole fact of criminal surveillance in the first place, yeah, you're going to prison. That's an entity that engages in that with the intent that you not know that they're engaging in what is monitoring you, which is pursuant to stalking you, outside of the authority of the state and federal constitutions, while they want to appear as though they have authority under the law while they dress up as police officers. And they're stalking the whole time, okay? That's a psychopath talking, oh, we got a call about X, Y, and Z, and you're monitoring. You're monitoring the entire time. You're monitoring my vagina and whatever restroom that I go to inside of the in the city of Ontario with regard to relevant positioning. Okay, this is a sex offense committed by the U.S. government. You're under surveillance everywhere. Okay, including at Chevron, stalking in the path, including at ARCO, stalking in the path, doing so while the entity is engaging with that pattern of conduct. They like to engage in what is conspicuous stalking. They're doing so. They're going to be the ones that are going to be prosecuted for this very documentation of gang violence. Stalking with the method of light activity, the black SUV, the demon that goes to the same gas stall. Number 3, demon after demon, engaging what is serial presence in the path while they're sitting up monitoring together. You're threatening the wrong person. That is legally analyzed as a threat. You continuously threaten a federal prosecutor. That's the entity that's doing so on behalf of the government. They're going to prison, and so are the people of the state with whom they engage in criminal summoning. They're going to prison. They're going to federal prison. The entity is engaged in that, and it's 10:57 p.m. So I want to document, the license plates. Again, I have more. License 9SMD336 engages in what is assault with a deadly weapon after she is documented gang stalking on behalf of the government that's following me around in planes and helicopters. This is occurring upon my exit of the Ovid Family Community Library. License 9EZR308, 9 Edward Zebra Robert 308. License 9 Kelly Yolanda Mary 987. License 9 David Charlie Yolanda 610. 8 Paul George Zebra 756. I read these in the podcast in that video as well, but I'm going to read them again. 8 Paul Robert Yolanda 448. 9 Kelly Mary Paul 104. License 5 Mary Frank Nancy 270. And while I'm in this parking lot, the fake moon is over the top of my head. That's distinct from being over my head right here at the ARCO, where the entity is stalking by planes and engaging in criminal summoning. Okay? That's how you're understanding what is stalking. And then you're stalking, engaging in what is violence on behalf of the government. You're not just stalking me of your own, on your own. You're stalking as the state. So you have terrorist leaders that are going to prison for this because it's within the pattern of conduct. All right, so that's the entity that's engaging in that as I document these third parties, and then this third party pursues me in the parking lot, monitoring and doing so. Psychopath, pacing, driving forward and backwards and reversing and yelling, I'm going to hit you, B, all type of B, but she's obsessed with this B. She wants literally to be able to sit up and study and sit under my vagina. That's the truth. That's a psychopath and a violent sex offender who's obsessed and stalking at the same time. You cannot make that make sense. That's because of mental illness. That ongoing conflicted character of both obsession but also hatred. You're obsessed with my vagina. You're stalking me in the bathroom, but yet you are cursing my name while I am documenting you stalking me. So you're bringing these problems on yourself. You need mental assistance. This is that government. That stalking in planes, they share mental illness. That's the Nephilim. Okay, and this is the entity that's engaging in that while this is the African-American female, and she's engaged in documented act of violence, and the gang leader themselves, the gang leaders, they're going to be prosecuted for that, in addition to this gang member who's going to be prosecuted for it. Okay, license 7 Edward Jerry Uncle 276. License 82380 Charlie 4. 8 Apple Robert Edward 448. 16445 Frank 2. 9 Wendy Charlie Victor 871. And the entity is gang stalking at light, this parking lot. It's filled with demons as they are stalking, engaging what is a documented act of violence. Oh, they're all sitting around just like they are now, surrounding the perimeter with light. They're all together monitoring as demons together. At Arco, they're stalking in the path. Hardick is inside of Chevron monitoring and gang stalking by the gas stalls. They're all sitting around monitoring while I'm documenting what is assault with a deadly weapon. They're all surrounding with light activity, monitoring to that violence together, and they share in what is celebrating such acts of violence together. This is psychopathic and sexually violent and also delusional conduct that they engage in as one, because all these demons are angry together. So this demon engages in that violence while they're all sitting around monitoring to that. License plate 6WKJ 350, I believe. This is, they're sharing, and while it's happening, it's light activity, relevant, while she's yelling out obscenities and reversing back and forth and driving up on the curb and stopping in front of my property and threatening to engage in what is physically harming me, and that she's going to hit me and she's going to do this and she's going to do that. She's engaged in what is activity creation. And she's doing so on behalf of the government that's sitting around monitoring to that. The terrorist leaders, they're being prosecuted with it. That's going to be played in your court case, and you're going to prison, okay? The entity is engaged because that's a pattern of conduct, and I have a whole lot of violence that Mike Lorenz is liable for with regard to the pattern of conduct which he shares while that agency has been engaged in targeting. Okay, the sexual violence, that's a pattern of conduct that agency is engaging in, facilitating. Psychopaths is driving in circles, stalking in the middle of the night, like 4ZBV143. That's violence. That's threatening conduct. Sitting up and stalking at the gas stalls, that's violence. That's conduct that the agency is going to be prosecuted for. You're going to prison. I have a body of evidence, years long, of this agency, particularly Michael Lorenz and Derek Williams, engaging in what is enabling this, sharing in it, facilitating it, encouraging it, incentivizing it. You're going to prison as the terrorist leader that you are. I'm not just talking. I have the evidence to submit in court against a terrorist leader. His name is Mike Lorenz. He is not a police chief. And he will never be one. He will never be in law enforcement. And I'm taking that, not only that position, he's going to prison. He's going to prison. License plate 7SHM012. It's their fault that this population is engaging in what is threatening to hit me with your car because you're gang stalking and you're mad? Because Mike Lorenz is engaged in criminal monitoring. You're going to federal prison for that. You're going to federal prison for every demon engaging in what is harassing me while wearing those uniforms, while engaging in what is kidnapping, pursuant to malicious allegations. You're targeting me on the job so that I'm sleeping outside so then you can come and harass me where I'm sleeping. You're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison. I hope that you understand that, because your behavior speaks to the fact that you don't, and you're going to prison. It's really happening. You are going to federal prison as a terrorist leader. Okay, it is currently 11:04 p.m. The entity is engaged in what is maintaining plane activity, and the entity is sharing in this documented act of violence which is going online. The ARCO employee that's sharing in what is assault and battery as an entity is license 8 Edward Indiana Paul 592. And license 9 Victor Apple 981. They're on video molesting with light activity, driving down that alley to engage in that sex offense committed on behalf of an entity that engaged in what is all of them sitting around monitoring, enjoying that act of violence that they share in, while a demon is engaged in that documented act of assault with a deadly weapon, threatening physical violence, doing so while you're engaged in terrorism with the government, which is committed in furtherance of murder. So you're conspiring my murder and you're threatening and engaging in assault with a deadly weapon. You're going to prison, and that's going toward the imprisonment of that terrorist leader who is responsible for it. That's the gang stalking agency, the terrorist leader that's trying to masquerade and not effectively as a police chief. You're not a police chief. I'm documenting the violence by that agency on an ongoing basis. That's the P.O.C. for which terrorist leaders are going to prison. 9 Victor Apple Apple 981 gang stalking at Arco as well. License 8 Larry George Jerry 970. License. Okay, that's all the licenses I have. All right, it is currently 11. Stalking, 11:14 p.m. by the airport as everything's being uploaded to the Google Drive. This is federal stalking. This is P.O.C. They are rising up in elevation like they're taking off right here over the airport. But the entity is engaging in this conduct over the Ontario airport in, like they're taking off there, which is east of this location. That's the entity that's stalking. That's what the Ontario Police Department is doing this morning, flying over the top of my head while I'm engaged in the use of my device, the internet in particular. Remember, while they are stalking, as I'm capturing evidence of that, following from place to place, engaging in a pattern of presence while I use my devices, they're doing so with regard to monitoring, meaning the noise that's happening in the engineer light that I showed you is around is accomplishing what is surveillance on the device, on the internet, in concert with the demons that I'm documenting by license plate and by establishment who are stalking all around me. That's accomplishing a purpose, an unlawful one, regarding no warrant or probable cause to keep me and my phone use under surveillance, which is what the entity is doing while it is gang stalking using commercial planes, which is the necessity of shutting down the Ontario International Airport for the protection of the public. Okay, it's 11:15 p.m. Another plane, 11:17 p.m. And this is what the entity was doing while I was at the bus stop too, just plane after plane after plane. And then the entity engages in what is assault with a deadly weapon. This is that unintelligent, blatant targeting conduct that's going to be used to prosecute people like the terrorist leaders that are on the board and the executive team, and inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, like at what Woodside Senior Apartments represents, like the people of the state at Economy Inn. They're stalking by flying over my hotel room serially, as I documented that, proven through what is science. The entity kept a fake sun over my hotel room while they were keeping me under surveillance in that hotel room by flying over my hotel room, where there are also no planes that are going to be proven to be taken out from the airport and not hovering in that sky space under any circumstances. And certainly not over my room. I wouldn't be hearing it. It wouldn't be rumbling the room. It wouldn't be heard in the bathroom when my vagina is exposed. All of that icky, gross, perverted conduct that this entity engages in, while they are demons and violent sex offenders, and they are obviously stalking, all of that evidence is relevant, and it's a long existing receipt. It's 11:18 p.m. The entity is engaging what is making a U-turn. This is nothing other than psychopathic pacing while they're flying straight, repeatedly, while they're flying straight and then making a U-turn going back in the opposite direction. It is stalking. P.O.C.